Welcome to the third and final day of CreaTech at cogX, the Hybrid Festival 2021, co-curated with the UK Creative Industries Council, a forum between government and industry, which brings together all sectors of the creative industries, from film to fashion, advertising to architecture, games to music, performance to publishing. You can find out more about us at thecreativeindustries.co.uk. A big thank you to our CreaTech stage partners, Digital Catapult, Facebook, Moore Kingston Smith, UKRI, AHRC. The CIC promotes and protects opportunities for growth in the UK creative industries. CreaTech is one such opportunity, with high growth in investment and jobs in new emerging areas. We publish new research on Monday, the CreaTech Report 2021 with TechNation. Do check out the TechNation site, TechNation.io, to see the results. I'm Janet Hull, and I lead the CreaTech programme for the Creative Industries Council. And I'm also Director of Marketing Strategy at the IPA, and it's a pleasure to be your MC for today. We've got a fantastic programme ahead of us. And for the first session, we've got a particularly important one. Please share your thoughts and comments and get to know each other in the chat. Please ask questions of the speakers through the Q&A. And on your social, please use the hashtags CreaTech UK and cogX 2021. So the title of session 1 is The Value of STEAM, Creativity and Technology in the Post-Pandemic World. And if the word STEAM doesn't mean much to you right now, let me just say that in the CreaTech report, it was one of the things that came up, with the comment being made that it was necessary to put the A into STEM. I'm sure this session will tell you more about that, because it's a look forward to the extraordinary potential of cross-sector collaborative practice where creativity meets technology, through the lens of the big experiment of Festival UK 2022. And I'd like to give a big welcome to Sam Hunt, Programme Director for Festival UK 2022, to introduce his panel and for them to all tell us more. Over to you, Sam.
Hello, thank you very much, Janet. Hello, my name's Sam Hunt. I'm the Programme Director for Festival UK 2022, and thank you very much to the Creative Industries Council for having us here to talk about the value of STEAM, creative technology, in a post-pandemic world. And to do that, I will be joined by an incredible panel, representatives of different sectors and leaders in their respective fields to unpick that rather vast subject a bit. But we'd like to do that through the lens of the initiative that has brought us all together, which is Festival UK 2022. So great pleasure to welcome Anne-Marie Maffedon, Claire Doherty and Dev Joshi. But first, we'll do a bit of background, just a bit of context as to why we're all in this digital room together. Festival UK 2022, for those who don't know, is a £120 million UK-wide festival of creativity and innovation taking place next year, clues in the name, and delivered in partnership by all 4 governments of the UK. The premise of Festival UK 2022 is simple. It's a festival of collaborative creativity. We believe creativity is our most valuable resource and not the preserve of any one sector. And when creative minds come together, literally anything is possible. If we are to face the shared global crises of the climate emergency, of social inequality, of post-pandemic recovery, and the yet to be played out impacts of the 4th industrial revolution, AI, big data, automation, we need new systems, we need new realities, new ideas, and collective creativity will drive that innovation. This collectivism is in itself a form of activism, and what better way to bring wildly exciting, divergent creatives from across STEAM sectors together, ask them to imagine, design and demand a better world, than to do it under the auspices of asking them to put on a massive party, because revolutions can be fun. We wanted to answer questions. What happens when leading thinkers from different sectors come together and are given well, time, maybe not that much time actually in this case, but money and support to think big. So we went out and asked the creatives of the UK that very question, with an open call to representatives from across science, technology, engineering, the arts, maths, and all places in between, to form creative teams which critically and platformed underrepresented new and emerging thinkers. And following a deeply intensive, remotely run program of funded R&D, we think that question was answered in ways no one could have ever predicted. The result is 10 commissions that will form the public programme of Festival UK 2022. These are 10 experiments in creativity, 10 examples of cross-sector creative ambition, and very happy that representatives from 3 of those commissions are joining me here. These projects will take place across the entire physical geography of the 4 nations of the UK, as well as online through broadcast in print. Basically, every conceivable way that exists, which enables ideas to be imparted in some ways yet to be or currently being invented. We launched the programme later this year, but right now Anne-Marie, Claire and Dev are neck deep in realising the visions dreamed up late last year. So thanks in advance for making time to be here, because I know that sort of producing open, original and optimistic projects designed to reach millions can be particularly time consuming. So this is very nice that you're here. So to kick things off, Anne-Marie, could you give us a bit of an overview of your practice, and without giving too much away, can you tell us a bit about what you are working on with Festival 2022, with whom, and I suppose most importantly, why?
Sure. So thanks, Sam, for that intro. I think you covered quite a lot there in terms of Festival UK 2022 that I'm glad I don't have to start on that. So I run a social enterprise, a nonprofit called STEMettes. As the name suggests, we are promoting and inspiring and supporting girls, young women, non-binary young people from the age of 5 up to 25 into STEM-related fields across academia, industry, and entrepreneurship. And we've been doing this for about 8 years. And, we heard there as well kind of the inclusion of STEAM. I don't actually think you can do STEM well without the arts and without STEAM having that as a kind of overarching umbrella. But in terms of what we do, our normal practice then is to operate across the UK. We run intersectional cohort programs that are long-term interventions for young people, whether that's mentoring, whether that's clubs in schools, whether that's different forms of mentoring, kind of certification support as well that we offer to young people. So kind of building up of skills and getting industry and professional certifications for those. Our second stream is our impactful events, which are slightly more short term. These might be panels, these might be coding weekends, opportunities to get creative with the STEM. And then our third rung is our inspirational content platforms. So we have a closed social network. We have our social media platforms. There's a lot that we do across TV and across press and across papers and across podcasts as well, to share this message that STEM is for girls and STEM is for everyone. And so our practice is something that we've ended up kind of developing a couple of core tenets around. One of those is that our ethos, the way that we do things is it's always free for the young people to attend. It's always fun for them to attend, and there's always food for them, which is easier when you're doing things physically than it has been during the pandemic and in virtual. But we where there's a will, there's a way. So we've got food out, but also kind of the core of all of our interventions center on three things that have to be there, three essential STEMettes ingredients, which are creativity, which is why for us it is all about the STEAM, in addition to what we have as core STEM, and allowing young people to get creative with the new knowledge and with the elements of STEM that they're encountering during our interventions. The second one is altruism, which is about solving problems, not creating new ones, but helping others, which I think often it kind of goes missing sometimes when we talk about STEM, when we talk about STEAM, and even sometimes when we talk about creativity, that ability for altruism. And then the third part is a diversity and an inclusive practice that means that we have different types of folks who do different types of things across the breadth of STEM that these young people get to engage with. Most of them are women, but we do have non-binary volunteers, and we also have male volunteers too, who are along for the journey to show these young people more than they might have seen across TV, in the normal media, or even been told by their parents, their teachers, or their peers. So for us, our practice, we've got a very well-defined niche. We've been doing this for 8 years. We've had more than 50,000 young people through our programs and interventions. And so Festival UK 2022 was not necessarily something that was really on our radar. I think we kind of had someone reach out maybe initially when folks were trying to decide whether it was a STEM focus, whether that was something that was going to be explored. But actually, you know, the call that you described, Sam, we didn't receive it. We weren't kind of looking for grants or looking to be a part of a big experiment. But as soon as it was announced, I think that idea of STEM and that idea of inclusion, which was kind of very, very much deep rooted in the intentions of the festival from the beginning, meant that we were on a lot of people's wish lists, shall we say. So I think we almost did the mini process before you as the festival did the major process, because we're only allowed to join one bid. And so I ended up talking to lots of different creatives, lots of different consortiums, lots of different groups. And the ones that we pre-chose, if we could say it that way, was the 59 Productions Collective. So 59 Productions do a lot of projections, do a lot of really cool light shows and that kind of work. And then we've also got the Poetry Society involved too in our collective, who kind of do what we do, but for poetry across the country, and work with schools and work with different groups. And so for us, it was an exciting thing to be a part of, because who doesn't want to be part of an experiment across the UK, and, you know, go to even more far-flung corners that we've not been able to go to during the pandemic. But I think for us, it was also an opportunity to learn from others in their practice and the way they do things, to share some of our learnings. You know, we've been looking a lot at equitable practice as well. So being able to kind of share that and speak with 59 Productions and compare notes almost with the Poetry Society, and also kind of look forward to this post-pandemic world, right? And see, you know, what is it that we can do for young people, for the communities, for older people, for all kinds of people across the country, to help them explore their options in STEM, to help them explore what STEAM could mean to them, and to almost give them a kind of a subtler gateway into this whole notion of building back better, but also ensuring that we've got the right kind of folks around the table as we kind of go full throttle into what we're calling the fourth industrial revolution. So that's a little bit about us and why we've got involved.
Brilliant, thank you. Dev, so same question to you, coming from a very different background, so a bit of a interest of, if you give us a bit of an overview of your practice, I suppose, but then also a bit of an insight into the team and what you hope to achieve.
Sure, thanks, Sam. So I am a product designer and technologist. I've been wearing that label, I suppose, for 10 years now, and spent a large portion of my career working in contemporary art, leading the development of and execution of large-scale sculpture and contemporary arts that heavily rely on sort of engineering and technology to function. It's been a really interesting ride working out how to make art work so that art works. So that's my background. Like, I like helping people work out how to make things happen, like designing the magic trick kind of thing. And so the team that I'm a part of is called Collective Act, and is we're sort of focused around the Turner Prize winning Architects Assemble. They're like the main organization which the rest of us are attached to, but the rest of us are predominantly freelancers and independents, producers, sound designers, electrical engineers. Like, there's a whole bunch of people who are working on our project, and they've come from a really wide, you know, we've got musicians. Let's do the whole list. We've got musicians, sound design, structural engineering, producing, as in like arts production, technology and engineering, and then there's all of the supporting people who come with that. And what I think this project has already, even though we're, you know, through the R&D process back towards the start of the year, and now that we're in like a more delivery mode, it's been really exciting to see how closely knit the network really is. Like the number of people who sort of wandered into the studio, I'm like, oh, I know you from a thing from before. It's been really nice to sort of bump into people again. And I think that's actually been quite nice now, just this idea of being able to bump into people now that we're allowed back outside. That's been a really interesting trajectory on this experiment, as you put it, because it all started, we never met each other in real life. We'd never like seen one another. We have no idea how each or any of the other people really work together. Like I think on our team, only 2 of the people had ever worked on a thing together prior to this thing. And that was a completely different type of thing. So it's not even like that experience directly translates to what we're doing. So we had to do a lot of like team building, for want of a better word, through tiny 2-inch boxes on screens, like you guys like. And it was, it was a real pleasure more recently to find out what, people wear trousers and stuff, and what kind of shoes they like, and all that kind of bottom half. But it's been, I'm surprised about how easy that transition has been, to be honest. Like, it's testament really to the level of like talent and professionalism, and moreover, just like how great these people are. It's been a real pleasure to like get to work with them real time in the real world. So what is the project we're working on, to come back to the root of your question? We are developing an immersive experience. It's a physical thing that happens in a real space, and you attend it. It's very difficult to do this without telling you what it is.
I'm really enjoying this.
So the challenge of this is like, how do you build and prototype something in the real world when we're not allowed to go there and do it with people and stuff? And only very recently have we found a little studio space and built a prototype and done a bunch of stuff like this. But I think that's been the biggest change to the way I work, because for 10 years it was just like, oh, well, let's go to the studio and go to the workshop and hang thing off the ceiling and hit stuff with hammers until it does the thing, and then show it to our friends and people in the circle and whatever, and get feedback. And we've been doing this not blind, but everything is sort of secondhand information because it's coming through the webcam, right? Or through Zoom, or through a report, or through the world's longest email chain, which actually existed before, but now has a new, rhythm to it, because the asynchronous nature of work means that you have to sort of pay a different kind of attention to that kind of messaging that's coming in and out from people. And so that's who we are broadly, and very roughly what we're doing. And I think I won't get into much more detail yet, because the impacts of, I think this is the thing, like this stuff is so fresh for us, like how it potentially impacts the way we approach problem solving in other sectors, like, we're doing industry, factory automation, and or even like ticketing and hospitality, like all this, pandemic has had such a massive impact on all of these places. And the way that's going to sort of fall out in the wash, I think, is going to be really interesting to see, because now it's only now, really right now, that we're getting to see it. Stuff like remote monitoring and access and stuff for factories is the same kind of telemetry that we use for nanny cams or whatever, basically. But then you've got like this whole table service thing, and payment, and like distributed networks of the way resources are allocated. And you take different models, and if it works in a restaurant, does it work in this other place or in this other place? But now's the time when we find that out, and that's what I'm really excited about, to be honest, because what we learn about that will have to fold back into this project, because it's a physical thing that you have to go to, and that's the same for, it doesn't matter if you're making dumplings or making hatchbacks, like you still have to go to the place and do it with people, and we're all vulnerable and sort of have the same sort of baseline needs, and those are all the way you deliver on those needs has changed. So that's what I'm excited about moving forward, is how do we do that?
I think that's really interesting in terms of the evolution of all of these projects, because they're all being created within the context of the pandemic and remote working, and not beholden to a structure or a system that existed before. This is entirely new work being created to the context we are living in now, and hopefully in the future, which I think should be really interesting in terms of the outputs. Claire, same question to you, bit of an overview.
Yes, so thanks, Sam. Thank you both. So I'm the creative director of Collective Cymru, which is a partnership right the way across Wales, which is led by National Theatre Wales. And we brought together a team with the idea in our minds of what would a Welsh home nation project for Festival UK 2022 look like, and what opportunity would it give us to work across sectors. My background is I used to run an organisation called Situations. We specialised in place-based public realm large-scale projects, often working across different sectors. And I think one of the most interesting things in bringing together our team for this has been not only working across sectors, but across generations, across lived experience, across totally different processes of making. And for us, we began by saying, how could 12 strangers in a room come together, bring all their amazing expertise and skills and experience to come up with an idea out of nothing? And for us, that began in Wales. That began in the question of Welsh identity at this time. We gave ourselves the question of why here, why now? What could we create together that would, one, allow this investment to go to the parts of Wales that have been most hit by the pandemic, but also really capture the imagination and take the story out of Wales globally in a way that hadn't been done before. And so we began with something called the Future Generations Act, the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which is a remarkable piece of legislation. In a way, it's Wales's greatest gift to the world, apart from, of course, Tom Jones. And it essentially what it is a legislation that protects the rights of future generations in policy and planning. Now, it's something that's known very well in Welsh government and local councils, but it's not known well in the popular imagination. So our task was, how could we create an emotional connection to the future? And without revealing too much about what we're doing, essentially what we arrived on is a form of storytelling that is transmedia. So exploding the idea of place-based, site-specific theatre across digital platforms, across places. And at the heart of our making project is something that National Theatre Wales has specialised in for a long time. It's a theatre, a national theatre. Those of you who don't know, National Theatre Wales is a theatre without walls. It works right the way across Wales and internationally, but has had at its heart from the very beginning collaboration and co-creation, embedded in communities in locations across Wales. So for us, the key question, a little bit of what Dev was saying, of finding a way of working together, has been, how do we design and devise a project across STEAM, so with creative technologists, Sugar Creative, who are an amazing Welsh-based, internationally renowned technology company who are working on the immersive app. But how do we embed co-creation with communities into that process of designing and making? We're going to be working with 5 communities across Wales. And without revealing too much about the international partnership, we're very excited to have a partnership with a international world builder who uses this process of world building, often used in gaming and in science fiction, fantasy, novel writing, to imagine a sort of plausible, holistic world in the future. And into that, there will be all sorts of experts as well as communities feeding in their lived experience, so that that future is really rooted in the here and now. I think for us, the kinds of challenges that have come up is learning each other's language. So what we mean by co-creation, for example, is one thing in the arts, and is another thing in technology. User design, that's been super, super interesting. So the artists and the writers on the team and the young people on the team have a very different understanding of devising and artistic creativity than, say, a product designer would, that's sort of user based. So that's been really interesting, is finding a way to work together where we can use the strengths of those to create something that none of us have done before. And I think one of the other things I would say that has been really important to us from the beginning is we've had an amazing partner, Disability Arts Cymru, that are part of our partnership from the beginning. And we've committed ourselves to radical inclusion, but the work is really difficult because you have to unlearn so many of the kind of assumptions that one would make around making a public project, or the processes for connecting, or the way in which we might create together. And we've had a writer, Kate O'Reilly, that's been a representative of Disability Arts Cymru, who's been really helping us to understand the aesthetics of access. So what we mean when we say not just accessible formats, absolutely not. It's about who's represented in the project, whose voices are really changing the view of what the project can be. And that's been incredibly exciting, affecting all the ways in which we're working with broadcasters and who the creatives are that are going to be part of making this project. So I think for us, it's been that sort of challenge to us from the beginning. From Festival 22 was incredibly exciting around underrepresented voices, what that actually means for your process and your practices, and how, you know, coming out of this, we will all have changed the way in which we work. And it feels like the future of creating projects of this nature, that why shouldn't they go across boundaries and across sectors? Because ultimately, that's the way in which our participants and our audiences are living their lives. So I think it's a particularly exciting moment as we start to see what the project's going to be and who's going to be involved.
Great, thank you. And with the platforming underrepresented voices, what was really interesting from the teams is how each team defined that differently.
Yeah.
Some really interesting things in there. And just picking up something you were saying before about the sort of shared language of collective creativity, and the difficulty of, I suppose, of trying to do something genuinely collaborative, but then also working to create a cohesive creative vision, and where are the tensions in that? So, Anne-Marie, have you found sort of difficulties in that and working sort of in a cross-sector team trying to get something cohesive and clear?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it difficulties. I think it's almost one of those kind of trust the process, right? It's kind of inevitable. We're all colliding from different worlds. We're doing this during a pandemic completely virtually. We're doing it with all kinds of other things that we're trying to balance at the same time. And we're doing it having not come in. I know there are different teams that kind of came with kind of half-baked or kind of initial ideas. So we kind of came together with nothing, with standing start really. So I think it's been the work, I guess, rather than a challenge. I'd say it's been, you know, this is the point. You know, if there wasn't going to be difficulty, then we've chosen the wrong collaborators, basically. Right. So I think it definitely has been a, you know, you do the lights, you do the poetry, we do the STEM outreach. What do we have in common? And I think that's been the nice thing, has been, you know, this is the common ground. These are things that we know. These are things that we understand. These are things that are analogous across the different fields that we work in. And here is how we can work on one thing, almost like that elephant kind of analogy of kind of the trunk is there and the legs are there and the tail is there, but we're all working on that same one elephant. Gosh, this is where I've ended up.
Yeah.
But you know, we're working on that one elephant, right? Each organ does something different, and so I think we're definitely into that rhythm of that's what you do, that's what you do. But I think there has been that idea of timelines, there has been that idea of working styles and internal cultures that we have also, you know, needed to meld. And we're still as we go, there'll be more of that, right? We'll still have that until we're kind of at the end of 2022, looking back and doing our legacy and wash up. There'll still be elements of, oh, okay, that was what you meant by that, or now I got to see, you know, to that thing. I've got to see your shoes, to Dev's point, but I've also got to see what you actually meant when you said X, or when you described Y. This is what it really looks like. This is what it really feels like. We had the word or as one of the kind of core tenets of what we've got in our proposal or in our project or our collaboration. And so now it's like, yeah, okay, this is the or that you promised us we were going to see by the end of this all.
Yeah, we're big into awe at the festival. We do like that word. We think that's a very useful human emotion in order to affect very positive change. Dev, it'd be good to have a little chat about the sort of shared language. That's what you do for a living, I suppose, sort of translate artists into something ethereal into reality. and how
Yeah.
you found that work in the process, I suppose.
So yeah, the language is such an interesting thing in the context of design and in the context of like this particular process, because so like I said, like a big part of my job generally is knowing enough about how to talk to other people in different specialities to sort of know what they're talking about, but not necessarily be an expert. Like, and I think that's something that's really important about collaborative working styles, is like understanding that you're not an expert and that someone else is definitely an expert, but you do need to put the time and effort in to like know what they're talking about and how they talk about it. And this then is the game. Yeah, like you say, my practice, but also I'm almost certain everyone on this project, but in their own teams, is finding this is like working out what is the language. It's almost, so you start with technical language in many ways, and then finding ways to translate technical language between specialists. So you have, so in a previous project, so I don't reveal too much, you have a chemist and a structural engineer, both very smart people, both very lovely people. They have no idea what the other one is talking about, because they use completely different language. So I have to sit in the middle and know just enough to be dangerous to find a way to knit those two conversations together. And now these two people work together, and that's really nice. It's really nice because now they're friends and also collaborators and are producing good work. It's also really nice because they don't have to do anything anymore because they're getting on with it. And so that's like the first layer of it. But then the second layer, and the one that's actually more fun or more interesting to me, is this idea of like project-specific shibboleths. So like you develop a language around a project inside a team where you have some phrases and kind of like idioms, if you like, that only make sense to that very small group of people, which is both like an incredibly useful tool if you lean into it. Like if you're happy to kind of like, you know, someone will say something in a meeting and it will sound really weird, but like everybody knows what that person means. You're like, oh yeah, that thing. And if you say it out of context to anyone else, they'll kind of wrinkle their eyebrow at you and be like, what are you talking about? And then you have to remember that you're not talking internally, and you have to kind of,
yeah, that's really interesting.
You know, like
that's really interesting, isn't it? When you're trying to make something completely new. I think what's one of the things we've been sort of reminding ourselves as we go along is we're not making something any of us have ever made before. The form that we're making, you know, we're really, really pushing. All of us are pushing ourselves. So you sort of find this common ground, but you also kind of have to get comfortable with the fact that you're going to go down some rabbit holes and some cul-de-sacs and all of those metaphors, you know, and I think, like Anne-Marie was saying, have the confidence to say to each other, this is the work. This is the tricky bit. It gets a bit crunchy at this point. We need to pull back and rethink about that bit that's not quite working. And it's very interesting in that, isn't it? I definitely think we'll have some learning to share around how you hold that space really carefully, you know, and how you sort of take everybody with you in terms of whether you're leading it or whether you're a lead partner on one particular aspect. And we've found a sort of that people need to kind of dip in and dip out at particular moments. So it's almost like kind of a spotlight on one particular area needs a bit of work. And having the confidence to, it's a bit like a rehearsal room. You know, Lorne Campbell, the artistic director of National Theatre Wales, often has this analogy that we need to feel comfortable to suggest daft things and to fail a bit in that space with each other. So that sort of trust of the collaboration is super important, isn't it? And partly why I think the R&D, Sam, that you set up was so important. Those sort of 3 months almost felt like a kind of lab sort of process, so that actually you had quite a bond by the time you started the project together.
Yeah, I think with that, I think it's implied in these experiments in creativity that experiments are able to fail. Not the commissions. The commissions can't fail. They're going to be absolutely amazing. But within that R&D phase, it was that sort of space to do that. And I suppose all of these projects, there's the two balances of the process and the project themselves. And Claire, in particular, the incredibly ambitious process of co-creation that will be kicked off to develop the project.
Yeah.
Where do you see the tensions in that, in terms of process versus the spectacle thing? You know?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I think there's a few things to say about that. I think one is that timeline is a challenge. So there's certain commissioning partners who want to know what the project is let's say this summer, and the co-creation is in the autumn. So you've already got a kind of timeline issue in terms of allowing enough of the project to be designed, but allowing space for the co-creation to shape it. Because the worst thing is you can't do co-creation and then set up what it's going to be before you do it. So it's kind of, finding ways around that so that you're setting up a structure of the project, or allowing the content to be co-designed with participants. The other thing is really kind of just thinking about how kind of you support and care for participants post the co-creation. So one of the things that's sort of quite interesting, Sam, is that shift from a very collaborative collective process into a fairly high risk public project, which needs to deliver to a mass audience. So you've got to, in previous work, I've always used the analogy of first and second audiences. So your participants are your first audience, you're absolutely at the heart of the project. And in effect, from their experience, then spirals all the other audiences that then follow. But there is a definite shift in the project. And I think partly what we're finding, I don't know, Anne-Marie, if you're finding this as well, but I think you've got to have a way of being very, very transparent about that from the very beginning of everyone who's involved, to say there will be a moment and a gear shift in these projects where we have to then sort of ramp up the delivery mechanism to make sure that it's going to deliver as a kind of as a major ambitious global project. But we know, if we look back at the successes in the UK over the past 10 years, we can see where that's worked. So we know opening ceremony of the Olympics. We know a lot of the projects that were part of Ruth Mackenzie's London 2012 Festival, the boroughs of culture in London and Capital of Culture in Hull, and now Coventry. We're particularly good in the UK at really embedding co-creation and participation and the making of projects with participants. It doesn't make any difference to the ambition or the quality of the project. So I think it's just about being authentic and transparent about how the project is being developed, and knowing what you're trying to achieve from the beginning.
So we're quite clear, I suppose, getting clearer that this project the whole festival is intended to be a catalyst to a much wider conversation around the role of creativity and the creative, particularly in society, and the value of creative education. With that in mind, kind of tangential, Anne-Marie, are you optimistic about the future?
Oh, wow, that's quite a big one. No, I'm realistic about the future. I'm not overtly optimistic. I think I'm optimistic enough to know that it doesn't have to be Terminator 2 dystopia, Black Mirror kind of scenario, especially as we're kind of speaking on a cogX space here, right? So I have to mention AI. I don't know if we have so far, but I think for me, I mean, the reason why I get up every day, the reason why I do what I do, is because it's not inevitable that all the things that a pessimistic person would think and would consider could happen next. They don't have to happen next, and I think all of this is my attempt to influence what happens next and make sure that we have a better future than the one that maybe we would if it carried on in the course of how we're going now. So yeah, I'm optimistic in ways. I'm realistic, and I don't know if we're quite on the trajectory to utopia, but I'm realistic in that we could go slightly better than dystopia.
Dev, what do you think about the future?
I think I'm a pragmatist about most things, and so I'm sort of mirror partially Anne-Marie's comment, like the inclusion of creativity in this kind of improvisational yes and process that we're going through, and how that impacts wider industry and society it's positive, and it's good, and it's nice, and all of those things, and it's engaging in different ways for different people, but we're still up against the entirety of human history's worth of stuff that's already there. It's not going to change overnight, and this is what I mean by being a pragmatist about it, right? Like, we have the tools, and we have the will, and we have the impetus to make a change. And the question is, how big a lever is it that we're really on the end of to affect that change now, right? Like, where's the fulcrum, and how much influence do we really have through the festival, through these projects, or in practice, like whatever, you know, wherever you want to measure that. It could work, but you have to be sensible about evaluating what already exists and how, because change is incremental, right? I think that's the thing that, you know, it's the same on these projects, it's the same in the festival, but wider sense, in the same industry 4.0, AI, you know, all this, everything is a tiny change. Every day we do something slightly better. Every day we fail a little bit more and learn something new. It's never like, oh, and then it was all better and everyone lived happily ever after. It's never like that. So I think we can change it. It's just going to take a while, and it means you might not notice, but that's okay.
Claire, very focused on your project, I suppose, because there is that national context, which is slightly different to what Anne-Marie and Dev are working on, because they're both working sort of UK-wide. What is the change you want to affect through this?
Oh, God, that's an enormous question for 2 minutes, Sam. You know what? I think the thing that we're learning is the possibility of seeing things as if they might be different, and understanding the conditions that might be coming towards us and how we're going to move through them. One of the things the pandemic has shown us is our inability and also some ability to deal with crisis. So I think that in some ways, what I'm hoping this project will do is fire the imagination of how we can better connect together, what our potential futures might be, how we might cope with the conditions that are coming in, you know, 20, 30, 40 years time. And I think what we're beginning to hear from the young people that have been involved in our project so far is it's incredibly exciting when you put that power in their hands to imagine what might change, what their future might look like. Not a utopia, just as Anne-Marie says, but actually starting to really think about firing them up, about having the power to make a difference. So I guess, you know, the best projects that I've ever seen happen instill a confidence and instill a model of how things might be different in the future. So I think that that's what I'm hoping our project will do, really fire up the imagination and make connections between people, unlock opportunity where there hasn't been any in the past.
Brilliant. Well, I think that's a lovely coda on which to finish. I know we've got a few minutes left, but it feels like such a lovely ending to a wonderful panel. So thank you very much. Really good to see you all. I know we don't get enough time to actually talk, even though we're running these projects together, but really nice to see you all. And thank you so much for making the time this morning. And I'd like to hand back to Janet, if she's there.
Thanks so much, Sam. Thanks so much, Anne-Marie, Claire and Dev, for tempting us, I think, with your emerging plans for Festival UK 2022. Thank you for thinking so big. I love your mission and ambition. As Sam said, creativity is our most valuable resource and not the preserve of any one sector. We in the creative industries agree. We need more systems, new realities, new ideas, collective creativity to drive innovation. You pointed out the value of creative education and of firing up young people to want to make a difference. We could not agree more. We feel this is the way we can stay competitive, build back better, and promote ourselves to the world as Global Britain. Can I just shout out to all Festival UK 2022 partners that I'd love them to find out about Creative Industries Council CreaTech Ones to Watch. This is our project, which is looking to celebrate 100 innovative projects, businesses, collaborations in 2021. We have a booth in the cogX Virtual Expo if you want to find out more. And there's just 2 weeks left for an application to be accepted. 25 June is the deadline. But beyond that, I can't wait for the official launch in October 21 of Festival UK 22 and the official opening in March next year. It sounds like the festival is going to make a big difference to the UK. Thanks so much. Our next session is at 11. It's a very important one because it's introducing a new piece of research, the second in our programme at cogX. We look forward to welcoming you back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back to the CreaTech stage at the cogX Hybrid Festival 2021, co-curated with the UK Creative Industries Council, a forum between government and industry which brings together all sectors of the creative industries, from film to fashion, advertising to architecture, games to music, performance to publishing. You can find out more about us at thecreativeindustries.co.uk. I'm Janet Hull, and I lead the CreaTech programme for the Creative Industries Council. And I'm also Director of Marketing Strategy at the IPA, and it's my pleasure to be your MC for today. We've got a fantastic session coming up. Please share your thoughts and comments and get to know each other in the chat, and ask questions of the panellists through the Q&A. And on your social, please use the hashtags CreaTech UK and cogX 2021. Our next session title is UK CreaTech R&D, the Network Effect. You may remember the CIC CreaTech report from TechNation launched on Monday. We're delighted now to introduce a second piece of very important CreaTech research for the Creative Industries Council. In this next session, we'll be hearing about emerging findings from a major new project from the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre, PEC for short, which is commissioned by the Arts and Humanities Research Council, AHRC for short, which uses open data and data science methods to identify research trends, actors and networks at the technological cutting edge of the UK's creative industries. A big welcome to Professor Andrew Chitty, Challenge Director, Audience of the Future and Creative Industries Clusters Programme at UKRI AHRC, to introduce the panel and moderate this session. Over to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Janet. Hi, I'm as Janet says, I'm Andrew Chitty. So I'm the Challenge Director at UK Research and Innovation, running a series of programs around technology innovation and innovation in the creative industries. And over the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen a great increase in interest around the intersection of the creative industries and technology, and what that means for innovation and growth in the sector. And in many ways, CreaTech as a conference has been at the heart of that, exploring that boundary and those interactions. Now, the pandemic period has, if anything, re-emphasized some ways the dependency of the creative industries on digital and real-time technologies, whether that's in production or in distribution or in consumption. And it's accelerated the development of new revenue streams and business models and new engagement channels, which are dependent on this interaction between technology and the creative industries. So we're seeing a lot more use of the term CreaTech as a way of describing this dynamic interaction between essentially advanced computing technologies and the creative industries. So what I think we can learn in this session is thinking about how do we think about this fusion of technology and creative business? Is it a new way of looking at the creative industries, or is it an extension of the creative industry sector powered by technology? Or is this a completely new area, or new category, or a new sector even, that we should think about in its own right? Because I think the way that we think about it, the way we conceptualize CreaTech, determines what support, what incentives, or what interventions might be needed by policy actors or the fiscal environment to encourage the development of this really, really dynamic area. So to help us navigate CreaTech and bringing the very latest findings from their research, we have 3 expert panelists with 3 really interesting perspectives. So we have Juan Matias Garcia, who many of you may know is Director of Data Analytics at Nesta, and perhaps the premier data scientist working in the area of understanding this crossover. We have Maria Tangala, who's the co-founder of Film Chain, so that's a business perspective from a business entrepreneur who's definitely within this area. And then Martha Bloom, who's Research Fellow in Innovation and Creative Industries at the University of Sussex, will be bringing us her perspective again, from the research side. So I'm going to hand over to Juan to start us and take us through the findings of this latest and really important work that's come out of Nestor and the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre. So take it away, Juan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, it's very exciting to be here to talk about this research we published on Monday, where we were basically mapping the CreaTech research and development landscape using data science methods. And obviously the fact that we're using data science, machine learning, makes it very exciting for us to, I guess, be talking about this research at cogX, which is a conference all about AI, machine learning, and very exciting techniques like that. In terms of the context for the project, I guess, very simply, we have CreaTech, these applied combinations of creativity and technology. And, it's obviously an area with which, as Andrew touched on, has big commercial and expressive potential, but also might have increased complexity. It requires combining different disciplines. It creates maybe new types of risks. And therefore, we might find a situation where some of these commercial and expressive opportunities are not realized. And obviously, policy might have a role to play in avoiding that and making sure we capture the value of CreaTech. So basically, obviously, if we're going to have policies, we need these policies to be very based on the best possible evidence. And this is what we're trying to create through this project with PEC and also with our colleagues in TechNation, who have also been researching this area and published a couple of reports about this very recently. The questions that we're interested in are things such as how is CreaTech activity evolving, where is it happening, and what is the impact? And here in this session, I'm going to be talking about the first output from this analysis, which is going to be focusing on publicly funded research around creative technologies. What have we done? Basically, we have taken data from the Gateway to Research, which is a repository of research and innovation grants from UK Research and Innovation and Innovate UK and research councils. And basically, this contains 110,000 grants. And what we have done is used a variety of machine learning and data science methods, such as fuzzy matching, supervised machine learning, topic modeling, to identify 2,500 projects, 4,000 organizations. And there you have the link to the first report that was published this week, if you want to get into some of the technical detail. And obviously, if people want to discuss the specifics of the methodology we have used in the project, very happy to talk about that in the Q&A. Basically, out of these projects, we have, I guess, extracted 5 categories of CreaTech. One is content and media. And by the way, this is just the categories, and then I'm just giving a randomly drawn example of a project in each of the categories. We have content and media, which is very much related to audio, video, immersive, computer graphics, motion graphics, things like those. Data and AI is projects that are basically focused on the use of data, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Creative services, which are projects that are using technology in areas like design, architecture, advertising. Computing, projects which are a bit more focused, I guess, on development of computing infrastructure and things like simulations and stuff like that. And then blockchain. And as you can see from the examples, they really illustrate the variety of projects where we are seeing creative technology being developed, using augmented reality to teach baby sign language to deaf and hearing preschoolers, using machine learning for body shape recognition, redesigning offices to make them more inclusive, formal verification of computational science models, digitizing food supply chains. It's an incredibly wide set of projects and a lot of innovation going on. And actually, we find that more than half of the organizations involved in projects involving creative technologies are actually in sectors outside of the creative industries, which suggests that CreaTech, in addition of creating opportunities for creative firms and growth in creative industries, might also be a really great channel for knowledge exchange and making other industries more productive through the adoption of these technologies. Going into the findings, I guess the first finding is simply looking at the evolution of activity in CreaTech overall, as well as all of its segments. And this is what this is showing, is simply over time, how many projects do we see in different categories. And I guess the really interesting thing that we see is that in last year, basically between 2019 and 2020, we see what was like a progressive increase in CreaTech activity suddenly booming, and the share of all research projects involving CreaTech grows by 50% between 2019 and 2020. And something that's quite interesting is that we find that the CreaTech projects in 2020 are 4 times more likely to mention COVID-19 in their descriptions than non-CreaTech projects, suggesting that all of these different technologies that comprise CreaTech are playing a particularly important role in tackling the pandemic. Something quite interesting that we have done in the analysis, and as a data scientist, this is the kind of thing I'm almost like intrinsically interested in, is in machine learning to be able to say to what disciplines do different projects relate. And then basically what we do is analyze whether a project is very focused on a single discipline or is focused in many different disciplines in order to calculate their interdisciplinarity. And this is what this chart is showing. As you go to the right, you have increasing interdisciplinarity. And the vertical axis is simply showing the share of projects in CreaTech, which is blue, and non-CreaTech accounted by that category. And what this is simply showing is that CreaTech projects are underrepresented in the area of low interdisciplinarity over here, and they are overrepresented in the area of high interdisciplinarity. In other words, CreaTech projects are combining more disciplines, and obviously that's what makes them exciting, but that might also create challenges in terms of getting them funded. The third finding is around the geography. So we have mapped the location of organizations that participate in CreaTech projects. And this is what this map is showing, is simply number of CreaTech participations in different regions, different parts of the UK. And this is simply looking at the share of all activity accounted by different areas. It's important to flag up that we are using a logarithmic scale in the map because activity is really, really concentrated in London. So actually, if we don't use a logarithmic scale, it's very hard to see anything. We find that London's share of CreaTech is a third higher than non-CreaTech. Actually, the top locations, locations account for 65% of CreaTech research participations. They only account for 49% of non-CreaTech creative participations, suggesting a great degree of concentration of activity in a few places, which obviously could raise concerns if we want to have CreaTech not just driving growth and innovation in a small number of locations, but doing that more broadly. And this is obviously a very big policy question going forward. And finally, and this is a bit of a sneak preview, something that I'm also very excited about is we are starting to explore the structure of CreaTech research networks. So it's kind of like figure, simply what it's showing is a research collaboration network where for the content and media CreaTech segment, then the nodes are organizations, the connections between them are collaborations. And basically what we're planning to do in the next step of the project is to analyze the structure of these networks in order to identify opportunities for collaboration, where there might be gaps, and where there might be fragilities. For example, in this network, it's quite interesting that here at the center is the BBC, which is like super active in all of CreaTech research, but especially in content and media. And obviously that's very exciting and suggests the BBC is playing a role as an anchor institution for CreaTech, but also could make this network fragile if the BBC changes what it's doing. You know, what happens to these networks? How do we ensure that the network is made resilient so it's not reliant on a single institution for its success? So yeah, these were just like a couple of like highlights. Obviously, the report gets into much more detail and has additional findings. I guess my conclusions are that growing levels of activity seem to be, in CreaTech seem to have been bolstered by COVID-19, and we are seeing evidence that the research system is supporting CreaTech. A lot of disciplinary crossover, as I said, but could this create barriers to funding, say if projects fall through the cracks of different funders, and then also a high level of geographical concentration. And obviously the question here is how do we avoid all of the value being captured by a few places, and instead we see CreaTech activity happening more broadly across the UK. And just to conclude, This is just the report we published is the first step, and we are continuing our analysis in the coming months. We're going to be studying business activity. We're going to be looking at how we can model outcomes of creative projects and creative ventures. And also there's the business survey that is going to be run by colleagues at Spru, and Martha is going to be talking about this later, which will use the list of companies that we are creating through the analysis we are doing here as a starting point for a business survey, asking them about a variety of things that Martha will be talking about. And yeah, I think that's it from me. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the other presentations and to your questions later on.
Fantastic. Thank you, Juan. And out there, if you're watching this, please do, if you've got any questions for Juan, please just submit them and I'll try and pull those out when we've all heard from all three speakers. Fascinating results there. I was particularly struck by the geography result around this growing, exciting area, that so many of those areas that have a superabundance of CreaTech projects are in the south of England, with only Edinburgh really is an exception to that. So I think there's huge amounts of insight to mine from this ongoing work. But the question is now, how does that feel from the point of view of a founder of a business that sits within CreaTech? And so now we're going to move on and hear from Maria Tanjala, who is co-founder of FilmChain. Maria, I think we're still not hearing you just at the moment. Could you check your sound? Well, we're having a bit of a technical problem there. Perhaps Ian, who's our director, masterminding this behind the scenes, perhaps you can let me know when we've got Maria back online. And if that isn't immediately, I might suggest we move. Actually, we'll move to Martha, who, as Juan mentioned, is a researcher at Spru at the University of Sussex. So Martha, hopefully that you're ready for this slight quick jump in the order. Perhaps we could hear from your research, and then we'll return to Maria and the business perspective as soon as we can.
Yep, that's fine. I'm assuming that everyone can hear me all right, unless I hear anything else. So yeah, thank you so much for inviting me to speak on this panel. Really excited to be here. So Juan's presented his findings from this exciting new bit of research, and I work with Juan and others at PEC, the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre, and I'm also based at the Science Policy Research Unit, or SPRU, at the University of Sussex, where I have for a number of years been researching this idea of fusion, so the fusion of creative and technological skills or knowledges or talent. And so that's broadly what I'm going to be speaking about today, and then sort of wrapping up by saying a little bit more about the PEC's research agenda moving forward around CreaTech. So why is this fusion of creating technological skills so productive? Why are we all so interested in it? Well, quite a number of years ago now, colleagues at Spru and Nesta ran this big study, and that they found that firms who fuse creative and technological skills have higher employment and sales growth. They are more likely to bring radical innovations to market, and they are more productive than firms who use only one of these skill sets. So there's something really magical about bringing together creativity and technology. And why is this? Well, my research, I categorize this as because of the productive tension between knowledge domains, which generates innovation. What do I mean by that? Well, I guess it's about expanding the repertoire of knowledge that can be drawn upon. So expanding the different ideas, concepts, but also the different ways of viewing the world, and different approaches to learning and problem solving, different approaches to innovation, that bringing together people with different skill sets or from different backgrounds can create this productive tension between knowledge domains, out of which new ideas can emerge. So that productive tension isn't always entirely productive, right? So the general sort of consensus in a lot of the literature talks about this conflict that can arise when you have groups of technologists and groups of creatives trying to work alongside each other. And often this is sort of characterized as hipsters versus geeks, or lovies versus boffins, right? There are these two groups of people, and those two groups of people working together can be quite problematic. They might speak different languages. They might not understand each other's viewpoints. And not only that, but to overcome those sort of barriers to collaboration, to knowledge exchange, can take quite a lot of additional resources. So as part of my research, I looked at a whole bunch of Innovate UK funded collaborative projects, collaborative R&D projects. And I found that these collaborative R&D projects, which involved firms from the creative industries and from science and technology areas, took longer and were more expensive than collaborative projects involving firms from within the same industry, right? So that really indicates that it can require additional resources to undertake R&D projects that really sort of sit at the intersection between knowledge domains. And that's possibly why I also found that the majority of these projects involve large firms, that there isn't as much engagement in these inter-industry collaborations between creative and technology or science-based firms from SMEs. SMEs sort of appear to be slightly missing from this picture. I think one of the things we'll speak about later is the extent to which that's because of the sort of the nature of the data Innovate UK funded, and whether there are actually a lot of SMEs sort of feeding in through other ways is a really interesting question. But that's sort of what the data's saying so far. And then what emerges from this is the key role for what I call knowledge brokers. So it's individuals or organizations who have both creative and technological training. So people who are able to span the boundaries between these different worlds, between high-tech firms, between this world of high-tech, and between creative and also cultural industries as well. And so this can be individuals, people who can bring together, for example, different departments within an organization, or they can be organizations that can help facilitate collaboration networks. But they're a really key resource in making these CreaTech projects, CreaTech firms, or sort of fusion to make that productive. So I'm trying to I know we have quite a range of audience members, so I wanted to give a few sort of takeaways from my research and offer a little bit of advice for businesses, for funders, and for policymakers. So for businesses, I think it's really crucial to be seeking and recruiting employees with these cross-disciplinary skills, which can be tricky. There aren't that many of them out there. So if you can't recruit those employees, then train and retrain staff in areas outside of their specialisms. Also to develop systems, standards, and infrastructures to facilitate cross-disciplinary teamwork. For funders, I think there needs to be a greater promotion of inter-industry collaboration projects. So the projects that I studied were actually very much in the minority. And then improve systems for assessing businesses which fall out of traditional categories. Businesses which may not be entirely creative industries, entirely high-tech, to find systems for assessing these types of businesses that could otherwise fall through the cracks. And then better access to funding for CreaTech SMEs and SMEs and collaboration projects. And then I think for me, almost the most important point arising from my research is both to have an equal focus on the creative side and the technology side of CreaTech, that, without the creative part, it's just technology, but also to have a greater support for STEAM skills development and training. So this narrative of STEAM education, I think, is really helpful. I think we definitely need STEM skills without a doubt, but art skills are equally as important to the future of work, especially in this sector. So I know we're a bit short on time. I'll try and wrap up quite quickly, but to give you an idea of the PEC's research agenda for CreaTech moving forward. So as Juan mentioned, myself, colleagues at Sprue and Nesta and the PEC are going to be conducting a large-scale business survey of CreaTech firms in the UK. We're going to be looking at the R&D practices of these companies, looking at barriers and enablers to growth and to innovation, and how they're currently engaging with funding and the funding system. We expect to have results towards the end of the year in order to establish a baseline of operations in the area, to identify avenues for focused investigation, and in order to advise industry and policymakers about necessary interventions and best practice. So the aim of the bit of work really is to continue to develop this evidence base to harness CreaTech as an exciting, innovative and productive exemplar of future work and growth. So that's all from me. Thanks very much for having me. And I suppose I'll be passing back over to Andrew.
Yes, thanks, Martha. What I'm going to do is, rather than pick up on some of the many fascinating points in that, is try and switch straight back to Maria, who I think has solved her technical issues and is back with us. Hi, Maria. So, how does this feel from a business point of view? That's the key as a CreaTech business.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and apologies for earlier. It's good to be back. So thank you everyone for joining me today and for inviting me to talk about a founder's perspective. So I'm the co-founder of FilmChain. At FilmChain, we modernize payments in film and TV, from viewers such as yourselves to content creators. We're absolutely honored to have a combination of great innovators from Imperial College London, Innovate UK, deep tech labs like Creative Destruction Lab and so on, but also from the creative industries. So we're seeing how film and TV stakeholders, producers, financiers, sales agents, talent, they don't know how much they're owed. Participation management is so complex. We're seeing how payments are delayed for years and sometimes never reach the right owners. Companies are struggling with manual, opaque, and error-prone systems. It's incredible to see how people are still paid in checks and they cannot verify their entitlements. And that is essentially putting businesses out of business because they don't know when they should expect royalties, and that breaks a lot of the trust. That's why at FilmChain we built this fintech solution that addresses these problems. And that is a fintech solution with verification mechanisms in place that replace the suboptimal and manual processes that exist so far. So at FilmChain, we offer instant access to money, reports, and data. The system is transparent and auditable, and it unifies the management of entitlements and rights. We offer, on top of that, analytics and performance insights. So our products, we call ourselves a digital CAM, a collection account management. We digitized the royalties dashboard and we defined the recoupment schedule with all of the attributes for countless beneficiaries. There are tens, sometimes hundreds of beneficiaries that need to recoup money. The transactions tab essentially notifies every participant of the incoming gross receipts, and the participants are able to verify. The wallet is the individual user's secure visualization of their own payments and what they have withdrawn. The rights trackers, where participants can add, track, and manage their sales. And in analytics, we show rich insights, data visualizations, and we're working on financial predictions as well. So the technology that we're using, it's a combination of phenomenal technologies out there, and simply having the ability to use these technologies, I don't think that such a product would have had space and adoption 4 years ago in the creative industries. So for them, the securely protected cloud-based software system that we use essentially interfaces between our platform and our banking partners. The platform has both the client functionalities, but we built entirely all of our admin panel as well. With the blockchain, a buzzword, but we absolutely fell in love with this technology back in 2017. We don't use any cryptocurrency at all, but we replicate the money distribution process on a private Ethereum blockchain. So with that, we create a immutable history of payments. For every incoming gross receipt, we record it and then we announce it. And the participants can go on their dashboards and verify, but all of that is also on this extra layer of Ethereum, where we ensure that the truthfulness and the transparency. On top of the smart contracts, we also built NFTs for participants' ownership. No two films look alike. That's why with the participation management system, you have sales from all over the world for so many sources of income, and every single participant has their own ownership tracked with all of the attributes. And secondary markets are also on our roadmap. With the analytics, of course, we measure, we collect, we analyze all of the incoming gross receipts, all of the countries, all of the sources of distribution, but we also perform ML and AI explorations. So based on accrued royalties, we're also looking at 12 to 18 months predictions. We are very thankful for all of the UK open banking proposal initiatives out there. So that's why we're able to integrate with Wise, with Tink, with Stripe. And as I said, simply how the fintech sector has grown so much in the previous years, such a product would have not been available in the shape it is today 4 years ago. And I also would like to talk a bit about my experience as an entrepreneur, which I think is really, really important. So we are essentially bridging the creative industries. I come from a producer's background. My co-founder, she's a technologist, and we are seeing how at the moment in terms of the funding for an entrepreneur's journey, for a company that needs to grow, that needs to scale, that needs to acquire global customers, it is still very challenging. We had a combination of grants from UK Trained Investment, then pre-seed investment, then we've been awarded a significant Innovate UK grant, and then we had our seed investment as well. We would like to recommend the UK funding landscape to integrate more seamlessly. I think that from all of our experiences, the VCs were not aware of the highly competitive selection process, how hard it is to get Innovate UK funding. And I'm sure that my fellow panelists here can confirm that. The VC partners and associates should be taken as judges for these grant selection. And have something like, bridging through joint events like demo days where companies can showcase what they have built throughout their programs. The aim is to break down silos between the public funding sector and the private sector, because the media and CreaTech have huge market opportunities. In our total available market, we're talking about 60,000 productions generating over 267 billion annually. That's a huge market sizing, and people should be aware of that because growing and scaling in the sector is very ambitious, and at the same time a huge opportunity for both private and public financiers to join. Thank you very much. Looking forward to your questions.
Okay, thanks, Maria. Really interesting in that you've emphasised there how the conditions have changed over the last few years, both in terms of the acceptance of the idea of a CreaTech company, but also I think in the benefits that your kind of approach brings to your customers. I recognise a lot of what you say about the need to integrate the funding landscape. I think we've been starting to experiment within UKRI about matching private investment and innovation grants, and I think there's much more to do there. We inevitably because this is so interesting. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to do two things. I'm going to pose one question to you all, and then I'm going to take one of the really interesting questions that have come up from the audience. So the question to us all is, what you've mapped out, I mean, you've all said this is a fantastic market opportunity, it's a fantastic opportunity for the UK. So which things should we be stimulating? Should we be stimulating greater collaboration between big companies and SMEs of different kinds, from the tech sector, from creative industries? Should we be stimulating conditions for new CreaTech firms to be established and to scale? Or should we be promoting the adoption of CreaTech products and services? Come on, who wants to go first? It is possible to say a combination of the above.
Yeah, no, actually, you go, Martha.
I was going to say, yes, I think a combination of the above. I think perhaps less so the last one. I mean, I think I don't know the extent to which we need greater promotion of those products. I think that they're doing pretty well already, right? I think that it really is about promoting CreaTech firms, very much so about promoting these collaborations across boundaries, because through those collaborations, there's a potential for spin-off companies. And I think for me, the key thing really is skills, right? And so that both sort of skills development, the whole from sort of secondary through to further education, higher education, but then also training within the workplace training, because it's about having that pipeline of talent coming through. And then if you're also encouraging the businesses and encouraging the collaborations, then that's where people can learn and hone their skills and then move, sort of through across industries as well.
Juan, you wanted to?
I was going to say something very similar to Martha, so I don't think I have a lot to add to that observation. That is a combination of all of these things and making sure that things don't fall through the cracks of the research system, innovation, and then entrepreneurship and skills.
So in a way, CreaTech thinking, conceptualizing this area of CreaTech helps us make those kind of choices and hopefully to come up with a kind of integrated kind of response that and better funding landscape that Maria's advocating, do you think?
In my view, it's also about getting more people from the creative industries excited about starting businesses. At the moment, we are seeing and we're talking with like budding producers or people who I have identified real problems, and they don't know where to start with setting up a business. And then they just try to identify the funding landscape, as I also kind of mentioned, in order to see how they can get kind of a sustainable business up and running. And the more this message is blasted out there, the more you would have experts from the industry addressing problems in the industry with tech solutions.
Okay, great. We could have talked about this for much longer, I suspect, and I'm sure we will do again. It's great. You can find the research that that Martha and Juan have published. If you want to explore this more, I'd like to thank all three of you for really fascinating presentations, and I'm now going to hand back to Janet. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Andrew, Juan, Martha, and Maria, for such a fascinating session. Your research is music to my ears. It's so helpful in enhancing understanding of the definition of CreaTech, demonstrating the value of the fusion of creative and technological talent and skills, and making the case for greater support for STEAM education, which I think we should take back to our creative careers colleagues on the Creative Industries Council. I loved your finding that CreaTech is a great channel for making other industries more productive too. This is the year of providing the evidence base from which to develop a cohesive and integrated growth plan for UK CreaTech. We look forward to working with you in taking the CIC CreaTech programme forward and breaking down silos between public sector funding and the private sector. Thanks so much for doing this project. Now, looking forward, 12 noon, we're back here on the CreaTech stage with another fascinating session looking forward to what the Olympics of the future might look like when CreaTech gets involved with it. And in the time between now and then, I'd like to push everybody who's been listening to this fascinating session today to check out CreaTech Ones to Watch. There's a booth about that in the virtual expo at cogX. It's a call for companies, projects, collaborations to self-select, to get involved in a CIC program to celebrate CreaTech in action. And there are only 2 weeks left to nominate yourself. We're looking to actually celebrate 100 different business entities in September and for the rest of the year. So please do find out more. It's free to get involved, and we'd love you to do so. See you all at 12 noon. See you then. Bye-bye.
future-facing sports, traditional sports broadcasts, and beyond. So the first person I want to introduce you to is James Dean. James, could you come on in?
Hello.
So James is, hello, buddy, is a good friend of mine and shares a birthday with me, which I think is a rarity when you find them in the world. And James is CEO of ESL UK, and specifically is here to not only talk about esports, but also about a new platform. So perhaps introduce yourself, and maybe we could show a little video of what Weaver's around.
Yes, thanks, Sol. And yeah, it's absolutely wonderful to be here at cogX. And I'm here to share, obviously, my experience within ESL. ESL is one of the world-leading esports companies. We operate esports tournaments all over the world. Obviously, we've been doing that very much online recently for obvious reasons. And but I'm here to talk about a really exciting project that we founded here in the UK. It was one of the first government investments into esports, but a wider speaking opportunity around audience of the future. It's part of the industrial strategy, and we landed a £4 million investment, which was match funded by industry as part of the industrial strategy fund, to basically explore new ways in which fans can experience and engage with their favorite competitive entertainment. And primarily esports, it's case in point, it is the audience of the future. Our audience on average age of around mid-20s, depending on the game. And it's quite a large global audience too. We are serving almost 500 million fans on an annual basis, and that is set to rise, especially in the last year. What we set out to explore was, how do we use immersive technology and AI, machine learning, lots of different XR to really build out a future experience for an audience and innovate with them. And we're lucky in esports because the fans tend to be very forgiving of new technologies, or they certainly embrace them and wholeheartedly. And if it creates a good and a positive experience for them, they really do take that forward. So we get very instant reactions, and either good and bad, obviously. So it started to be a project that we learned a huge amount from. It's a consortium, and I'll briefly mention the companies involved, but Rewind was one of them. ESL was the lead, but we also had Doc 10 up in Manchester, a production company, very well renowned in the UK, of course, doing lots of BBC and other shows. We had Cybula, which is a cloud-based AI company, and York University, who contributed a huge amount of their experience in artificial intelligence and lots of different algorithms. Future Visual, who created some very immersive experiences, which I'll touch on shortly, and Focal Point, who focused on Live 360 production. Now, as I say, esports is a very young audience, but we do believe that it will stem into the future of sports as well. What we find, and we talk to a lot of sports IPs, they're kind of losing their audience in the traditional manner. And I've got some great colleagues on this talk to share some additional experiences. So what we set out to do was build what we call the experience engine. And in a way, it's a kind of a bit of glue, and it pulls together all different technologies and platforms, social platforms, and different wearable tech, and basically use data in every single aspect of building out that experience, a bi-directional data flow of helping the audience interact and engage, not just with the IP itself, the sport or the esport, but also with each other. So in effect, what we do is bring this entire global ecosystem and put it into one place. So ultimately, that fan has every single choice to be able to pick up any type of device and get the best experience possible and engage with that sport. ultimately, what we also wanted to do was look at new ways of monetizing. We certainly esports, we struggle with the traditional media rights. There's no real factor of gaining a huge amount of revenue in terms of selling our rights to big global broadcasters. In fact, our main platform for our content is Twitch, and Twitch is monetized in a very different manner to traditional broadcast. So what we found ourselves having to do was really provide that direct value to the consumer in order for the consumer to be able to monetize for the value that they believe in and they want to find, as well as help sponsors and other partners get closer to that audience in a very natural manner. Now, what I'd like to do is run a video, and I'll actually talk over it and guide you through it. So hopefully we can play that now. That's great. So this is back in October. We went to Hamburg, which was one of the big ESL One events, and we basically tried out a few experiences. There's the logos of all the partners involved, and we set up a booth and we showed several things. We had a VR experience. What we're able to do was get inside the stadium and overlay lots of different points of data, so you can then almost interact with what you're seeing ahead. We had our mobile app, which allowed you to use it in the stadium, but also at home watching the stream to analyze what your favorite players and teams are doing. And it had an AI-driven narrative engine, so it's giving you a custom feed of the points of interest that you might have. It also served purpose by empowering other content creators to tell a better story. We also had an overlay, like an OTT overlay on Twitch, so that allowed people to dive into exactly what's going on and almost gamify the whole stream, because you can vote, you can look at different metrics. This is all personalized and tailored to the individual fans, so no one is getting the same experience. We also re-envisaged the virtual studio. It's amazing what you can do in that virtual space digitally, but we wanted to really try and bring new features, and we created the Holostrator with Doc10, which basically allowed you to interact with the components and what you can see. And finally, the XR experience, which is the ultimate. It's being able to go into a universe and really experience every aspect of those different use cases, bring your friends in, bring your favorite talent, the influencers, and really enjoy that video, the tournament. Now, we do have lots of examples of how this does translate into traditional sports too. And we'll look forward to talking about those shortly. But I think that's me, Sol.
Thanks so much, James. There's a hell of a lot you packed into your 5 minutes. Absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Let's bring in the other speakers today. So we've got Matt McCartney, and we've also got, very kindly, we've got Hannah Brown as well, who's actually flying somewhere in the world. Rarity. I remember we used to get on planes.
I know, crazy, hey?
I appreciate both your time. So maybe let's start with Matt. So Matt, you are head of XR at Sky Studios. Sky being one of the biggest broadcasters in the UK, and often the ones that seem to have the sports rights.
Hi, Sol. Yes, and again, thank you for having me along. It's going to be a very interesting chat. As you said, yes, I'm the head of XR at Sky. Really, mine and my team's core focus, it's very broad, is to look at how immersive technology can be used across a multitude of devices to elevate the viewing experience, which sounds very simple, but is actually probably quite complex. For the most part, over the last 2 years, we've been focused on releasing a virtual reality sports viewing platform, which we called Sky Worlds. And we partnered with long-term tech partners, Cosm and Tiled Media, to build that and launch that in October last year. Probably far easier than me talking about what it is to tee up the video that you have and just go straight into playing that, because it does a far better job than I ever will.
Let's do this. Live football on a Sunday in VR. Yes, please.
Oh, good goal. Damn it. It's like being in the stadium.
just gives you one up on everybody else who's watching it on TV.
I am at the goal end of Strathclyde Sirens. Big Pambo's just come through for an interception. Hey, guys!
Welcome to Extreme E. Here we go.
This is going to be Molly Taylor winning the first ever Extreme E X Prix. She crosses the line.
Can I get some virtual reality popcorn? It's a totally immersive movie watching experience. Basically, you get your own personal cinema and the best seat in the house. You're all together watching the movie in this cinema. It can be a social experience, even if you're not in the same room.
Oh my God, I've got all the Sky Sports channels in one place. Wow.
Wow, you lucky Sky VIP customers.
There you have it.
A video does paint 1,000 words. That's amazing. That sounds, I can't wait to dig into it. And Hannah, thank you so much for squeezing us into your hectic schedule, by the sounds of it, bouncing around. You are Chief Strategy and Business Development Officer at Formula E, one of the more future-facing sports, in my opinion. Tell me about your role, and then we can see a little bit about your sport. The video I can't wait to see.
Well, great, and thanks very much everyone for having me. I really appreciate it. And apologies that I'm have to be a bit mindful of how loud I talk because I'm sat in the airport lounge. I'm actually on my way out to Mexico for our 8th and 9th races of our 7th season. As you rightly said, Formula E is a forward-thinking championship. When you think about when Formula E was, incepted by Alejandro Agag and Alberto Longo, they were pretty ahead of their time. When you think about the regulatory tailwinds that we now have, both at the city, regional, country level, alongside the commitments that brands, not just car manufacturers, but brands are making around net zero carbon, their impact on society and the legacies that they want to leave in the future. And I think as we run into COP26, we will see, yet another big global push about the importance of sustainability. For us, it's all about putting sport at the heart of that and allowing brands to come and tell, I hate the word authentic, but a really meaningful story about them being associated with, wanting to deliver a better future. And so we talk about, how we have the ability to influence audiences around a better future and allow brands to come and be part of that storytelling versus then just going out and putting out media campaigns. So as a result, Formula E from a sporting perspective has a huge commercial program, and a commercial program versus probably any other sport, which, is, a very, very significant number, well over 100 million in commercial revenue alone. When you think about how young we are as a sport, shows that we've got this kind of really big intent and support behind us from a brand point of view, and also the cities within which we race. What we're doing as a management team is thinking really hard about how we develop the kind of consumer proposition and really working with broadcasters and how we distribute content and tell stories and engage the next generation of sports fans. So great to be here with you all. I'm sure there'll be some questions coming. We have got a little video here. So for those of you that don't know much about Formula E, you can understand a little bit more about us.
It starts with vision. To be faster, to be cleaner. This is how we build a better future. This is Formula E. Pioneering teams racing at the heart of iconic cities in a fusion of real and virtual. Teams, partners, pace setters and pioneers united and positively charged, defending the planet by attacking the track. Formula E. Change accelerated.
Wow. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, what a panel of people to bring together to discuss this. And we are loosely talking around Olympics, but I think we're really talking about sport and how we engage with it. And the Olympics is that upper echelon of every 4 years trying to bring the world together and allow us to all compete. So I guess the first real questions is audiences are changing. I believe this, and we all do too. And we're trying to engage with them. And I love what you said, Hannah, about trying to engage with them in authentic ways. I feel that this is a question for everybody to answer. It's not individual, but I feel that esports is one of the most, it is a super fast growing sport, but it has that authenticity in it at its core, but its challenges are how it kind of monetizes and gets itself to it. Whereas traditional sports are lagging, and Matt, you're trying to look into it, and Hannah, you've managed to bridge that gap of trying to hold, bring something new without having any of the shackles of the old licensing models to kind of hold you back. But what is it, do we think, to start with James, how do you think this kind of esports methodology is going to filter back into turn of traditional sports?
Yeah, so I don't think, you'll probably be surprised to hear, I don't think the demand for esports will overtake traditional sports at all. We're human and we like physicality, the world of physicality. What I think it will do is converge. So effectively, what we're seeing in esports is that we're playing with a digital metaverse, basically, in digital worlds, and we're competing by connecting our brains directly with a computer, in effect. But that's about as far as it goes, and we use our hands but then we're starting to see using VR technology in order to create tournaments around that too. And then we start to untether ourselves, and we see things like Hado, which is a Japanese game where you're in a tennis court basically, and you're firing fireballs at each other and using virtual shields, but it's very, very physical. And then on the flip side, we see wonderful new emerging traditional sports that bring that kind of technology into it with it. So ultimately, I'd envisage, never watching a game of football in the same way, because ultimately it's kind of gamified for me. It is an esport, but it's also people running around in a football field, kicking a real ball into a real goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess, Matt, the challenge being about how do you are lucky to have the rights to many of the sports that we traditionally engage with, but perhaps talk on what your approach, and also do you feel that you are engaging the current fan base in the way they want to be engaged with?
Well, let me start by sort of echoing what James was just saying, and I sort of agree. I think what we're going to see over the next couple of years, whether it's 5 years, whether it's a bit more, is a shift in audience expectation as to how they actually view things. And you're going to have this almost hybrid mixed reality world where you're able to watch a live event, be it in a stadium, quite possibly, or on your big telly on your wall. And what you're watching then is augmented. And what you start to see is effectively data overlays. All these sports have, tremendous amounts of data. And I think it's going to be down to folks like Sky and other broadcasters as to how we display that data, how we draw that out. And I'm very excited. We do it in VR already. That's the perfect medium for it. But as you alluded to earlier, it's not a ubiquitous device, and it's not ever going to be. But I think the next generation of sort of 5G enabled smartware that will start to drop over the next couple of years could very well become that device. And once you're heading down that sort of route, your ability to sort of engage with the sport, draw out that data, draw out hologrammatic performances or commentary. You could look at a TV screen, for example, with a pair of smart glasses on, and track the player, and suddenly all that player's stats are up on the screen or floating in the space around you. Run 400 meters, 4 passes complete, all of that sort of stuff. So I think we will see over the next couple of years that sort of coming together of the digital world and the physical world. And I think it'll be down to things like the smartware and, to a lesser extent, the mobile devices in the world today that bridge that gap.
Do you think the audiences for traditional sports are waning? There's always a fear that people are worried that the younger audiences are more engaged with gaming and esports than they are involved with traditional sports. There was films like there's a lot of downward pressure on to try and enable that next audience.
I personally don't believe so. I think all of us here have probably got young kids and families and know people having watched it, and my young children engage with physical sports and love it just as much as gaming. So I don't think there's any danger of folks not following, their local football teams, cricket teams, rugby teams, whatever it happens to be. That's always going to be a part of our culture. I think what we need to do is just find ways of elevating that engagement, crossing through some of what would be seen as the traditional boundaries for viewership in those particular sports. I'm super proud of the work that Sky have just done with Netball England and the Vitality Netball Super League. I think we were the first people to put that live in VR with triple camera switching and so forth, and playing into an Oculus Quest that may traditionally have been seen as a device that is not, for your average netball viewer. I think it's been great trying to break that down and present it in that way. I think it's our responsibility to take all these sports and bring these tech together and try and expose them as widely as possible across the demographics within the UK and within the world.
Yeah, I do want to build on that, Max. I think it's a great point. And for those of us that follow the global media market, I mean, we've just seen a 10-year extension of the NFL deal that doubled the price of what it was sold at previously to all the incumbent broadcasters. We've just seen the end of the which is just a phenomenal number, right? To over 10 billion a year between the 5 broadcasters of the NFL. And what you've seen there is Amazon have come in now and taken, they were involved in the last round. They've decided to extend. So, in terms of broadcast and how they distribute content and their model for distribution, it's different to the other domestic broadcasters in the US. But that's then backed up by, I've just read a report yesterday about the huge success that they had in the ad market upfronts, in the unprecedented ad dollars coming back into the US market, and that all centered around live sport. So I think the idea that live sport won't still be relevant, and I think that you look at what CBS did around the NFL last season, where they did they did their normal CBS game, but they also did a transmission specifically through Nickelodeon. So think about how they use the kind of broader CBS assets in order to reach those audiences. And I think, when you look, to Sky, I mean, Sky have had an unprecedented year in terms of live sport audiences. Sure, people being stuck at home has helped that to some extent. We also saw, really exciting and competitive end to both football seasons, with Liverpool winning last year and then a very tight contest this year. So there are all sorts of other factors that drive interest, and I think the great thing is that whether you're a rights holder, you're a club, you're an athlete, you are thinking about how you engage fans across a variety of platforms. And when I roll that across to us at Formula E, we're young and we're thinking about how we grow in the long term. And we're 6-7 years old, and in terms of sporting narrative, we're still incredibly young. But because we started from scratch, we got to rip up some of the rule books. So what we do around fan engagement and digitization of our sporting experience, I think, is very different to anyone else. So we have this concept of attack mode, where the drivers have to drive over a certain portion of the track, they get a power boost. We have this concept of fans being able to vote for their favorite driver and being able to give them a bit more power as part of that. And as we're in our 2nd generation car, and we go to our new generation car in season 9. So at the end of the season, one more season, and then we have our new car. And we are thinking more about how we bring fans closer to our drivers, make that content appropriate for use across a number of platforms. But I think this idea that sport on TV is dead, I think will outlive all of us on this call our professional lifetime.
I absolutely agree, Hannah. It was more about the demographic is changing, and I was wanting to dig deeper into your ability, and what you have had being a new future-facing sport is that trying to change some of the rules of engagement to enable you to get to audiences where they want to be. And a lot of the traditional sports are bogged down by the licensing contracts. I mean, it's interesting to see there's another 10-year contract that almost feels like a reaction to try and hold on to the rights to control them for as long as they can over the next period.
That's actually, it's kind of interesting though, because the US they think our European rights cycles are crazy. They just don't operate. All their deals are on 8 to 12-year deals. There's very few deals, even the Premier League, which here is around most of the world, is sold in 3-year cycles. In the US, the last time around was on a 6-year cycle. So, the US has because it is such a big and important market, and the need for these broadcasters to go and tell a long-term story in order to return the ad dollars out the market, because it's pay TV is prevalent throughout the country, albeit that's dropped a bit. You're still seeing 80-85% of homes are taking most premium sports. So the ad market, to tell a story and extract that properly. When you look at the US pay TV market, ESPN is still in 85 million homes. It's still a very, very big pay TV market. Like, they're looking at an absolute worst case scenario of that number potentially falling to, 55, 60 million homes. You compare that to Sky's business in the UK with, around about 5 million sports customers. You see how strong that pay TV market is in the US. So, but I think this point around how you attract and engage audiences and how we use content on different platforms so that they become aware, we grow fandom, they get to know the athletes, they're excited about the sport. And, I was reading yesterday about, the impact, and we've all, seen the impact of Drive to Survive on Formula One, but, in the US where Formula One's always struggled to cut through because, their interest in their domestic racing series and not being that interested in anything coming from around the world. But I think the numbers I saw was that ESPN were getting just under 1 million average audience, which is, I think, over double than what they were getting previously, or 50% up. It's anyway significantly up. And I think the impact of Drive to Survive to reach a new audience. So we talk about gaming and how we reach new audiences, but how we also, touch onto other parts of the family and make sport relevant and part of the kind of conversation, both at home and, you always use the water cooler chat, but which maybe in the last year feels a little less relevant, but how you make sport relevant to people, and we also see gaming and tapping into a gaming market also is important. And James and I have talked long about this over the years, and at Formula E, we have launched a kind of virtual racing series for all sorts of reasons. We want to make people feel like they've got a chance to participate. When they win, we put them in a real life Formula E car. We're right at the beginning, but I think there's a really exciting opportunity where, especially in motor racing, where the cost to compete and to take part is super expensive. That of all sports, the virtual experience is a direct read across. Now, is it a big e-sport? Absolutely not. But can we create opportunities and excitement, for other people to come and watch, people racing in a virtual environment, feeling, well, that's not too far away. I could imagine being part of that. So, it's definitely complicated, but we've just got to try and think up simple solutions of how we drive relevancy and excitement and characters. And it's important for the athletes to realize they have a responsibility in this, and I think esports, I'm sure James won't disagree with me. So some of the struggles we have is some of these characters are not that marketable and they're difficult to get other people excited about them. So
I think in all sports we have plenty of those sorts of characters. I don't think it's just esports. There's plenty of unmarketable characters which we have to be careful with. I mean, that does touch on a good point, and moving the subject slightly on, but do you think the technologies that we have, and I'm not talking about the technologies of the car that you guys are racing in, but more about the technologies are changing, of esports are changing the idea of an athlete? Traditional sports in our world are often, we consider that you have to have physical prowess, and, to be at the top echelon, you need to have, been born with a certain genetic disposition to be able to be physically large, fast, or anything else. Esports is a very different playing field that people can play within, and it's an utterly level. There is, all of us can play pretty much, and we could all get to the top of that sport. And I think there's something interesting around that. And then specifically within the Olympics, there seems to be a small test group of esports rolling out in this year's competition. And so the question is, do we think esports and digital sports will end up on the same roster in an Olympics in the future?
I mean, just to start there, I think the interesting thing is you don't see much about an esports athlete. They're sitting and staring at a computer screen, basically. So really, apart from, there is definitely the popularity contest. It's, I like the look of that guy, or I've got something in common with him, maybe same country or region or whatever. But what the data allows is it's about access. It's about access to, their social feeds, but also what's behind them, what's going on inside their head. What does their performance mean if I was to analyze what's going on? And I think we're seeing a lot more of that in traditional sports too. But at the core, that is esports. Like when these athletes are performing, we're actually looking at their virtual avatar that they're controlling. That's what we're actually observing in terms of performance. So it's kind of, how is that person controlling that avatar? What are they doing special? How does that differ to the other people playing or the other team playing? And, I like this person because of X, Y, and Z. Are they going to make me proud? Can I predict how well they can do? Can I have a laugh and a social experience with my friends in in experiencing that. And so I think, yeah, it's about access. Technology is giving us unprecedented access on the stuff we cannot see, basically.
I think to follow up on that point, it's quite interesting. And Sol, I think with your background, you'll agree with this. I hope that a few years ago there was lots and lots of talk and lots of hype around what technology could do and promise, and certain, you know, AR wearables that will change the world and all of this sort of stuff. And it all fell a little bit flat, if we're honest. It just wasn't there. Roll on a few years to now, and I think we're actually at the point where not just devices at the consumer end, but actually core platform-centric technology up in the cloud, albeit 5G delivery, which will give you low latency for streams and data into those headsets, is being realized. And I think it's those things coming along now that are going to allow mass adoption or mass viewing capability by audiences. So you've got those two things coming together. You've got the technology finally delivering on its promise, and you've got now the sports and the contents and the rights and the people wanting to invest in it and look at it to bring those to those audiences.
Absolutely. I mean, as you know, Hannah, you have, like you're saying about the digital Formula E racing series, and then you transition them over. Maybe you could talk about how that works for you guys. Is it just a way of bringing fans in, or do you think it will ever stand up as you'll have a digital series and a true esport?
A great question. I mean, so firstly, in terms of like the tie back to the Olympics, I think that Peter Beyer at the FIA is, you know, very vocal about, you know, his ambitions for, you know, for motorsport, you know, using virtual racing to be part of the Olympics. So, you know, whether it's virtual racing or, you know, how that plays through the electric, you know, through, I say the electric ladder, but all motorsport ladder, from karting right up to taking part in, you know, world championship events. So, you know, we have run now 2 of these events over kind of a 6 or 8 week period, both in 2 separate blocks. One last year when the world shut down, then we did another one in January, February. You know, to James's point, getting this stuff onto TV is difficult, and whilst the digital platforms can do a, you know, great job in terms of ease of distribution, you know, for us in particular, you know, engaging and reaching a new audience and driving awareness, then, you know, there still is a role to play for TV. And when the schedules are busy, then this sort of content is something that is pretty difficult to get scheduled, as James has alluded to. So, look, I think it will be a long-term play. And I think that how we join together this kind of aspiration, kind of X Factor type experience where, you know, not everyone, like, we all like to sing in the shower, but most of us aren't any good to go, aren't good enough to go on X Factor. So what I call is like a broadcast replacement product. So how we can use virtual gaming as another broadcast product, be it on whatever platform that might be. How we can, once we go back racing, potentially tie that into, let's say, you know, and none of this is planned or we've got the execution like strategy lined up just yet, but, you know, you can imagine Friday nights, free ticketing. You know, the great thing about Formula E is we're in city centres largely, so we're really easy for people to get to. They don't have to drive an hour and a half. You know, we could, you know, we've always believed in a really affordable ticketing strategy, ticketing strategy. So you can imagine Friday nights where, you know, the drivers come and participate for 25 minutes, half an hour. We've got some qualifiers from the local city that are taking part in racing, do free ticketing, and, you know, a few characters, and kind of build it into the experiential experience. If I can call it an experience, we can build it into the experience. And how we then complement that with, you know, potentially other, like, you know, mobile integrations, which are lighter touch, and console gaming. So, you know, we are very much at the beginning of our journey. You know, we are integrating our IP into a number of like broadly available games, but I think drawing it all up together into a kind of coherent story about, you know, why as a young mobile gamer you really enjoy playing Formula E stuff, and, like, you know, whether we can incentivize you through merch and licensing opportunities to come down and, you know, spend a Friday night with us at a race, come and join our race with your family, you know, maybe watch someone that's come through the ranks a bit, maybe they've come through virtual gaming into an electric kart and into a junior series, and now you can come and watch them and be part of the aspirational experience. So, but this is all, you know, 5-10 year plans. It takes time to build that. So we're at the very beginning of that journey, but you know, it's something that is, you know, when we think of the, you know, 3 to 5 things that are on our list of how we develop and grow our business, and this is absolutely one of them.
I think there's just to kind of build on that, I think what we have now is a breakwater point in the quality of technology. So the esports world has often been stylized, as James was talking about, moving an avatar around within a space, be it questing, jumping, fighting, driving, or anything in between. But the output of the latest game engine technologies is broadcast quality. And so within your space, within your Formula E digital experience, if the camera angles were created in the same way and the drama was distributed in the same way, I'd be very hard pushed the audience to be able to tell the difference between the game engine output and the real world. I think the big challenge, though, that we miss with a lot of esports is that drama that you get from something happening in the real world and being driven by humans, the not knowing what might happen. Will they make this corner? Will they crash? Will it all happen? And knowing that it's physical and real definitely has a bigger impact to the narrative and a bigger excitement to what's going on. We do get that in esports, but it doesn't have the same level of drama that you do with a physical sport.
Exactly.
That's what I feel anyway, at the moment.
No, I think that's exactly right. And I mean, it's even amazing when you watch when the real drivers are driving the virtual environment versus the esports drivers. And the real drivers, don't put on a great spectacle because they drive it like it's a bumper car and there's loads of smashes, whereas the esports drivers take it much more seriously and are much more mindful of each other. But I think that's right. And I think it comes back to why does it matter? Because sport has to matter and you have to care about the people. And so hence why this, people can enjoy racing against each other, which is great, and they want to watch it. But in order to be appealing for anyone else, they've got to be drawn into the story, which is why we all fall in love with the Olympics. And it doesn't matter if it is, archery, rowing, swimming, or whatever, or 4 people
really
skiing down
into
a mountain.
karate.
Well, because but the broadcasters, and they've been doing it for a long time, do a really great job of hooking us into those stories about why we care about people and why we care about the outcome. And we all finish the Olympics and think, I'm definitely going to watch karate for the next 4 years, and then we don't, because understandably the broadcasters get distracted and they've got other stories to tell. So I think we have to remember that and realize you can't just create content and hope people are watching. You've really got to come up with a real reason which drives people to engage. And I'm using the X Factor as an example, but it's that they tell great stories and you see this kind of human endeavor and the chance that that someone makes it. I end up somehow or other with insomnia watching the I don't think Netflix made the film, it was on Netflix, the James Corden Paul Potts story. He did James Corden played Paul Potts, and I hadn't really I kind of heard about the Paul Potts story, but I hadn't really watched a lot of Britain's Got Talent. But it's these stories that connect people and make them care, and I think that it's important that with esports we think about that. If we want to reach a broader audience and make it aspirational, then how we build characters, I think, is going to be important. How we create pathways for them that other people want to aspire to.
Yeah, may I add to that? I mean, if you think about it, video gaming it's interactive entertainment, right? And ultimately, it allows you to do things that you can't do in real life, ultimately. And many of the very popular esports tend to be set in the fantastical world, and you're playing characters that can't really exist in real life, and they can't do things that you can do in real life. The other way around. So when you look at sort of transitional digital versions of an actual traditional sport, it's more of a way of access, because I'd love to go out and buy myself a Formula E car and drive it around the track, but it's going to cost me several million euros, so I'm not going to do that. But the next best thing, I could set up an amazing rig at home. I can have the virtual reality headset. I can have a steering wheel, and I can feel like I'm an actual driver. And then I can start competing with other friends and other people and other communities and the real drivers at some point, to the point where actually maybe I am good enough to drive a Formula E car, and I could, as Hannah says, I could rise the ranks and go into electric karting and find a career for myself. Obviously, that's not the goal. That's not why I did it, but it's just an absolutely fantastic way in which an audience can actually participate in that traditional sport.
Well, I guess kind of leads us into the kind of final questions and a little bit of future gazing. We're all working in the here and now, but where do we think an Olympics is going to look like in the next, let's go a long way out, 20 years time? What sports are being played? How are fans engaging with it? How are we attending with it? What technologies are enabling this kind of space that we might be living in?
Yeah. I mean, Matt might be much better, placed on. Could I imagine in 20 years' time that across football, I mean, football probably is like, a really obvious one. Like, can you imagine like a global community of people coming into like this kind of, huge draft of, around the world? They're all playing virtually. They're not traveling to the event. They're like in some massive knockout ladder that takes them through to the finals, and how that associates with the football Olympics, I don't know on the real side, but you could imagine something like that happening. Whether they're going to award them a gold medal for it or not, TBC. But 20 years feels long enough that no one will play back this video and hold us to account for it. So, but you feel like you could imagine that happening.
I think it's probably something along the lines of hybrid, isn't it? From a broadcast perspective, I think the engagement for something like the Olympics and other sports will be very different. I look forward to the world where, whether it's football or track and field or whatever event it is, full live, real-time volumetric streaming means I don't have to watch it on TV anymore. It is that sort of hologram, almost the Star Wars chess moment, isn't it? It just plays on my kitchen table. So I think you'll get a point where viewers from around the world will be able to literally watch the thing for real, walk around it in all dimensions and view it. I can probably see a world from a competitor's perspective where you do get a bit hybrid. It would be interesting to see whether you do get certain sports being competed and folks don't need to go there because it is virtual and digital, and maybe that plays into, I was quite interested what you were saying a minute ago, so about sort of that old school understanding that athletes with a physical prowess and they had certain attributes. Well, actually, I think esports is the same. I think there are people that are heavily predisposed with higher hand-eye coordination or better dexterity or reflex and reaction. That is just another physical attribute showing itself for another event type thing and competition. So I think you will see all of that coming together. But for me, from the broadcast perspective, it's got to be about how those events are presented back into the homes, back into the viewers around the world. And I think in 20 years' time, it will be full holograms, lovely real time. You'll be able to walk around, you'll be able to pause it, stop it. You can almost do that today, actually. There are certain technologies there that allow you to stop. You touched on games engines, and we've not really talked about them, but they sit at the heart of being able to render, capture out, and have that sort of deep analysis, that understanding, stop the shot, swivel it around, watch it from the goalie's perspective. Things that I'm super interested in are, take cricket, for example, Jofra Archer bowling a ball down you at 1,000 miles an hour, capture that, and then 30 seconds later in a device, you're able to experience that from the batsman's perspective. That's incredible. And I think those are the types of things over the next 10, 20 years that will just become the norm. And I truly believe audiences will drive that expectation. They're becoming smarter, they're demanding more, they're expecting more. I think broadcasters have the responsibility to deliver more. And it'll be that everyone jumping, everybody gaming up to get to that point, which is great. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, and to build on exactly what Hannah and Matt said, you take the global aspect of this audience and you basically put them all into a metaverse, in effect. I think we're moving towards that idea where ultimately there will always be the very premium experience will be there on the ground, physically watching the events unfold and having that very physical experience, probably with a lot of augmented reality and wearing your glasses or whatever it is. But then for all the rest of those people, not only will it be watching and viewing within that metaverse as if you're in that space pretty much, but you will also be able to compete. You'll be able to put your own stakeholding in there. If a goal has just been scored, you could go and walk up to a virtual goal and kick a virtual ball and see if you can do the same thing. And that's an ever-evolving process. And, the game engines are absolutely, and cloud technology and then delivery with 5G will absolutely get us to that point. And as the screen technology and that immersive experience starts to become more real, you're just going to naturally fall into it. But I still think we'll always, in premium, want to get back to the physical space. Even in esports, the best experience is what's behind me because you're in amongst it.
So I think when we look at stuff, and you're absolutely right, when we look at anything we do at Sky, and when we look at we're building Sky Worlds, we ask, two really simple questions. What is the next best thing to being at the event? How can you, when you go to a stadium, it's 20, 30,000 people, there's hundreds of thousands or even millions of people that are disappointed that they can't get there for any number of reasons. So how do you serve that side? And then once you're doing that, what can you offer those folks engaging through those devices that is above and beyond what the folks in the real world will be seeing? Where do you differentiate? Where can you offer those guys extra on top of it? And you know, answer those questions.
Absolutely. Well, you're all building that future, I think, and we'll build off of that over 20 years. Although 20 years feels like a long time. Remember that it was only 2001 was 20 years ago, and we remember that all pretty clearly. And so it's not that far away before we'll be looking at where we'll end up with the Olympics. But thank you.
No, it was always a bit depressing to think it's now 20 years since I graduated from university. So, oh no, when I got to university, sorry. I don't want to age myself even more.
Well, you missed the start of it. James and I share a birthday, so we know exactly how old each other are. Yeah. And happy birthday for last weekend.
Yeah, you too, Sol.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Well, thank you so much for joining me on the call. I mean, a really, really interesting, fascinating look at it. Like I said, I do think that all three of you, and there are many people in our industry, are already building the bedrock and trying to engage fans. But I think the drama of live sport is something, and the drama of live is something that we all want and miss. On demand is phenomenal. You know, we can watch any movie at any time, and we can play a game whenever we want. But when it's a destination, when it's a time and a moment that creates something in history, and it's played with real people, and we're not sure how the end result will end out, that is something we all have a passion for. And getting audiences closer to that through technology is just going to be really exciting over the next period. Especially, you know, Sky Worlds have been breaking ground, esports is exploding, and Hannah, that hybrid approach you've got is just really, really great. And we'll see how maybe one day Formula E is an Olympic sport. Who knows? I'll back that.
Who knows? Exactly.
Who knows? But thank you all for joining me, and thanks for cogX for having us along. It's really appreciated, and especially thanks for Janet for putting this all together. I think CreaTech itself is really a leading voice for bringing together, as I said at the very beginning of this, art and technology, and it's the application and innovation. And the UK has a very specific and very special position within the world to use our understanding of the creative industries and bring it out through CreaTech. So thank you all for coming along today.
Oh, thank you for having us, Sol. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Really absolute pleasure.
Thanks so much, Sol, James, Matt, and Hannah. What an exciting discussion about the future. 20 years hence, the most far-sighted view that we've had over our CreaTech stage in the last couple of days. So we're thinking that esports will not overtake traditional sports, but they will converge into a hybrid mixed reality world. So what will the Olympics look like in 10 years' time? Looks like the broadcasters are doing a brilliant job of using new technology to enhance their audience experience. But is virtual gaming another broadcast product of the future? And I'd like to challenge James Dean to say, what can Weaver, this fantastic new experience engine that he's developed courtesy of the collaborative work with UKRI, what can it contribute to this evolution and this expansion in the future? And what can we do at the Commonwealth Games in 2022 in Birmingham to start to get that whole movement going? Thanks very much for your time. Our next session is at 1:30. And we look forward to seeing you there, where we'll be talking about portals into the metaverse. Can't think of anything better. See you then. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the CreaTech stage at the cogX Hybrid Festival 2021, co-curated with the UK Creative Industries Council, a forum between government and industry which brings together all sides of the creative industries, from film to fashion, advertising to architecture, games to music, performance to publishing. You can find out more about us at thecreativeindustries.co.uk. A big thank you to our CreaTech partners and allies, Digital Catapult, Facebook, Moore Kingston Smith, and UKRI AHRC. I'm Janet Hull, and I lead the CreaTech programme for the Creative Industries Council, and I'm also Director of Marketing Strategy at the IPA. It's my pleasure to be your MC today. I'm really looking forward to our next session, a 30-minute conversation about portals into the metaverse. The word metaverse has been on CreaTech stage already this week. It's obviously a hot topic right now. Herman Narula and Ben Vickers discussed it on Monday, and we've been hearing about NVIDIA launching a virtual world and Epic Games bringing together $1 billion to launch a metaverse. So there's some big players on the act. Nevertheless, there's still lots of room for innovators and startups. In this session, we're going to hear from Inda Full, CEO and founder of Pixel Links, and Robbie Young, CEO Animoca Brands. They'll talk about their work developing collectible goods at the cutting edge of gaming, music, fashion, and art as portals into the metaverse. Over to you guys.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, Robbie, how are you?
Good. How are you, Inder?
Yeah, I'm very good, thanks. Yeah, super excited, and it's a pleasure to be on this talk with you. Of course, I've been a fan of Animoca for a while, and I guess just to give context for everyone watching in, really the kind of overarching discussion that we wanted to touch on was the metaverse, gaming, and how these kind of pillars are starting to shape society as we go forward. Gaming's always had a natural, really important place in culture, and it seems like it's starting to consume culture even more than ever before. And I think the COVID pandemic has also sped things up massively in a number of different ways. So just quickly on my background, I'm the CEO of Pixel Links. Our vision is to basically bring fans closer to their favorite artists and brands using blockchain and gaming technology. We see a really interesting opportunity to create almost a new form of content and a new format that basically pushes the boundaries of storytelling whilst giving fans new ways to engage and interact with their favorite brands and IP. Robbie, I'd love to hear a little bit more on your background, and then we can jump into Animoca and how you got there.
Sure. Well, I've always been in telecoms, media, and technology, TMT, over the past very long time. Let's just say I started out in analog before digital, so that we'll put that timeline in the sand. And you know, have spent the last 10 years focused on games at Animoca, originally purely on mobile and now across all platforms. And one of the things that we've really focused on these last 4 years has been the intersection of blockchain technology and games, because it's our belief that we're at a sort of an inflection point in technology, where we're starting to see, you know, games have been for a long time the largest mass entertainment medium. So they are, you know, there's more distribution and more people playing games than consuming any other type of medium. And so it's very exciting to connect that audience with new technology. And so we think that games are a great way to bring blockchain to a mass audience, and at the same time give them all kinds of features and ways to experience game environments, metaverses, whatever you want to call them, in brand new ways that will really benefit them as consumers.
Amazing. Animoca has definitely been at the forefront of this space, this kind of gaming blockchain overlap for the past, I guess, since its development over the last 5 years. And, you know, you've just recently reached unicorn status with your very auspicious raise of $88,888,000.88, I believe. Can you tell us a little bit more about the overarching ecosystem of the Animoca brands kind of group? And tell us a bit more about the ventures and investments. Yeah.
So we basically, when we started out, you know, we got into blockchain gaming actually in partnership with a company then called Axiom Zen, now called Dapper Labs, with a product called CryptoKitties that they created. So we were their partner to publish CryptoKitties in Greater China. And that was, you know, that was the original blockchain game project, the original NFT project. You know, I'm sure there's going to be debates on Twitter about that statement, but it was the first one to really, I think, capture the public imagination. And it caught our imagination as well. And so from that point, we decided to pivot all our attention for our game business on blockchain games and on what it meant to introduce blockchain technology into games. And so from there, we started to create partnerships. We were already the largest licensee of third-party brands in mobile gaming. And so we continued to sort of double down on that strategy and also look towards bringing in licensed content into blockchain games as well, because we felt that this was a strategy that would really connect well with the potential of blockchain for gaming, which is on two fronts. One is true digital ownership of content, and the other one is interoperability of content. And so I think on the ownership piece, definitely brands resonate with consumers. And so if we can come to them with entertainment products of brands they know and love, then the ability to own those items as in-game, you know, playable items, we thought would be a fantastic opportunity that would really catch their attention. So we launched a game called F1 Delta Time in partnership with Formula One, and that was our first sort of major brand partnership in the blockchain game space.
Interesting. And we'll touch on some of those in a second. I guess the ecosystem that you have in Animoca with a number of different properties like the Sandbox, for example, Formula One Delta Time, they're all using slight different variations of blockchain technology. But in a way, I mean, Animoca is building a metaverse in a number of different formats, I think. So before we go into that, could you describe, I guess, from your perspective, what the metaverse is or could be, and how would you kind of explain it to a novice?
Sure. So the best way to explain the metaverse is to recommend you read a book called Snow Crash, because that was the gateway drug for a lot of us who started in the 90s thinking about what it could mean to have a metaverse. But there have been fantastic, Hollywood interpretations of that, everything from the Matrix to Ready Player One. The idea being that there is a virtual reality, where we can live our digital selves, our digital lives, and interact with each other. Although I think that that's the most straightforward analogy, that you basically go into a three-dimensional version of, like living in a movie or something like that. And there are companies out there that are working to create those type of persistent environments, ourselves included. We have a project called the Sandbox that aims at doing that. However, I do think it's appropriate that we use the term metaverse actually as a more generic concept of how we're living digital lives now in parallel to our physical lives. So in fact, social media, should be part of the definition of a metaverse, and other types of content consumption, because the reality is we're all spending a lot more time, as you said at the beginning, especially, exacerbated by the pandemic, online communicating with each other, either in a version of a physical interaction like us here on a video, or if we were represented by avatars of each other, we may have the same experience, but because they're avatars, we might then call it a metaverse experience.
Interesting. And I guess, when you think about where the metaverse is going, NFTs specifically seem to have a lot of power in terms of the nature of how these digital ecosystems will evolve. And I guess some people ask the question, are they needed in these contexts? And I think, the Sandbox gives a very good example of how NFTs and blockchain technology can work to change, almost create a new economic tool for people to, in a way, earn a living from playing in some of these games. In some cases, also just having ownership over their kind of assets and in-game items that they've purchased. But could you touch a little bit on the role of NFTs in the metaverse and how these two are kind of almost exist in a symbiosis together in the future?
So I think what NFTs and blockchain provide to the idea of a metaverse really is an economy, most fundamentally, an actual economy that economists would recognize as such, and as a result, democratization. So something like Minecraft, for example, or Roblox, those are also metaverses. World of Warcraft is a metaverse, but they are essentially top-down economies. It's like living in a fiefdom, basically, because everything is controlled by the developer, and so there are a lot of limits on what can and cannot be done, because the assets, everything you see and interact with, belongs to the developer, and you spend time and money essentially enjoying their environment, a little bit like going to a theme park, right? You go to the theme park, you enjoy it, but you don't get to take anything home. Imagine if you have to leave everything from the gift shop at the theme park when you go out the door. That's kind of the experience. Whereas what we can do now with NFTs is, because we can offer this potential of having true digital ownership of those objects that you interact with in the metaverse, whether it's your own avatar or the virtual house you build for yourself, or whatever those objects are, because they can be owned by the users, then the users feel a sense of ownership. And I know that sounds paradoxical, but they will tend to then invest their time and money into the reality of their experience in the metaverse, because they know it means something. And the extension of that would be the play-to-earn business model, which you mentioned. So because there is an actual economy which is underpinned by the security of blockchain, it allows people to then exchange their goods inside the metaverse. You can have commerce, and that's something that changes the experience dramatically, because once you enable commerce, you enable people to recoup some of the investment they make in the metaverse and create things from which they can profit. So for example, users can generate their own content, which they can sell to other users and generate a profit.
It's really fascinating. I think when you start to look at gaming, gaming as it is, but then gaming as a tool for social mobility as well. And I think there's some really interesting examples of people, playing in some of these ecosystems, whether it's just selling NFTs or actually kind of selling in-game assets in things like Axie Infinity or Sandbox, down the line. Like, what do you think about the role of gaming in terms of a tool for social mobility? Do you think it will get to that stage where people from, let's say, third world countries actually earn a better living through in-game interaction as opposed to real life interaction?
Definitely. I think that potential is always there because it's just another type of remote digital work. And so whether you're picking up the phone for a call center or you're grinding away hours in a game to produce in-game rewards, there's no difference. You're still getting paid for the time and the hours of labor that you're putting in. I think the interesting thing is that as a game developer, we've actually always had this kind of concept in gaming where when you create a game, you create different paths in a free-to-play game. You create a path for grinders, who are people who grind basically literally hours and hours trying to achieve something in the game in order to increase their success. And then you have another path, which is the spending path, because there are people who enjoy playing games who may be, cash rich but time poor, business executives who like to play games when they're waiting in line at the airport, for example, and they're happy to spend $5, $10, $20 on an in-app purchase to save time in the game, whereas the starving student at university would rather spend 5 hours playing the game, grinding away for the same achievement, but not have to spend the money. And NFTs and blockchain now codify that economic relationship to allow those two types of players to coexist and benefit each other, because now that student can actually then sell his wares to the busy businessman, to use a stereotypical analogy.
No, it makes perfect sense. And actually, again, really fascinating is, and it's, some people are still getting their head around this concept that virtual real estate is a thing and it exists, and there is a market for people wanting to invest in owning parts of a virtual environment. And so I'd love to hear a little bit more about the sandbox and the concept of virtual real estate there. And then it touches into a topic of, does this then open up new job roles that never existed, for example, or maybe digitization of job roles, for example, a real estate agent in the real world also then being an agent in the virtual landscape. Do you think that ends up being the kind of scenario?
It does, and in fact, it's not so much of a stretch as one might think in terms of a paradigm shift. I think what this does is actually it just expands it to a broader audience than has been able to experience it before. So what happens in something like the Sandbox? The Sandbox is a game that we've created, which is essentially a metaverse, but it's done in a pixelated art style. So imagine, old 8-bit animation art style. And the reason we did that was actually by design, because what we wanted was for this to be a user-generated content world. So we wanted to keep the art style relatively simplistic, because we want everybody to feel that they can be a creator as well. Just like if I give you a box of Legos or a set of oil paints, the chances are you'll be much happier, much quicker with the Legos than the oil paints, because the oil paints take a bit more skill. And so what we wanted with the Sandbox is for people to be able to have it as an actual a metaphorical sandbox to do what they like with the space. You can create, a house for yourself. You can create an art gallery to display your NFT art collection. You can, Atari is making a theme park inside so that people can have game experiences within the metaverse. So it's kind of a game within a game, so to speak. But the idea is for it to be completely open and free, so that users can create whatever they like, and we supply them with the tools to create those things. The key ingredient, of course, is that it is underpinned by an economy and a set of rules that everybody agrees to. So in our case, there is this idea of virtual land. So there is a finite amount of real estate in the metaverse. And that way, people have to, when they want to create something, they need to own land. And it has turned out actually to be a fantastic metaphor for creating this kind of content, because everybody understands the real estate metaphor. And what we've found is that when thinking about the pricing of land, we didn't actually really set pricing. A lot of land was auctioned, so it was up to the users to decide what the pricing would be. And we've noticed that land adjacent to other famous owners of land becomes more expensive. which is very similar to what happens in the real world. You know, if you live next to a park or a river or something, your property may be worth more. And so a lot of what we bring from our physical lives carries over into the metaverse very easily. And so I think that's one of the reasons that virtual land has actually been quite successful, because it's relatively straightforward to get your head around the idea.
That's super fascinating. And, you know, maybe going a little bit philosophical and a little bit in the future with my next question, but do you think these kind of emerging metaverses end up becoming this playground to almost test ideas before bringing them back into physical reality? In some cases, we're kind of extrapolating everything that happens in the real world and then bringing them into these digital spaces. But now you're providing the economic tools and the foundations. In some cases, there's things like DAOs, which we might have a chance to touch on, maybe not in this context. But, you know, do you think there's almost this really interesting kind of learning process where people start forming new ideas about how society could be run in these virtual spaces before we end up bringing those concepts back into the way we run a real society, for example?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I think one of the things that blockchain as a technology has brought into the philosophical side is this idea of it being trustless. So the fundamental principle of blockchain is that everything's verifiable publicly, and that when you do a transaction, you don't need to know who the other person is or trust them, because there's always collateral exchanging hands, exchanging value. And so when you bring that metaphor into the metaverse, it's very interesting, because you can then coalesce concepts of governance within a group that are just based on, okay, these are the rules. And so we're governed by these rules, and within those rules, anybody can do whatever they like, because they're still going to be restricted by certain rules. So for example, you know, your economy is based on a token, which is your virtual currency in the metaverse. If the issuer of that currency does something that the community doesn't like, they sell your token. The value of your token goes down. So you have a financial incentive to play by the rules along with everybody else. So it's that alignment of interest, I think, that the economy facilitates.
It feels like a lot of the people who are the early adopters are kind of believing in the system of blockchain as a whole in terms of its potential to transform society in a number of ways, from the transparency benefits of what it provides, and like you said, the trustless kind of environment. What are some of the challenges you think the industry, the gaming and blockchain industry, is going to face over the next 10 years to drive adoption?
So I think the user onboarding process is still in its early stages, meaning that most of the people who are consumers in this sector tend to be those who are relatively technically savvy. I think we're going to see a lot of great products coming out in the next 12 months that are going to attempt to solve some of those issues, where onboarding, you know, will be approaching something as simple as a mobile app or things like that. But that's still a hurdle. I think one of the things I caution people to remember is that, you know, smartphones were around for several years before we even got Angry Birds, don't forget. So there's a long way to go in the gestation of these technologies until they're really, you know, the honed platforms that we're used to. I think the one important thing that's different about this blockchain revolution is that the idea is for it to be decentralized, which means not controlled by a single platform. And the gaming industry historically has been defined by distribution platforms. And that's a very interesting idea. So we began with console, then we moved, you know, to PC, web, and then we're now in the mobile era. I mean, all these platforms still exist, of course, but just between console and mobile, you know, that's four companies. And so the idea of there being a world where games and metaverses can exist without so much centralization and so much consolidation of distribution is quite interesting. And I think it really opens up opportunities for lots of smaller, you know, players with really creative ideas to thrive.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. I think looking at the mechanics around how these new entities are almost funded by the community in many senses. Like you said, the token ends up playing such an important role in how the technology or ecosystem is built. And so there's this natural relationship that is really important between player and potential organization, for example. What would you say, for example, in the next 10 years, what do we need to do to get things right so that we develop this ecosystem in a way that actually aligns with the vision and philosophies of what we all believe in terms of decentralization and equality, I guess, and transparency?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the nice things is that this is very, the blockchain community is very, very similar, I think, to the open source community. And I find the blockchain movement to be similar to the open source movement because, if you want to develop a dApp, a decentralized app on a blockchain, all of the information is publicly available on the web, on GitHub, and you go out there, the tools are available, and you make something. And that's really fascinating. I think it has absolutely broadened the ability for people to participate, and you can see that in our nascent industry, because if I look around and try to write, if you said to me, okay, what are the 20 most influential companies in the blockchain gaming sector, and I put down a list, and then I put down another column of what is their primary geographic location of the team, it could be anywhere. So unlike previous tech revolutions, this one is actually not centralized in San Francisco on a global basis. And we have, I'd say, a level playing field between East Asian companies, European, Russian companies, North American companies, etc., because the technology is so easily available to anybody who wants to learn it. And that is very interesting because I think that that's actually forming a lot of the cultural fabric of what we're seeing online as well, because I'm, in the metaverse, I'm just as likely to bump into a Russian person or a Thai person or a Finnish person.
Mm-hmm. No, it's super interesting. And I guess now we've got a few minutes left. So I wanted to just touch on, for someone who's just entering into this space, let's say that they've been hearing the conversation about NFTs and the metaverse, what would be your suggestion on where they start as an experience? Let's say the reading is something you could do on the side. There's amazing interviews and local content, but where would you send them to as your first kind of step to say this will give you a good insight into how you think this world will unfold?
Sure. I would say the first thing I would do is, of course, I'm going to plug my own product, so brace yourself. I would send them to the Sandbox first, because I think the Sandbox is they have a wonderful community, and you can also get involved not just via the website and the tools there, but you can go to Discord or Telegram or other social channels and participate in the chats and ask people questions. People are really enthusiastic and passionate about the stuff that they're creating. And so you can go in as a new, player and just say, look, I just came in. This looks really cool. What do I do? And people will be more than happy to help you and walk you through it. And I think that sense of community is a really key ingredient of why this can be so successful, because, the reason that we all agree to get together in the metaverse and hang out together in our digital selves is because there's a sense of community there.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think the Sandbox is a really good starting point because, again, the mechanics are more easily understood for many people, and you'll see a lot of IP that people would resonate with and kind of have some connection to, so they can kind of piece the journey together from that point. So yeah, I completely agree. And I think the whole ecosystem, like what you've done with F1 Delta Time, I know we're going to run out in a second, but again, one that I would definitely suggest people to also look at in terms of a more complex example of how gaming and collectible culture and play to earn kind of come together to create an interesting ecosystem. That's definitely one that I think a lot of people have taken inspiration from too.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem. Well, I think, yeah, we're probably just about running on time here. So it was a pleasure to hear from you, Robbie, and hear your thoughts on how Animoca is growing. And like I said, I think everyone's watching what you're doing in the space, and definitely looking at you as one of the core leaders in the whole gaming blockchain evolution. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Inder. And we're looking forward to continuing to work together on building the metaverse.
Yeah, thanks. So I think Stephanie will join us.
Thank you so much, Inda and Robbie, for expanding our understanding of the gaming blockchain economy and the potential to transform society, opening up new opportunities through a decentralized model. Certainly, I'll be looking into the sandbox and finding out more about it and sharing the word with my colleagues in the advertising sector. A fascinating exposition of what's possible. Thank you so much. And at 2 o'clock on the dot, we have another session. So I'll call a halt to this right now. Welcome back to the CreaTech stage at the cogX Hybrid Festival 2021, co-curated with the UK Creative Industries Council, a forum between government and industry, which brings together all sectors of the creative industries, from film to fashion, advertising to architecture, games to music, publishing to performance. You can find out all about us at thecreativeindustries.co.uk. The CIC promotes and protects opportunities for growth in the UK creative industries, and CreaTech is one such opportunity, with high growth investment and jobs in new emerging areas. We publish new research on Monday, the CreaTech Report 2021 with TechNation. Do check out the TechNation website, technation.io, to see the results. I'm Janet Hull, and I lead the CreaTech programme for the Creative Industries Council. And I'm also Director of Marketing Strategy at the IPA. It's my pleasure to be your MC for today. Please share your thoughts and comments and get to know each other in the chat. Ask questions of the panel through the Q&A. And on your social, please use the hashtags CreaTechUK and cogX 2021. Our next session is curated by Moore Kingston Smith, and its enticing title, is Around the World in 1800 Seconds. As commercial partner of the CIC website and an associate partner of the CIC CreaTech programme, Moore Kingston Smith are fully integrated into our drive to help the CreaTech sector thrive on both the national and international stage, offering strategic advice to CreaTech businesses to help maximise their growth. As a member of Moore Global, a network of accountancy and advisory firms in over 100 countries, Moore Kingston Smith is also excellently placed to provide support to global CreaTech businesses or those looking to expand internationally. A Moore Kingston Smith panel of experts is going to take us around the world in 1800 seconds. Let's start that clock. Ably facilitated by Moore Kingston Smith London partner, Esther Carder. Over to you, Esther.
Thank you very much, Janet, for a very lovely introduction and a warm welcome to everybody who's joined the session this afternoon. So Janet said, my name is Esther Carder. I'm a partner at Moore Kingston Smith, which is a top 15 firm of accountants and advisors and leading advisors really to the media industry. And I'm delighted to be joined by a panel of experts who are all part of our Moore Global network. So I'm joined by Patrick Rosario, Jennifer Mailhes, Olivia Barbeau, and Damien Ryan. So Jennifer joins us from Texas. She's a managing director and brings more than 20 years experience in areas ranging from strategic growth, M&A, and due diligence. Patrick joins us from Moore Hong Kong. He's managing director of advisory services and has been instrumental in advising private equity investments in the media sector right across Asia, and in particular in post-production for movies, TV series using new technologies. Olivier is the managing partner of Moore Johannesburg. Has got extensive strategic and corporate finance and advisory experience, and he's implemented M&A transactions for both listed and unlisted companies right across the continent. And last but not least, Damien Ryan, my colleague from Moore Kingston Smith, heads up our media corporate finance offering in the UK. And as well as being an expert on M&A, Damien is also an authority on MarTech and digital, and has authored books on the latter that have been, I'm told, translated into more than 10 languages and are recommended reading at universities in the world over. So each of our panelists really sort of works very closely alongside investors, and they really understand what's at the heart of investment decisions that are being made and the priorities of those investors. I mean, we've seen a bit of a shift in investor sentiment and valuations in the wake of COVID, making now a really good time for businesses to sort of reset and reframe their offerings. So this discussion will address what's hot in the eyes of investors across the world, and it's really designed to give you an advantage when it comes with pairing your business for either investment or an ultimate sale. As Janet said, if you have any questions as we go along, please do put them in the chat function, and I will try and weave them into our panelists. So to kick things off, COVID, it's sort of can't really ignore that one, and can't ignore the sort of the effect that it's had on the investment and the M&A landscape. But what is the recovery looking like from that? Maybe coming to you first, Jennifer.
Thanks, Esther. Big picture, middle market M&A activity worldwide was down, obviously, in 2020 as compared to 2019. And that wasn't dissimilar from our experience. We had a lot of deals ready to go to market when everything started shutting down. And a lot of those deals did go to market in Q3, Q4, which is actually when activity accelerated, and that trend has definitely continued in 2021. Strategic buyers have led the way, but PE is heavily participating, and even more so now. And I think there's a lot of positive tailwinds coming into place in 2021, both in the US and worldwide, which I know the rest of the group will get into. Vaccines are rolling out. We've got a stable post-election environment here in the US. Credit markets are stronger, and there's a lot of pent-up demand. In the US, there's this very specific thing where there's a potential increase in capital gains rates. Most people believe that's likely to go into effect 1/1/22. So there's a lot of demand here in the second half of 21 to get deals finished for that reason.
That's great, thanks. And what about Damien here in the UK? What are we seeing?
Well, thanks, Esther. And look, first of all, from the firm to anybody who's been affected anywhere by COVID, obviously our sympathies, and obviously life goes on, business goes on too. Speaking from an M&A standpoint, it's very much been a game of two halves, hasn't it? How things seem to just absolutely hit a brick wall around March, April last year, and what we're seeing so far in 2021 from an M&A standpoint is an unprecedented recovery. We've had deal volumes 3 times the level so far in 2021 compared to last year in 2020. London Stock Exchange are telling us that even in the first 6 weeks of 2021, they've had more deal announcements than any year since the year 2000. And those deal announcements in the first 6 weeks would have counted for something like £25 billion in M&A transactions. So it's definitely a completely different world from an M&A standpoint now than it was this time last year. On growth capital, similar situation, boosted by investor confidence. For those of you viewing us or listening, that there is a very good report actually on growth capital from Moore Kingston Smith, which should be available. But what it will show is that in the first quarter this year, that fundraising actually is at a 10-year high, which was something that I don't think any of us could honestly have expected this time last year. And interestingly enough, the deals, the growth capital deals that are in the 10 to 15 million pounds, that bracket, have actually doubled. So it's not just lots and lots of small deals that are happening right now, but it's deals that are in that 10 to 15 million pound range as well. So overall, it's a very, very positive time.
Thanks, Damien. And Olivia, perspective from South Africa?
Yeah, thanks, Damien. I think our experience here in South Africa has mirrored what you felt in the UK. Definitely, last year was a game of two halves. It felt like the phones weren't going to ring in the first half of the year. Every deal that was on the plate suddenly went into hold mode. And then suddenly, towards the end of the year, it felt like a little bit of a feeding frenzy. A lot of activity. I think people realized the time to do transactions was now, and they certainly got busy. I mean, you speak about access to capital. What we found here is that a lot of South African tech businesses started accessing capital pools in the UK and the US. It felt like there was this massive concentration of funding out there. We have an expression here: when the ducks are quacking, you need to feed them, and it certainly had that kind of feel to it. We've seen some record transactions here, different multiples. We had the announcement of the We Buy Cars transaction, which was We Buy Cars is the largest online secondhand motor vehicle website in the country, and that traded at record high multiples, 9 times multiples, something that we're not used to in our market, and at a value of 6.4 billion rands, certainly a significant transaction. So we see that activity continuing in this year, and long may it continue.
Thank you. And Patrick, what about the Asian market?
Yes, thank you, Esther. Like the global trend, the Asian market, it's similar with decreasing investment when COVID started. But since late 2020, we have seen a very fast recovery of investment into the sector, in particular related to media technology. We also see a lot of cross-border deal within the region, but also a lot of cross-border deals outside of the region too, with the Americas, with Europe.
So maybe just sort of obviously a big part of the investment community, and increasingly I think is private equity. So maybe just focusing a little bit on private equity houses. What is the current sort of PE activity like in your market? Maybe staying with you, Patrick, for a bit.
Okay. Yes, the private equity is one of the top investors in the Asia region, and also the venture capitals and the angel investors. So people investing very early in the stage then. The country that has the most deal from the private equity would be like Japan, China, South Korea, and also we see India is coming up very, very fast too. A very good example, in April 2021, SoftBank's Vision Fund 2, the leading Japanese private equities enter into an agreement to provide capital injection into SDI Group, which is a international a provider of localization services, such as providing subtitle doublings to the medias and the entertainment industry for considerations of $160 million US dollar. So it's very active in the Asia markets.
Thank you. Jennifer, look from the US.
Yeah. So, worldwide, PitchBook put out something late in 2020 that's still holding true. So there was 1 trillion of dry powder that had been raised for deals, and the expectation was that in 2021 fundraising would be about 330 billion on top of that. So what we've seen is that a lot of times our clients sell to strategic buyers. It's a better offer, it's a better synergy and fit. But what we found is there was still a PE activity during the pandemic, but it was down. But now we're seeing robust interest in businesses that are good targets for companies. And even in industries that typically were traded lower, maybe not fully realized businesses, things like that. I mean, we're seeing PE offering 8 to 10 times EBITDA, which was virtually unheard of 2 or 3 years ago. But there's just such strict competition for good deals. And there's so much dry powder out there that there's just a lot of interest in getting their funds invested in good deals, as compared to the market. We've also seen, just more on the technology side, a lot of private equity interest in more subscription-based businesses or recurring revenue businesses. And those tend to be valued off revenue multiples with kind of an eye toward profitability, cash flow over the longer term, rather than maybe, immediate profit realization.
And Olivier, is there much activity going on in South Africa?
Yeah, certainly our experience has been very similar to what Jennifer's just highlighted. We've seen a lot of the private equity firms hunting for assets that probably they wouldn't have looked at a couple of years ago. They've now got their attention. What we've seen is some of the international private equity firms entering the local market and getting into bidding wars for what would generally be considered as small IT businesses locally. For instance, we've got Valaris private equity out of Canada that has entered into a bit of a bidding war for one of the IT businesses in SA. And just to put that into kind of context, the target company, which is Adapt IT, share prices were around 20 about a year ago. Current bid offer is at R7.50 the share. So certainly a bit of a feeding frenzy there, and I can see that continuing. And that is, again, to Jennifer's point, software as a service, private equity looking for good, sustainable, repeatable earnings. And then, in the South African stock market, the largest entity there is Naspers. Naspers, it's the giant of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Its claim to fame is that it must have made one of the best private equity tech bids in history. In 2001, it bought 46% of Tencent for a mere $32 million.
Very nice.
Yeah, absolutely, Damien, absolutely. Last valuation of Tencent was about 770 billion US. That's private equity certainly getting it right, and certainly the capital finding the right kind of asset.
and Damien, I mean, from my experience, it's a bit explosive here in the UK too.
Yeah, Esther, absolutely. And just listening to Patrick, Jennifer, and Oliver, there's one thing the audience are definitely going to get from this session, and that's a lot of very, very big numbers. And I don't want to be left out of this because JP Morgan just released a report about private capital, and as we know, private equity forms the largest part of the private capital market, and they value the private capital market now at $7 trillion. I'm not sure exactly how to write $7 trillion down on paper, but luckily I work with lots of accountants, so I'm sure there's somebody who will step up to the plate and tell me how many zeros there should be. But more importantly, that 7 trillion expected to grow to 13 trillion by 2025. So there's something else happening. It's not just about private equity for private equity's sake. I think what we're actually seeing here is the maturation, the growing up of the private capital sector, in the same way that the public markets have been around for many, many years. What we're seeing now is investors being drawn to a market which is becoming more and more mature, more reliable, but it's actually outperforming the public markets as well. And I think that's very, very exciting. Back to London again. Record levels of cash. Jennifer, you mentioned dry powder. We hear that expression almost on an hourly basis at the moment in the team. But there have actually been 9 proposed private equity takeovers of listed companies in London in the last 4 weeks. So that'll tell you that there's bargain hunting going on, matched with dry powder. Yeah, so it's a very, very interesting time.
Thank you. I mean, in particular, what sort of sectors are looking most attractive to investors, and what about valuations? Are they sort of varying, particularly between the sectors? I mean, maybe staying with you for a bit, Damien.
Sectors-wise, I mean, tech is, by far, the most important, most active sector. Healthcare is also ranks very highly. Others, energy, financial services, real estate. One that I like keeping my eye on is what many call consumer discretionaries. And these are, often much more volatile type sectors in terms of valuation. But here we're talking about media, we're talking about Amazon, Airbnb, all those kind of stocks, which I think are particularly interesting. Valuation-wise, it is very, very difficult to, say there's one valuation for one particular kind of company, because so much depends on the factor supporting that company. The opportunity of that acquisition, for one, is a very much a high determining factor. But then you get into everything from management team to prospects to market share. Jennifer very correctly mentioned that revenue multiples can be, at a certain size, can be just as valid as our old friend EBITDA, or as a friend of mine recently called it, EBITDAC, which stands for earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, amortization, and COVID.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Damien. Before I move to Patrick, just a reminder for the audience, please, if anyone does have any questions that are specific to the panelists or general questions, then please do put them in the chat function and I will weave them in. So Patrick, what's the story from Asia?
I think I guess the biggest sectors in Asia, we actually see digital media. It's a very big one. The second one, it's actually media and entertainment. In terms of valuation, I think we make some comparison between valuations in Asia and the US. We see there is a large gap for the digital media company. The US seems to have much higher valuations than. In the area of media and entertainment, the comparison between US and Asia are very similar. And we also look at pre-profit companies too. There seems to be a lot of pre-profit company too. And we also did some comparison between US and Asia. We found that the US valuation are much higher in both digital media and the media entertainment company. Then I guess when you have the valuation, it's low in certain subsectors. in the industry. But it may be a good investment too. If it's turned out to be a very successful and viable business, the investments will because the expected valuation is not that good then. But then it may turn out to be a very good investment over long term then too. As Oliver mentioned about Tencent in this part of the world too. So.
Thank you. And Jennifer, what are the hot sectors in the US?
Really, in the US, we're seeing it across a lot of different sectors. We have 3 active deals right now, and this is somewhat coincidental, but somewhat not, in the kind of more eco-friendly building products space. But what I found is most of the interest is around deals that are what I'll call COVID resilient, right? Companies that performed well in 2020 or knew where their performance gaps were in 2020. Across a lot of different sectors, technology, manufacturing, services, but heavy on innovation, heavy on ways to kind of reconstruct their business. And almost everyone's getting at least approached with unsolicited offers. And so, I think it's imperative that those companies are actually prepared, have good information in place. So even if they're not ready to do a transaction now, they're at least ready to engage in some level of conversation in advance and really, engage with a buyer and investor. We had one client that we're actually getting ready to close here in the next 30 days that had talked to 3 or 4 interested parties before we ever got involved. And because they didn't have everything put together, this deal's taken a lot longer time to close than, someone who we'd actually gotten in there ahead of time, gotten them prepared and moved it forward. So it definitely moves the transaction along more quickly. And with that compressed timing and people wanting to get things done by the end of 21, I just think it's really important to have that preparation done, because right now you can get a higher valuation than you might think.
Thanks, Jennifer. And Olivia, what are your community particularly interested in?
Yeah, I think Damien touched on something which is quite relevant. So we've seen this increase in tech. There's no doubt about it. Feels a little bit frothy, definitely healthcare. But what we're seeing is actually the convergence of those two. So health tech becoming very, very relevant. I think that's going to be a theme going forward, and certainly where we would see a lot of activity. But Jennifer raised a really good point about there is money out there for opportunities, but the money is still smart. The money does know what it's looking for, and there is absolutely no substitute for being prepared when going into these kind of negotiations. And having the right sort of advice next to you to make sure that you are ready to take your business to market. I mean, there's some obvious things that you need to be bearing in mind there as an entrepreneur who's got a business and is potentially looking to attract some capital.
I think that's absolutely right. I mean, I think that brings me on to sort of the next question, really. I mean, obviously, that gives us a really good flavour for the sort of the investor appetite, the particular sectors they're looking for, the sort of multiples they're prepared to buy. But sort of in practical terms, if you're a business that's looking to get some investment, raise some money or go to sale, what are sort of the practical things that media and tech companies need to be thinking about before sort of starting that process as part of that preparation? I mean, maybe sort of staying with you, Olivia, to sort of build on the point you were just making.
Yeah, so we think it's very important that you prepare to go through kind of a corporate readiness program, that you've got your elevator pitch fine-tuned, that you know what it is that you're trying to communicate to investors. What we find often is that we've got entrepreneurial, clever, tech-savvy bodies who don't necessarily know how to communicate their idea across to financial users. So hone that skill, hone that elevator speech, that you know exactly what you're trying to communicate across to the investor, and then be very clear about what it is that you're looking for. If it's funding, then what is the funding for? How am I going to deploy my funding? How am I going to make a return for the investor going in? And just doing the basic homework and getting that all addressed and sorted out before you approach the market. It's very difficult if you've approached the market in an unorganized manner up front. You've almost got to take a couple of steps back before you can then reapproach the market properly.
Yeah, I think that's right. Jennifer, what sort of advice would you be giving your clients?
There's a couple areas we focused in, although Olivia, your analysis there was spot on. This doesn't make us look the best, but it's a good tell. We had a technology client that and they had some technology in the oil and gas space. it was a platform, and the platform had been successful in one segment that had turned down. This was about 5 or 6 years ago, but because they were trying to reinvent themselves, every time we met with them, they changed their focus to whatever the hot button term of the month was. And it was impossibly hard to raise money for them. I mean, we eventually kind of said, this is not our fit, because you guys need to refine your plan before we can really do this for you. And so I think your dialogue there was just spot on, just based on experience. And, we wouldn't have picked up that client, but it was a referral from a reliable source. But I think a big piece of that is, and it does relate to that story, is the predictability of the revenue streams that you have into the future, either in backlog or just consistency or target markets or target customers or expansion of geography. But in any area, how much you can predict what that future is going to look like. For a lot of businesses, if they performed well in 2020, that predictability is a lot easier to demonstrate than ones that maybe didn't. And being able to demonstrate the quality of your actual earnings on that money. Proof of that, hey, we've been able to innovate through this time. We were able to bring new services and products to market quickly is important, and just actively position the company for success. I mean, that's an advantage of entrepreneurial middle market businesses from all time, right? That they've been able to pivot and change during these turbulent times and do it well. And then one thing that's been interesting that I found late 2020 and this year is a lot of the deals we've been working on, they're very interested in retaining the people, more so than what I saw in the past, that making sure that those teams came along with them, because it's a larger company that really wants that innovation involved. And even if it's a private equity group, they want to keep that management team in place to run kind of this more niche innovative business that they didn't have before. So I've definitely seen more emphasis on retaining management than in a higher percentage of our deals than I did in the past.
Thanks, Jennifer. And Patrick, what advice are you giving to your community?
Yes, I'd like to echo all of her comments. I guess the first thing you should think of is really about the use of the proceeds. And if you think of prospective investors, they set the company valuations using financial models. The critical things would be the use of proceeds and also other information that you could provide, and also some of the backgrounds and expertise and experience. So if your company are able to have the capacity to demonstrate that you could achieve and exceeds investors' expectations, will really drive your future equity values then.
And Damien, what did you ask about?
I mean, like Patrick, absolutely agree with Oliver and Jennifer on the key components of be prepared. It just makes life so much easier. Not for us necessarily, but for the entrepreneurs out there as well. It really does pay off. All those hours spent checking and rechecking things, really, really important. And again, Jennifer's point about the quality of earnings, what they actually mean. Is so important too. I want to put something else out there though. I think bravery. I think this is a great time to be brave. I'm sure we've all seen investor decks and pitches and business plans, which talk about solving real world problems, but only doing it for $500,000. Okay, it doesn't stack up. If you're going to solve a big problem and major with a fantastic solution out there, the ambition has got to, the ask, if you like, has got to match the ambition of the plan. And time and time again, you see those two things just missing the point. And you see these fantastic entrepreneurs with great management teams, wonderful presentations, super ideas, but don't be timid, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask for that money, because something your competitors definitely will. So please be brave, be braver. As we go forward out of COVID, let's all be braver.
That's good advice, Damien. And what about sort of looking further into the future? I mean, so the overarching theme of this conference is very much looking to the future. So what sort of emerging trends do you see over the next 10 years in the investment community? Maybe staying with you, Damien, for a bit.
Sure. It's a great question. I think that perhaps the bit I want to talk a bit about is being good. By being good, I mean demonstrating that your business has got a purpose, that your business is mindful and active around issues around ESG, around diversity, and giving something back. And it's not for the investors that you're doing this; it's for the consumers. Because you know what, consumers these days, and I think the internet's been a huge catalyst in this. The consumers these days are far, far more savvy than ever before, and given the choice between giving your business to company A versus company B, when company A is being transparent, is being diverse, is being good, versus company B, even if that price is higher, I think it can make a significant difference. That's the first thing. So being good is no longer a choice, if you like. It is a prerequisite in this modern world. And the other thing that I'm really excited about, and maybe we forget sometimes, but half the world is yet to go online. And I'm really excited by what they're going to teach us, because there's one thing about agility, that you can leapfrog mindsets, you can leapfrog generations of thinking, just because you haven't been exposed into that same cell of data. So 10 years time, there's definitely going to be more people online than there is now. Whether it's going to be 100% or not is probably unlikely. But I'm really excited to see what emerging markets, particularly from places like Africa, and Oliver, you've got to jump in here with this one, as to what it's not what we're going to teach them, it's what we're going to learn from them as they're basically experiencing digital media for the first time.
Look, Damien, I think you're spot on there, and the whole ESG angle is it's not a nice to have anymore. It's absolutely essential. I would go so far as to say that appropriately positioned, it'll attract a premium valuation. It will attract a premium valuation, there's no doubt. And the online space is only going to grow, particularly in emerging markets like Africa, where they will leapfrog or jump different versions of technology, like it's been demonstrated in the past, where we jump straight onto 5G, where there was no technology before. I see it continuing.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Patrick, would you add anything to that?
Yes, I echo my panelists' feedback. Then social responsibility investment is a key investment theme. And the pandemic reinforced concerns over climate change, and also renewed calls to eliminate social injustice.
And Jennifer, what about the US? Like, I assume it's equally as important over there.
It definitely is. And I mean, I think a lot of it just comes back to sustainability of everything in your business. Kind of shifting a little bit on that comment, though, because I think it kind of correlates. One thing we've seen is just in the deal-making process, how remote activities have changed it, both in a good and bad way. There's a lot more use of virtual deal-making and diligence, but there's still nothing that replaces face-to-face contact. We had a good-sized client going through a QOB all remote. And I mean, she felt like she was getting cross-examined and was having a lot of impatience with the deal and things that, parts of the process that you don't have to manage, because usually it's a much more compressed timeline and it's easier to be patient. And it's just what I found in the deal-making process, there's a lot more, when it's all done remote, there's less trust, there's more information that has to be exchanged earlier and framed in the right way. And then the other thing I'm just seeing from a kind of shift in that too is because of that virtual deal-making process, rep and warranty insurance on those transactions is becoming more common and might give, investors a little more confidence in blind spots and deals and things like that. Before, that was almost exclusively private equity using that insurance. Now we're seeing it in a lot of strategic investment type deals as well. And I know, we talked a lot about the external and how it affects the business, but I think just seeing how it affects the deal-making process has been really interesting and how fast that's innovated in such a short time.
Thank you.
Esther, if you don't mind, I just want to add on one more comment.
Yeah, sure.
Because we talk about future, I guess there's another key issues, I guess. Unfortunately, going forward, I guess, deal activities in the sectors of media, techs, will face much greater regulatory and also geopolitical scrutinies. And so it might affect the completions of the deal, and also it might take longer to complete some of these deals too. Unfortunately, we see this as panning out in the world. Thank you. I was just add on one more comment. Yeah, thanks.
We have got 4 minutes left of this session, so you can have a 10 seconds each takeaway tip before I wrap up. Same with you, Patrick. Then.
Okay, my suggestion would be focus on customer growth. I guess this will be the key area that the investors will look at. Then when they invest, they will look at how you actually deploy the investment, and how you be able to grow from expanding your customer base and generate better valuations in the future. Then stop here.
I want to take a quote from one of my favorite movies, and that is, "Show me the money." You've got to be able to demonstrate very clearly to your investor what's in it for him. Why do I need your investment? And how can my investment and your idea be put together to make something meaningful?
Brilliant. Jennifer?
Olivia kind of stole mine, and so did Patrick. But I would say a very clear value proposition. This is what I do. This is why it has value, and what that path to growth is. Doesn't mean you have to have implemented all of it, but means you have to have a clear vision of here's different ways we could grow and how you could help me do that.
And Damien?
Yeah, and I'm probably talking to some of the entrepreneurs at the earlier end of the cycle with this. But if you meet an investor and they want to change every aspect of your business plan in return for the money, well, then go and find another investor, because they're not going to run the company. You're going to run the company. It's your business. It's your plan. And sometimes it takes more than, well, we all know it takes more than talking to one investor. You might get lucky, but remember what luck means. Luck is defined by preparation meets opportunity. And you've heard a lot today about preparation and the importance of that from the other panelists. So.
Absolutely. Thank you all. That's gone so quickly. But thank you everyone for joining us. So I think, it's clear that after a lull, there's definitely hunger out there for investment and M&A opportunities, but businesses clearly need to have the confidence. They need a clear proposition. They need to know where they stand in their market to make sure they can attract the best buyers at the best price. And as Damien said, be brave. And also need to keep one eye on the future as well, because in the last sort of year, 18 months, we've demonstrated how fast things can change, with sort of digital transformation having been estimated to have accelerated at around 7 years. With that in mind, More Global is perfectly positioned to help you find the right investment or acquisition partner. So if you would like a no obligations chat, then please do head to the More Kingston Smith booth, where we'll be on hand and happy to have a discussion with you. We'll also have our Director of Research and Development in that booth as well, to answer any questions you might have on research and development, because obviously this is quite a crucial part of the funding structure of businesses in this sort of creative and technology and digital and MarTech space in the UK. So again, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure to be part of today's conference. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and I will hand you back to Janet.
Thank you so much, Esther, and thanks to Damien, Patrick, Olivia, and Jennifer too. And thank you for your positive, upbeat report. So things are looking up post-COVID. There's M&A recovery, growth capital boosted by investor confidence, access to capital up, more cross-border deals and deals outside of the region in Asia, and lots more deals in private equity in the UK. Things are looking up for CreaTech too, and we look forward to taking our partnership with More Kingston Smith forward with our CreaTech Ones to Watch program, where you're offering business consultancy to our top 100. If for those of you who haven't yet entered CreaTech Ones to Watch, there are just 2 weeks left to do it. We also have a booth at the Virtual Expo at cogX, so do check us out. 25th of June is the deadline. The UK is taking the lead on CreaTech in the world, And with your global footprint at Morkings & Smith, we hope we can take it global with you too. Thanks so much for your time today. And thank you to everybody for allowing me to be MC for you today. This is the point in the day at which I stop. So I wish you a very enjoyable rest of the day when my colleague Leila Siddiqui will be taking over this role. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 3 of cogX 2021. We're coming live from the Everyman Cinema in King's Cross. Now, throughout the last 3 days, we've talked a lot about business, we've talked about digital data, we've talked about economics, we've talked about brilliant startup ideas. But actually, at the root of all this is the creative spirits. And I'm delighted that this session we're going to be focusing on how technology can inspire further ideas in this field. This talk is going to be hosted by Jessica Driscoll, who is the head of immersive technology at Digital Capital. You will be able to fire in questions online if you're at home or in your office via the Hop-in app. And if you are here, do please put your hands up towards the end of the session. So get yourself thinking. Jessica, over to you.
Thanks very much, Joy. So I'd like to introduce Carl Woolley, Global Real-Time Director of Immersive and Interactive at Framestore. So good afternoon, Carl.
Hello.
Thanks
Thanks
so much for joining us.
having me, everyone.
Brilliant. So what we're going to do today is, as we're in a cinema, we are going to show you a very brief video focusing on some of the projects of CreaTech. CreaTech is a program that Digital Catapult run in collaboration with Arts Council England, where we fund 20 projects with £20,000 to make an early stage prototype. And then they go on, some of them go on to receive about £100,000 in production funding in a second phase. So we wanted to show you these clips to show the kind of innovation, the pivoting, the shift to at home spurred on by the pandemic last year. So CreaTech historically has had a mix of location-based entertainment, at home experiences, things shown in galleries, but because of the constraints last year, everything shifted to at home. So we just wanted to show you some examples, and then Carl and I are going to draw out some of those themes and talk a little bit about has storytelling been reinvented during this pandemic. You know, what's kind of going to change, what's going to stick? Do audiences want hybrid, or will they go back to doing physical in-person things, and this will just be a chapter in history? So if we could play the video, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
The Invited reimagines the Gothic story of Dracula in a seance, in which an augmented reality pop-up book serves as a conduit for Dracula's curse to re-enter current society. Set in a dark, secret location, a physical book and a mobile device spirit detector will summon a small audience through a beautifully unsettling experience in which each page turn reveals a new, exquisite papercraft world and a new set of atmospheric animations to those who were invited to Dracula's reincarnation.
You came willingly to my invitation and entered my world. Welcome.
That is the reason for being, the reason for life.
Our story, A Place to Be, offers a narrative of Black joy and achievement. We take viewers inside a space and time that most never even knew existed. A space devoted to Black celebration in Britain, from the Windrush generation right through to the late 80s and beyond. A safe haven from the systematic racism faced outside the unlicensed parties known as shebeens. Our story takes place a week before the Brixton Uprising in April 1981. As racial tensions rage in the streets, Brixton locals take refuge in an underground shebeen.
Hey, how you doing? Uh-oh, don't let me shop. Don't look so worried. Outside is crazy. In here, it's all good.
the real-time game engine environment with the main characters in volumetric capture, enabling viewers to move around, get to know the characters, and have a dance.
Do you know this painting? I mean, you've probably seen it before, right? But actually, what do you know about this painting? Why is this one important? Why do some paintings stand the test of time and not others? All great paintings have something in common. They have a great story behind them. This project is about uncovering these stories, changing your views on the paintings that changed the world.
Our VR and 360 series, History of a Painting, is a 4-part series aimed at young audiences. Each of the episodes will focus on a different painter and their most iconic work. Our prototype, for example, which serves as the series pilot, focuses on Georges Seurat and his most famed painting, La Grande Jatte.
History of a Painting aims to democratize art by engaging and empowering viewers to better understand the art that influenced our world. The series' narrative arc follows the struggle each artist faced before becoming the icons we know them to be today. And by telling the very real stories behind the painters, we aim to show that world-changing art can come from anyone and can be enjoyed by anyone.
You came. Do you know, I knew you would.
The Foundling, a tabletop immersive experience told through objects, AR, AI, and spatial sound, all delivered to your door. Told in 4 episodes over several days, this is storytelling revealed through objects, animated by augmented reality, and personalized by AI. Spatial sound helps to transform your dining room into a theatrical playing space, where Wetner's Hopgood Shakespeare comes spilling out. You don't have to step foot in the theatre. We'll bring it to you. Your mobile device kickstarts the experience with a playful, written conversation with Jem, a young child. In the parcel, there's a letter from Hopgood and an object she urges you to construct. It releases the smell of the marsh, starts to glow, and with a swish of her skirt, Hopgood enters your room to plead for your help.
So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea of the experiences we're talking about. And the one that I'd like to focus on, Carl, is the experience by Raucous, because I know you're familiar with the team. So we've seen creators experimenting with different kinds of content last year and at home. What do you think of this experience, and why do you think it could or couldn't be viable?
I think it's particularly interesting because it tries to blend analog and digital in a sympathetic way. Combined with craft, and Sharon is such a passionate creative that when you meet her for the first, remember the first time I met her, you know, I just knew what heart and soul had gone into that project, and it comes across in the prototype. It's amazing. And I think, you know, in the past, at least at Framestore, we've been doing, you know, non-traditional storytelling, if you like, for 10 plus years. And technology's never really been the problem. The tech's always been there, and we've always been able to do kind of different and innovative things, but there's never been a market for that technology. You know, VR in the early days, we had to take it to South by Southwest and have people come to us. We couldn't, you know, the first thing we did was for Game of Thrones. If we put that on a marketplace, I think there was 80,000 addressable users. It's just not a viable market. So this is why I think the pandemic has been interesting for creators in this space, because you know where the audience is, everyone's at home, and you then have a legitimate way to take the technology to them. And AR through mobile phones is obviously quite a low barrier to entry for most people, because everyone has one, if not 2 of these devices in their pocket. Henceforth, why lots of the activations you've seen over the last 15 months are of that ilk. But why I think, you know, the Raucous one was particularly interesting is the way that they ship a package, you know, to the user, if you like, to the audience member. A bit like, you know, subscriptions have become sort of commonplace, and cook at home kits have become a big thing. So I thought that was really clever. You know, send somebody something and then you engage over a period of time rather than just download an app, 15 minutes of content and finish. So really clever, but raises some interesting points, I think, because none of those activations are still kind of commonplace, are they? So the last year to 15 months, we've been able to experiment and prove what works and what doesn't work. But none of these things fit into a traditional funding or marketing model. Like, where do they sit in people's content plans? How does Sharon, as an example, and I don't mean to make this biased totally towards Raucous and Sharon, it's just I know her better than the others. Where do you go to with it's my at-home craft kit with AR and AI and machine learning, and it tells a great story? What budget do you have for that? No one.
Does it come out of advertising?
Yeah.
Does it come out of, you know, where does it sit? And it is really difficult. Do you think in the UK we are less into funding things like this? For example, in Canada, they're really good at funding VR activations and very experimental. In Belgium, in France, the US, you know, startups can get lots and lots of money for content activations. Why do you think in the UK we're a little bit reticent to fund things like this?
Well, I think the first reason I've seen this, not just in kind of public funding, but in private funding of activations, and why we sort of moved our digital team from London to New York, is the addressable market is 6 times bigger, and the money available therefore to do these things is much bigger, and more people prepared to take a risk. You know, Canada, especially Montreal and Vancouver, has a big digital gaming community, professional one. So it sort of makes sense to have incentives around there, and you need to develop and build talent. I mean, I don't like to say this in comparing us to the Americans, but we're slightly risk averse compared to the Americans, especially if any of you've got American colleagues or clients. They not afraid of just going for it. And I think, you know, that's probably why they're slightly further ahead. And you look at, you know, all of the core technology for these things comes out of the West Coast of America.
I think that's a really interesting point. And I think that programs like CreaTech can allow creators to fail and to make a mistake because they get the funding. And it's not attached to a client. It's not attached to a particular project. It's a creative idea that is potentially matching someone from the glam industry with someone from the tech industry and putting them both together. Do you think that we need more of these programs to help storytelling develop? Or do you think that the market at the moment is still not there and we need to kind of shift more to building the talent pipeline to help these stories get told?
That's a very good question, and I'll answer the second part after the first, which is, if you don't experiment with these things, you're never going to know. Like, otherwise everything's a theory. You learn so much more by doing something than by hypothesizing about it. And I don't think that matters if you're, you know, a 1 or 2 person studio, or if you're 6,000 people like us. You still will learn more by doing than you will by sitting in a room and talking about it. However, it costs money. People's time is costly. It's the most precious commodity. So you have to recognize that and be able to fund it. So I think it could be seen perhaps by kind of the British economy and attitude towards funding these things as frivolous, when really what we've always been good at the past is we've been strong on creative and exploration. I think it would be a shame not to fund those things. However, what we're seeing at the moment across our traditional filmmaking business and in this space is the talent shortage is, I was going to say worse, but I shouldn't. So I'll say worse because it's bad. It's really hard to find people and good people. And the pandemic has caused a rise in use of what used to be corporate technology for Zoom, for instance, and other work platforms, has meant there's been a rise in demand for technologists globally, not just in kind of VR and AR and XR and filmmaking, but a developer out of college might have been looking at, right, what am I going to do for my first gig? How do I get kind of the experience? Like, do I have to become a runner, then a this, then a that? I've heard stories from some of my US colleagues of people graduating from like courses in the US and walking straight into six-figure jobs. Like, it's crazy. And as like an arts-based industry, how do you compete with that? So I think these things enable smaller studios to kind of create and nurture younger talent and bring them along. And they're inspirational. Like, I guess my kids are quite fortunate, as are yours, of course, Jessie, like have every piece of kit under the sun at home in my study. It's a bit like Curry's PC World or Best Buy in my study. So they can go in there and play with a HoloLens or a Magic Leap or a VR game. And they don't see those things as frivolous because they don't think about, oh, how many copies do you need to sell? Does it tick this metric? Is it going to, you know? So for them, I guess it's inspiring. And I think younger audiences, what I have seen is lots of the kids in my I've got three, but the two elder kids classes, they play a lot of VR games, and you know, so I think seems to be quite a big rise in that, which I hadn't anticipated.
Definitely.
If you can get your hands on the kit, of course.
Exactly. I was just about to say, we did some audience research as part of the Audience of the Future program with Nielsen, which used to be Superdata, and unsurprisingly the biggest content consumed over the pandemic was VR games in over 35's audience, and also surprisingly AR for social purposes has surpassed games as well. So even though Pokemon Go was really popular and other AR games, the social side has completely taken that over. So I think it's just a different way to think about telling stories that creatives from something like the Creative XR program might not have quite caught up with yet. And like you said, you know, what does storytelling mean to a younger audience? Because I don't know whether you experienced the Royal Shakespeare Company's The Dream as well over the summer. That was a great family experience. We put it up on the projector and the children could interact using an iPad or phone and put the fireflies on the screen. And I thought that was a beautiful kind of new type of content experience that you could do together. I wonder if we're going to see more of those, though, to your point about funding, you know, where does that sit?
Yeah, I guess it's that's a great example. And I mean, I saw that too. And, you know, like my wife is an English teacher and a big fan of Shakespeare. So we had a totally biased audience, watching that experience. But
much more informed. My kids were like, oh, get the firefly, look at that. Yeah. And I'm like, I don't really understand what this is about.
Yeah, I mean, I was schooled on that afterwards about, did you not get this? Did you not get this? Did you not get this? And I was like, just playing.
You were looking at the mocap, yeah.
I was the kid. So like, I thought that experience was really interesting because it exposed the technology. So kind of after we watched the show together, I said my wife and my family with us, like, right, this is how it worked. It was this is used from Hollywood. That's a screen. That's really, and that's happening live. I was like, yeah, it's pretty simple, really. So I thought that was interesting. Whether that's going to be like a mainstay, I'm not so sure. I just think it's another option. It's another way to tell a story. It doesn't mean it has to be like the one and only. It's a bit like just because you can doesn't mean you should, right? You know, so
I think that in the beginning, especially around 2017, you know, everyone was just doing VR because they could. And there were so many marketing activations, lots of companion pieces, and some of which were not very good and actually quite harmed the progression of the sector, because people tried something and thought that wasn't very good. There was no craft, there was no narrative, there was no kind of thinking about the user experience. Yeah. I think people are much more savvy now and thinking about that whole audience journey. Talking about audience journeys, it's interesting, since we've been talking about this session, we have had not a disagreement, but surprising each other with facts about content. So Carl said to me, oh, well, I don't know if people want to do VR anymore in situ, you know, somewhere because of COVID. And I said, well, I went to Sea Life, which is underground, and I saw 6 people sat very, very close to each other with headsets on a motion platform with some sanitizer, but no kind of clean box or fancy technology for cleaning in sight. And I thought, okay, so VR is back. Do you agree?
I mean, you know what my answer is to this. What, Jesse's not? Did you go with your children or not? I can't remember.
I didn't let them go on it because I said, look, you've got it at home. I'll show you a deep sea thing at home.
Anyone that's been in lockdown with children will do anything to get out of the house. So I'll preface that with my answer with that. But no, I was a bit skeptical because before pandemic, we were doing lots of work in themed entertainment for some of the big parks in the States and Asia, and all of that work just fell off a cliff, and we had to diversify, look at other opportunities. So the thought in lockdown 1 of someone going into a venue they've not been to before, trying an experience or a piece of technology they've never tried before, putting something on their face that they've shared with others, I just couldn't conceivably see that happening. And then as this disastrous situation has gone on, any opportunity to get outside and do something, I think actually people are like, I just need to do something different. And what's really interesting is Army of the Dead, which is a Netflix, one of Zach's projects that we worked on at Framestore. We haven't built this experience, but they're launching a kind of across America, big, large-scale VR experience, traveling one, quite substantial scale, I'm led to believe. So I don't think they would be doing that if they didn't sort of see a plan the way through. And those organizations don't get to be the size they are if they don't have not backed by kind of, you know, strategic thinking and data, is it? So that was interesting to see. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. Like, we've done a few things in you know, Westfield, you know, like more pop-up installations with Sky's one of our previous clients and others. And I'd be interested to monitor to see what happens. But yeah, the bigger stuff, like now it's a bit more commonplace, so people know what an Oculus is. You don't have to explain it to someone. People tend to know. I think the market's definitely growing. And like you say, the spend, like you couldn't get hold of the headsets. They sold out, you know, and these are you know, these were hard to come by, you know, weren't they?
I think it really, again, it seemed like the time where storytelling in VR especially could have really rocketed was during the pandemic, but you couldn't get an Oculus for love nor money. We ordered Nreal AR glasses from China, which arrived 18 months later. So a combination of, as you said earlier, the Suez Canal plus the production lines in China, you know, that really kind of, again, stymied. So I was really hopeful the time is now, and then the time is maybe a little bit further on still.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the thing is, you can buy them in a supermarket, right? You can go to Argos and you can get one. Like, it's. I think the bigger development, though, even though the hardware has been a bit of a problem, is you know, things like Epic Games launching Unreal Engine 5 in early preview and early access, and 427. Early preview is now out, and all the features in that, and the fellowship initiative that they launched, and people being at home in front of a computer and being able to do like incredible things that, you know, it used to take a team of 5, 10, 15, 20 people, and now you can mocap in your bedroom and produce a short film in a matter of days. Pretty remarkable. So it doesn't all have to be, I guess, about VR or kind of specialist hardware. There's lots you can do with, you know, like an iPhone and a PC or a laptop. It's all really about, you know, the technology is an enabler, but it's really about the creativity and the ability to kind of explore your ideas, which is why things like CreaTech are so good, because you reach a point where you do need some bit of funding or guidance or mentorship, which is how I got to get involved with, you know, Raucous and another couple of studios through that program. So yeah,
I think that mentorship's so key, because I think sometimes, and what you were saying earlier about some of those techniques with Unreal, I think that all kind of falls under the banner of what people are now calling virtual production. And that doesn't only involve expensive LEDs, like you said, all of those techniques filter through. And I think that those creatives, some of them will explore by themselves and some of them need a little bit of hand holding. And I think that having some inspiration and some stories that they can get hold of, for example, I went to see Current Rising the other day at the Royal Opera House. I thought that was a great thing for people to understand that opera can be done in this way. You know, people who would never have gone to the opera house, I think they saw something with VR interactive and then booked tickets. I chatted to a few people outside and they were like, oh, this is a really different way to tell the story, to be with other people. Another thing that I wanted to ask you about is you know, for people who are experienced and on the kind of interactive VR circuit, you might go to Tribeca or Cannes or Venice. Obviously last year none of that was happening, and people shifted to more online platforms. For example, Museum of the Realities, London Film Festival did their own thing, and that kind of storytelling before you've even gone into the story, I think, is quite interesting. So you're in a space and you're already experiencing something that is you know, all around you, and it kind of leads you in that interstitial storytelling space. Do you think that we'll have more of those types of spaces and these kind of hybrid spaces to bring people together before they do content? Do you think that will fly?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think because online alone doesn't feel special enough, does it? Right, like you work on your phone or your iPad or Android tablet or your computer for 8-9 hours a day, especially at the moment. So to then kind of have you know, like to then entertain yourself on that same device in the, it just, to me, doesn't feel quite special. But the kind of the bridging, what you're talking about there, bridging kind of, you know, like an online digital experience and a real world one, and then involving you in the story before, during and after, that's something which, if you think about, and I'm sure, you know, people in the audience here and at home have had secret cinema type experience. Like I think the Back to the Future one absolutely nailed that, you know, and you know, inviting you beforehand to kind of assign yourself a role, get a costume, turn up, and then afterwards, that they do that really very well. And then really perhaps all of this is a precursor to where we're eventually, or some people think we're headed around, telling stories across multiple platforms and technologies with things like you know, like the Oasis in Ready Player One. How far off are we from being able to do something like that? Are people going to want to do something like that? Or, you know, the Matrix, for instance, those kind of things where technology has been the limiting factor before and they were just science fiction. If you wanted to do something like, you know, if you wanted to build the kind of the truck that he's got his, you know, his VR set up and like haptic suit and stuff in, you could do that.
Yeah, that already exists now.
You could do that. That exists. So then it's, do audiences want that kind of experience? Do they want to kind of, you know, read the book, watch the film, live the experience, you know, have kind of like the side game and stuff, where in the past, like in the way that sequels have always been a bit pants compared to the original, so have the games compared to the film, and it's very rare that one is on par with the other. So technology's been there. It's about kind of how do we as kind of creatives and storytellers and with the IP holders bring all of that together. Like that's the hard bit.
I think that's really interesting. Exactly. And it's also kind of convincing whoever is telling the story that all of these other mediums are important as their original conception, because there isn't really anyone that sits there and thinks, right, I'm going to tell a story across all of these channels right at the beginning. It's a filmmaker or an author or a games developer. There isn't a kind of all-round content creator. So maybe that is what the future is going to bring. You know, are people going to become these all-round content creators? I think that the skills gap is a huge issue with that, and people who, you know, creative technologists, that role didn't exist when I left school, you know, and virtual production supervisor, and I'm sure you can reel off a whole list of roles that didn't exist. You know, how do you teach people things that we don't even know are going to happen?
Yeah, that's a good point. We're actually in the process of trying to standardize these new job descriptions at the moment.
Good luck.
Which is really painful, especially when you've just kind of adding 2 additional organizations to the existing companies. So there's kind of, that's why we're the size we are. And you have, well, you know, it's what's quite important to be able to work internationally with colleagues across different projects, especially when resources are tight. Is a technical artist in London means the same as a technical artist in America, you know, because one can be very art driven and one could be like a tools programmer. And then you have kind of internal departments where, oh no, we call that a virtual production TD. Oh no, that's a real-time artist. So we're actually going through that to standardize at the moment, because if you're in kind of college or further education, or you're doing like a private course or something at Escape, how do you sort of focus on, how do you know where to like hang your hat? in an industry that changes so quickly. So that is also quite tough, I think, for people trying to choose a direction. But, you know, I think the problem starts far earlier on, which is, you know, how do you kind of, how do you inspire young audiences to become, you know, creators of the future? Because, you know, when I was a kid growing up, playing video games just seemed impossible. Like, how can I make that? That's amazing. How can I make that? Some, you know, my parents gave me a like a BBC Micro, and I had a Pascal code book. I just used to copy code. I still never made a game in my life, but I could see how it could seem quite daunting, which is why I think actually the kind of the way that you can now pick up online learning materials with, whether it's with YouTubers or Udemy courses and free access to game engines, we should probably be doing a bit more to let people out there, especially young females, know that it's a potential
diversity is a really big problem still in our industry. I sit in lots of rooms of only men. Not that that's, you know, that's a problem for me. Maybe it's not a problem for them, but it should be. Okay, I'm so sorry to cut you off there, Carl, but I'd love to open up to the audience for questions. So if we've got any questions in the room, and then maybe we can shift it to online. I see someone with their hand up. I think there's a roving mic coming, but we might be able to hear you. Or maybe no, don't do that. The audience can't hear you. Wait 1 minute.
I'm just wondering, as far as storytelling goes, I mean, do you think we're going to change from the way stories are created, from being a writer, say, or will we go more towards creating environments, virtual environments, or whatever, within which they emerge?
That's a really good question. I'll let you answer that, Carl, and then I'll say some thoughts.
I mean, I've got a non-frame store answer, which I'm just kind of rephrasing, because what I want to say is, if the idea is not very good, the idea is not very good. Doesn't matter what medium you're telling it in. So, like, it's all about the story and the writing. Like, you can't start with, right, I want to make something with a Kinect camera on a holographic display. What's my idea? You've got to start with the idea and then go, right, what's an interesting way I can tell that story? Do a bit of research and go, okay, well, a kind of a hologauls display would add something to this. Like, I don't know if any of you've seen the War of the Worlds immersive experience. It's quite interesting how they combine, you know, VR with hologauls and stuff. So I don't think we should be looking at kind of the technology platforms to steer the, you know, the future of storytelling, if you like. But I think it's, how can they enable you to tell a richer or deeper story? You know, are there things you've not been able to explore before in a book that you can with a film, and the things you can't do in a film that you can do with a VR experience? And what happens if you try and pull them all together? That's kind of that's my take on it. I think the idea and the creative is core, really. I've seen so many things fail where it's the, you know, the whole concept has been hung off a piece of technology.
I completely agree. I think that Madrid Noir, which is going to be launching soon, a really great VR experience that we also supported. The script is really, really great, and the writing's fantastic, along with the concept. So I think it's interesting what you said, though, because I spent a lot of time in Second Life. Some of you who are a bit older might remember that. And being in a virtual world for like 8 hours a day was a very strange experience, and some interesting theatre collaborations and strange performances came out of being in that space, because people kind of inhabited it. So in one way it was technology led, because you couldn't, you know, pull an elephant out of your pocket in real life, or you couldn't fly or turn yourself into being 100 feet tall immediately as you could in Second Life. But I think, again, if the creativity or the storyline wasn't strong, the experience would have just been something interesting but not really very compelling, or you wouldn't ever go back to it.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, yeah, lovely, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I mean, I'm really more thinking that, I mean, I've never played Fortnite because I'm too rubbish at it, but my daughter has. But just watching something like Fortnite, I think I'm watching quite a good film. I'm watching quite a good thriller, if you like, or action film. I'm just wondering whether the actual role of the person who thinks this happens and this happens and this happens might kind of go away, just because we have something where those stories happen by themselves.
What do you think?
I think interesting that you say you wouldn't enjoy playing it because you're rubbish at it, but you watch your daughter playing it. Like, I think it was someone at Netflix said that the social networks aren't our biggest competition. It's things like Fortnite. They're the new kind of like social spaces for younger audiences. Like, they won't subscribe to Sky and like watch pay-per-view. Like, they watch things on new media channels on, TikTok or on Twitter or Instagram. Like, they're the new audience. That's where things are going. I think I wouldn't be too.
Well, it is interesting that Twitch is absolutely massive.
Yeah.
People watching, people playing games, and like, if you would have said that however many years ago, people would have said you were crazy. But like you said, it is entertaining and it's fun.
Yeah, we can't wrap our heads around people watching people play games.
No, I prefer to play them, not watch them.
Yeah.
But we're too old now.
Yeah, but that's what my kids do. They just like get in from school and they play games and watch other people playing games.
Exactly. Thank you for your question. I think there was one over here.
Hi there. Thank you very much. I enjoyed the chat. Some of the challenges that you're describing resonate, and there have been sort of, at least in the UK creative industry, present for a couple of years. I'm slightly surprised that the pandemic hasn't changed that, because lots of the companies I talk to say that there has been spike in kind of commissioning of immersive storytelling formats. It's mostly in the US, as you've said, but also here. I guess my question is, if in the skill sort of gap is a thing to kind of worry about, what would you say the role of the big platforms who are like YouTube or TikTok, who are kind of competing for the creators out there? What would be their role if they are kind of contributing positively to the development of the discipline might be? And do you think they're doing enough? I wouldn't talk about Facebook and so on, because it's slightly different storytelling, but I'm kind of interested in your view.
I think that some of the big platforms have done some things. Like, Oculus have got their creators program, and they do Oculus for Good, and various other big platforms do run initiatives. But I think they're still not to scale. They're still not addressing the kind of diversity, and it's not in the volumes needed. I think in terms of skills, in the UK, we're quite bad at making industry pay to do skills, as opposed to somewhere like Germany, where they've got like really good skills programs, especially for things like manufacturing. I think we're still too tentative, and there's still a bigger expectation on the government than potentially needs be. But I think the platforms do have a responsibility to at least educate people on their tools. So Niantic shipping out a new tool, and they're doing a big engagement program on how to use the SDK. So that whole kind of AR outside and those content experiences. I think people are doing something, but maybe not enough. I don't know. What do you think, Carl?
Yeah, I think the platforms, they're commercial entities, aren't they? They're primarily focused on their kind of their own goals rather than the wider ones. I think Jesse makes very good points. Epic Games, that they give their engine away for free. They do training for free. They pay people that are out of work, professionals, to learn their engine for free. And they launched their own marketplace store with the kind of the lowest kind of revenue share model. So.
And then Unity have got their centres of excellence as well, which
true.
They're targeting. They've got one in Senegal.
Huge community as well of
massive.
Unity developers. So yeah, that's they are. I think where it's relevant, they're doing what they can. And YouTube obviously has like the creator spaces, and so I think
seems more maybe the tools then, as opposed to the platforms, are making a bigger effort.
Yeah. Yes.
I think we're just about out of time, I'm afraid. So I'm going to hand back over to Joy. Thank you, everyone, for your questions.
A big thank you to Jessica Driscoll of Digital Catapult. I'm sorry, I may have said Capital earlier after too many time with the startups, and Carl Woolley of Framestore for a really interesting discussion, visuals, diversion, and consideration about how we go forward with this. We are going to take a short break, and we'll be back for the next session in this room on it is digitization of energy transmission, which should be very interesting. Do remember that if you want to tweet, it is hashtag cogX 2021. See you all very shortly.
Welcome back to the CreaTech stage at cogX Hybrid Festival 2021. Thank you so much for joining us. In case you have just tuned in, cogX is a global leadership summit and festival of AI and transformational technology addressing the big question, how do we get the next 10 years right? I'm Leila Siki, Associate Director Diversity at IPA and member of the Creative Industries Council Diversity Group, and I am your MC this afternoon. CreaTech has had a stellar lineup of cutting-edge content from gaming, live performance, advertising, music, fashion, arts, and much, much more. It is worth reinstating that CreaTech is unique in that it is the intersection of creative and technology industries where innovation in AI, VR, algorithms, specialized softwares, and others are transforming creative services, outputs, and processes. CreaTech at cogX 2021 is hosted by the Creative Industries Council and supported by associate partners Digital Catapult, Facebook, Moore Kingston Smith, and UKRI. Please do join in the conversation on social using hashtag cogX 2021 and hashtag CreaTechUK. Find out more about the work of the Creative Industries Council and CreaTech at www.thecreativeindustries.co.uk. We have an exciting session up next titled How Epic Games Takes Us from Real to Unreal. Epic Games has over the years become so much more than a games company, with Hollywood using the game engine for digital sets and city planners using it for digital twin projects. You will hear from Salian Houghton, who is Unreal Engine Business Development M&E Fashion. Prior to Epic Games, Salian worked at renowned global content creation studio The Mill in New York. Today, Salian will talk us through the history of Epic Games and how its technology is impacting our viewing habits. Delighted you could join us this afternoon, Salian. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you and welcome. As the lovely Leila said, I'm Salian Houghton. I'm at Epic Games and I'm based at the London Innovation Lab. A very quick, brief, I promise, life story of me. I started my days as a TV producer at big global ad agencies, working on big brands. And then I spent the next 15 years or so working on all types of business, but mostly beauty and fashion. I produced endless beauty shoots, fashion films, commercials, and music videos all around the world. I then set up a production company, the most amazing education on how things actually go from being an idea on a piece of paper to a visual spectacle through a camera lens and eventually on a screen. So hopefully we're sharing my screen now. Next, I was asked by The Mill, as Leila said, the renowned content creation studio, to set up a beauty luxury division in New York. And then over the span of my career, I saw how technology was changing the way that we make, share, and view media, how we interact with each other, how we tell stories, and it sparked my interest. So things progressed, and I was making a lot of AR and VR content, and it became clear that game engine technology as an augmented layer on top of our own world, or as a fully immersive space, had the capability to create valuable experiences, and in many ways was limitless. I saw that images created on a computer, CG images, could now be fully interactive and photoreal, an exact digital twin, landscapes, characters, food, people, objects. And I found this super exciting, and I joined Epic to be part of the digital revolution. So let's start off by having a look at some of those amazing CG images. Wow. So let's very quickly, let me tell you what we do at the lab. Our amazing lab in London town is Epic's first 100% community-facing office. And our mission is to bring the Unreal Engine to the creative content industry to help everyone move forward with their real-time endeavors. And we do this in lots of different ways, by inspiring people with knowledge and hands-on real-time experiences at the lab or virtually, with support, whether it's creative support or technical support from our team of technical artists. And we help connect people with other industry members. We encourage a sharing, open community. So the purpose of today's talk is to give you some background to the Unreal Engine and to explain how game engine technology is having a significant impact across multiple industries and also on the viewing habits of us all. So let's start in the future. In the near future, the interactivity of gaming, the accessibility of the internet, and the fidelity of high-end TV and film are all going to come together to create a new type of virtual connected experience that is sometimes referred to as the metaverse, or a 3D version of the internet. Within this digital space, you'll be able to do all the things that you can do in the real world and many things that you cannot. It will have its own robust economy. It will be persistent, meaning it will never stop, pause, or reset. It will go on continuously. There will be events that will happen that you'll schedule into your calendar just as you would in real life. But beyond that, the metaverse concept will be a living experience that exists for everyone in real time. And everyone will be able to be part of this experience and participate in a specific activity all together with no cap on numbers. And the aim is that it is created and operated by a wide range of contributors, a true and real community space. Maybe you're familiar with the metaverse. Maybe it's still a little bit sci-fi for you. Regardless, the metaverse concept is already happening to some extent. Pretty much all of us now have a digital presence, even an emoji designed to look like us that we'll send to our friends. And we'll connect on digital platforms in the form of games and social media. Is it such a huge leap to see this beginning to become more sophisticated with a digital avatar on a platform and being fully immersed in a 3D space? Many people are already very comfortable in a truly digital interactive space. The internet says that there are 2.7 billion gamers in the world, and 46% of them are women. Video game players represent a diverse cross-section of the globe's population, spanning every age, gender, and ethnicity. The average age is 33, and they come from all backgrounds. Billions of people are already playing, socializing, and sourcing all types of entertainment in a virtual space. But let's get back to that a little bit later. Let me first give you some context. What is a game engine? And I'm sure some of you already know, but I'm going to answer the question very quickly anyway, because it'll help me explain the rise of the game engine. And to answer the question, we have to start with the two different ways of creating three-dimensional content. So one is GPU-based, which is used in gaming and game engines, and the other is CPU-based, historically used in TV and film. So what's the difference? So, well, video games require 3D that is real-time or live. The viewer as the player is able to have an impact on the 3D. Every move, decision the player makes affects what the 3D image looks like and what it does. And as you know, in traditional VFX, this is not the case. The purpose of traditional VFX is to generate a very realistic-looking 3D image that is used as part of a linear storytelling experience. There's no ability to impact the image and change the narrative or experience. And in most cases, the artist cannot work in real time. When creating the 3D character or environment, they have to render. They have to let the computer process all of the creative requests before the artist can see the progress. Now, historically, game engines have produced lower quality 3D visuals, and CPU-based 3D will never be interactive. So what's changing? Two things. Game engine technology has advanced at a far faster rate than CPU technology. It is now possible for a game engine like Unreal to create completely realistic looking CG that rivals the fidelity of CPU rendered CG. And the second big change is that other technological changes have led to our viewing habits changing. It's not all about linear TV anymore. Thanks to cloud-based rendering and 5G, assets for AR, MR, VR, anything interactive or immersive, all require real-time game engine-based 3D to provide an interactive experience. So you're now watching the latest Unreal Engine demo for UE5, Unreal Engine 5, that launched as early access a few weeks ago. This shows the incredible aesthetic of a game engine, and it's totally interactive. We're now living as part of an interactive age where things that were once thought to be impossible are being created all around us. That's because real-time 3D technology and pipelines fundamentally change the way in which we create and innovate and collaborate. Instead of the development process being hindered by a time-intensive, slow rendering process, it's transformed into an instant one. It's no longer fixed and one way. Iteration and collaboration can happen in the moment, enabling teams to push their ideas and projects further and faster. Real-time engines don't produce static artifacts. They output fully interactive worlds and assets that are ready for multi-use across any digital media. Okay, I hope this all makes sense. I'm going to change the pace a little bit now by sharing a bit of background on Epic Games and where we fit into all of this. So in 1991, Tim Sweeney programmed his first video game called ZZT in the basement of his mom and dad's house. And when Tim shipped the game, he did it with shareware, so it could be modified. With such humble beginnings, Tim wanted to give the impression that the operation was a bit bigger than it was, so he named his company Epic Mega Games. And in due course, this was modestly simplified to Epic Games. Tim was smart even back then as a young man. He soon realized that the program he had written and built ZZT on could potentially be used by games developers to create their own games. So 22 years ago, this led to the creation of the Unreal Engine. This was the first time that Epic were able to take the graphics program that was the foundation of a game and license it to other AAA developers to build their game at a couple of $1 million a pop. And just in case you're not a gamer, AAA games are the most sophisticated with visually stunning and complex worlds. So the Unreal Tournament, Gears of War, and Infinity Blade have all been huge gaming hits for Epic and have helped to battle test the engine. Gears of War is one of the biggest franchises in video game history. Infinity Blade was the first AAA console game available on mobile. Billions of dollars in revenue have been made by developers using the Unreal Engine to produce their own titles. And it's common for many of the top 10 games to be built using Unreal Engine. So we can't talk about games without mentioning Fortnite, arguably one of the most successful games on the planet. There are now around 350 million Fortnite players. It's become a cultural phenomenon going well beyond the traditional video game audience. Its scale is massive, it has seasonal frequent updates, and it's reactive to its audience. It has up to 11 million concurrent players at any one time. It was the first game to truly break the barrier between the gaming platforms. You can play a game with your friends, but on any platform: PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, PC, mobile. So what does this have to do with you guys? Well, Fortnite is arguably an early example of the metaverse. It's not just a game. As well as a battle royale game itself, Fortnite is a place to hang out with your friends. It's a three-dimensional play space where you can fire your friend out of a cannon and goof around in a shopping trolley. You can be immersed in a live music event, watch a film, or buy some new threads. It's a place where cinematic events and gaming interactivity come together. It's a place where you can be creative too. Fortnite Creative is a mode where everyone can freely build an online experience in Fortnite, no matter the scale. Whether it's big or small, Fortnite Creative allows creators to showcase their designs, games, and experiences to their friends or millions of people around the world. Which brings me to this, the Travis Scott concert from last year. There were over 27.7 million unique players in-game that participated live. And that's not counting all the people that watched on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter as I did. Also, DJ Marshmello did a set in Fortnite way back in February, which at the time was the largest live music event ever with an audience of 10.7 million. And most recently, there was Galactus. A record 15.3 million concurrent players joined forces to fight back Galactus in our biggest in-game event ever. More than 3.5 million cheered and watched on YouTube and Twitch. Even Star Wars was launched in Fortnite back in 2019. As you can see, Fortnite is a virtual world where other real-world IP can exist and coexist. There are limited time versions of the game based on characters from the film and TV world. Avengers, John Wick, Stranger Things. In-game, you can represent your favorite sports team by wearing their strip. You can even get the latest Nike trainers virtually before they're released in the real world. And there are many, many more partnerships to come. Then, of course, there's Fortnite World Cup. 40 million people competed. It was the most sophisticated broadcast event with 2.3 million live viewers online, and the competitors take home $30 million in prize money. Fortnite World Cup is one of many huge esports events that are drawing huge crowds and getting the attention of consumers and brands from all industries. Fortnite is a great example of how game engine-based content can open things up, but there are many more other amazing examples of how Unreal Engine is helping to create new types of content. So one important thing to mention at this point is the game engine, Unreal Engine, is free to download. So around 7 years ago, Tim Sweeney, he's moved out of the basement, he's now our CEO, decided to change our business model and give the Unreal Engine away so everyone could explore the possibilities with it. And since 2015, Kim Libreri and his special projects team have led the cinematic development of the engine. Kim and many of his team are from the film VFX world and are constantly striving to bring the engine up to the top level of film VFX. Prior to Epic, Kim was the VFX supervisor for the Matrix trilogy and has 2 technical Oscars for his work in innovating VFX technology. Special partnership projects each year have led to enormous strides in what the engine is capable of. Major advances have been made, such as the incorporation of ray tracing, allowing the engine to truly accurately mimic real-world lighting physics. And it's not just Kim and his team that push the envelope. Unreal's user base is steadily growing with 11 million licensees who are all helping to create amazing new advances using the engine. One area that the engine excels is CG cars. Since Epic first collaborated with McLaren for a groundbreaking configurator back in 2016, Unreal has become the predominant real-time tool for the car industry, helping to create the highest quality CG cars and touching all parts of the auto industry, from design to sales and marketing to autonomous simulation and the interior graphics of the next generation of vehicles. And there's architecture. The Unreal Engine has become one of the most widely used tools in the architectural industry. Renowned companies such as Foster's and Partner and Hadid rely heavily on Unreal to visualize their latest designs. Epic's recent acquisition of Twinmotion has greatly expanded the capabilities of Unreal and opened up one of the most powerful architectural asset tools to the engine's users. Live television is another area where the use of Unreal Engine has exploded. It's widely used for sporting broadcast, providing virtual sets and detailed analysis for sports such as golf, motor racing, and football. You've probably seen it used to augment live music events for the likes of Madonna and Childish Gambino, the Eurovision Song Contest, and the Super Bowl. Unreal can also be incredibly effective at help create impact for current events. The Weather Channel especially love it. And in the world of high-end film and television, the Unreal Engine is having a huge impact on how productions are pre-visualized, shot, and finally how the VFX is generated. Take a look at this video clip. Look at how shows like Game of Thrones use Unreal to meticulously plan and shoot enormous battle sequences.
The third floor is a frequent contributor in the visualization and virtual production of today's most epic film and television projects. The ability to execute rapid iteration of creative ideas within real-world parameters is the third floor's expertise. Demonstrated in this past season's scene from HBO's Game of Thrones is a real-time interactive visualization workflow. Capabilities include new ways to scout sets, plan practical shooting, and frame the action virtually. Advancements from the Unreal Engine are at the hub of many possible future media creation and consumption pathways and are only a beginning in a sea of possibilities for the way content can be visualized, developed, and viewed.
This level of planning and execution ensures that every dollar or pounds or euros is wisely spent putting amazing content on screen without the usual indecision or wastage. This next clip is from just over a year ago and demonstrates how the engine can be used not only to create amazing photoreal CG, but also how it can be used to create a truly virtual film environment where you can change live performances, edit on the fly, and change lighting and camera setups all virtually using Unreal. So this clip can be a little bit of a mind tease. So just remember, the Star Wars environment is all CG created in engine. On stage is a mocap artist, Gavin, puppeteering the CG Stormtrooper. There's also a director in VR. He's the guy doing all the talking. He's choosing his camera and lens and he's organizing his shot. And finally, there's an editor, Grayson, taking the footage from the virtual camera and cutting it into the existing sequence.
So Grayson, let's scrub to the part where we first see Phasma, please. Sure. So Gavin, when this trooper turns around and notices Phasma, this time around, let's try a bigger reaction than last time. Okay, bigger. Grayson, let's play back the old performance.
I heard Kylo Ren destroyed the one over in D sector. If you ask me, who's ever in charge of this place should be transferred to Hawk. What?
Okay, got it. Cool. Let's rewind. We'll hide the old performance. Okay. And let's give a mark for Gavin to start on. Cool. Let's get Gavin into costume, please. Oh, that's pretty cool. Look at that. And I'm going to set up a camera here. So we're a bit wide on this. Let's go closer to 75. Okay, go into 75. Cool. And we'll pull focus during the shot from the trooper to Phasma. So let's open the elevator doors. Okay, you got it. And pull deep. Great. So we have those two focus points. Let's rewind. And roll camera. Rolling?
If you ask me, who's ever in charge of this place should be transferred to Hawk. What?
And cut. And cut. Great. Grayson, let's drop this new take into the cut. Okay, you got it. So in the last few minutes, we recorded a new performance. We adjusted the lighting and we set up a new camera for a shot. And Grayson's working on showing us that new content now in Unreal Editor in the context of the sequence. And the nice thing with multi-user functionality is that a whole team of people can work together in the same scene at the same time, just like we do on a film set. And that multi-user functionality will be available to everyone in an upcoming release of Unreal. Grayson, how are we doing? I think we're good to go. Let's see it.
What's the story with all the elevators lately? I heard Kylo Ren destroyed the one over in D sector. If you ask me, who's ever in charge of this place should be transferred to Hawk. What? Whoa. You think she heard us? Yeah, I think she heard us. At least we blend in for once.
So amazing. The Unreal Engine is getting so good, it's becoming indistinguishable from the real thing. It's also changing the way that we make content. This clip is from a short film trailer by Quixel Megascans. It uses their bank of readily available 3D scans and photographic landscape textures to create incredibly realistic imagery. The short film is called Rebirth, and it's all created in Engine.
Adaptation. The ability to learn from past experience. The use of knowledge
to alter their environment. These virtues defined our creators and drove them to the brink of destruction. But we cannot exist without them. We must save her. What of our creators exists within us? Humanity has always had the potential to recognize its flaws and choose a better way. Can we save humanity? Was bringing her here the right choice?
And that brings us to virtual production and in-camera VFX. I think we've all seen Hollywood films shooting on huge green stages and then the world being added later. Well, it's now possible to replace green screen studios with LED screens showing a CG environment fully tracked to the camera so that as the camera moves, the backdrop moves, always giving the right perspective and appearing totally three-dimensional and realistic. No more post-production, just production. Take a look at our latest sizzler reel showing all the amazing LED stages that are popping up around the world.
We were really one of the early adopters for virtual production here in the Southeast, and we got excited about the technology because of the future of what it could be.
Ce que permet ce nouvel outil, c'est de donner de nouveaux moyens créatifs aux clients afin de pouvoir projeter leur production dans des univers qui jusqu'à présent étaient inatteignables en live.
Also das ist natürlich beeindruckend, was man hier sehen kann. Das ist, ich würde sagen, die Perfektionierung der Zukunft, Know-how in dieser Digitalisierungsvariante ist das einfach ein neues Drehen.
Que no final da diária você acaba saindo, possivelmente, com um material praticamente finalizado, onde você não precisa consertar nada.
We're only scraping the surface of what this technology can do. The benefits are countless. And the day will finally come when we all will say, green screen, your services are no longer required.
Olga Studios is a Spanish-based company specialized in an integral solution for filmmaking. My name is Alex Stuckey. I'm a single frame figure in Milan, Italy.
A great example of in-camera VFX is The Mandalorian. Some of you may have seen it. Over 60% of the show was done in camera, which for a piece that is set in a universe that is not our own, with dramatic landscapes and strange inhabitants, it's incredible. We've got a great case study article and film on our website. So if you're interested, check it out on unrealengine.com. And finally, that brings us to virtual humans. Epic have collaborated many times with the likes of 3Lateral and Cubic Motion to produce stunning real-time CG humans. 2 years ago, Epic acquired 3Lateral, world-renowned for their CG human rigs, so that many of their tools for creating super realistic humans could be democratized and incorporated into the engine for everyone to utilize. And last month, we launched the Meta Human Creator, a digital human configurator, fully rigged and ready to personalize incredibly sophisticated digital human characters. This is such a huge development for the creative industry, so big that I think it's worth a little video.
You create the narrative. I am metahuman.
initial spark for the metahuman idea was just the fascination with digital characters in CG. To us, digital humans are something magical even, and infinitely complicated. MetaHuman Creator is a cloud stream application that lets anybody create high-fidelity digital characters. What used to take months now takes minutes, and people don't even have to think about all the technical steps that they normally would need to take.
We're going after 3 really hard problems, and we're not compromising on any of those. Outright quality that you'd expect in a AAA game for a digital human. Making sure that anyone can use this tool, that anyone can create a character in minutes or hours that used to take weeks and months. And all of that has to work at that fidelity with rigged and ready to animate in-engine in real time.
This topic, previously reserved only for teams with large budgets and a large amount of time, now is accessible to everybody, and even to people outside of the industry.
It's like really a very robust, but very simple to use system. And it's really a joy when you just sit there in front of the tool and you can just like focus yourself on the sheer creativity and get excited about exploring.
The MetaHuman Creator uses a library of real scans of people. So when you move the handles around to create a character, you're mixing together these different parts of real people to create something that's still really believable and lifelike and has personality. But it's not just creating the shape of the face. You can also choose wrinkles applied to the face to make a character look older. But we're not just applying this as a texture onto the face. We also subtly change the geometry of the face at the same time to make sure those wrinkles really match with the shape of the face and just bring the whole thing together into a realistic and believable character.
One of the really cool features that you get out of the box with the MetaHuman Creator is that you're essentially focused on creating the high quality character, but at the same time you get multiple levels of details.
We take the hugely detailed strand-based hair and turn that into carve-based groom and then into a simple helmet. We take the geometry of the face and make simplified versions of that. We also simplify the materials so that you can use these characters in a crowd or on a range of different devices. It's also creating a new rig for the character, which controls how they move, how they emote, and that really brings life to the character.
And then there's this other moment when you hit play and it comes to life. And that's really the benefit of being real time and always generating this fully rigged version of the face is you hit play and it moves, it's alive.
And this person who's come from your imagination that doesn't exist in real life is suddenly there looking at you, smiling at you. That is kind of magical.
When you look at MetaHuman Creator or things we're doing with Quixel Megascans, the things that are coming in Unreal 5, I think the type of content we're going to see from very small teams and individuals is going to be a massive shift.
MetaHuman can be your endpoint. It can be the character that goes into your game. But it can also be your starting point where you start creating your own layers on top of what MetaHuman provides. I feel that we've accomplished something truly remarkable here by creating these digital characters with which you can empathize. Our whole team spent years designing this database and these rigs, and we're so excited to give this back to the community around the world.
So what does all this mean for the creative content industry and for you? Firstly, it's important to note that consumers are engaging with content differently. According to Netflix, Fortnite is a bigger eyeball draw and therefore potential competitor for audience attention than any other network. Hence, it makes sense for the worlds of Netflix and Fortnite to come together via a collaboration like the recent Stranger Things tie-in. The same applies for big screen events and sporting tournaments. These worlds can come together and both be stronger for it. The future is all about collaboration. So we can now create any narrative within a three-dimensional universe in real time that's interactive and responsive, where all assets are universal and can be used across multiple platforms. A space that allows for virtual creative collaboration, where creative iteration can happen quickly and in plain view, allowing for greater creative exploration. And thanks to 5G and the advances in cloud-based rendering, AR, MR, VR, any immersive experience is much more accessible and wanted by the consumer. And it's also possible to create CG that is indistinguishable from the real thing. Imagine how powerful a universal asset can be for advertising, marketing, fashion, retail, automotive, basically any industry. Whether you use it in a game, in an ad, TV placement, a print ad, adaptive social media, an immersive experience, a game, a training simulation, one asset speaks to all. And the process of creating these interactive assets and immersive worlds is becoming more and more democratized by sophisticated user-friendly tools and software that's freely available. Anyone can be a creator. So the future is a very exciting space. And we, the lab, are here to help the creative community to do great real-time interactive creative content and make it easier to use the Unreal Engine to create content and experiences in ways that have not yet been imagined. Now back to the metaverse. It seems fitting to end as we began. So it appears the metaverse is our ultimate destination, a fair and fluid place encompassing all aspects of life: play, knowledge, storytelling, beauty, and most importantly, identity. I believe our focus should now be to glide towards the metaverse and enable its citizens to create and share their unique identities and to belong to a community. Style and self-expression and personal taste in media and most certainly, if not, key elements of identity in the real world. Making creative media, the arts, music, the fashion industry, brands, and games a powerful vehicle towards a metaverse with unique, invested citizens. So what's the roadmap for the metaverse? In reality, nobody knows. It will be a long journey with many collaborations along the way. What I am certain of is that there will soon be a shift in the conversation. The question is no longer what is the metaverse? The question is, who am I in the metaverse? And as people begin to explore and develop the answer to this question through avatars and digital worlds, try-ons, garments, games, and customization, maybe our jobs are to support and amplify their curiosity, enabling the evolving community to express their identity. So thank you very, very much for listening. I think we may have, first of all, if you do want to learn any more about Unreal Engine and virtual production, then please do head to our webpage or web pages and check out lots of case studies and articles that we have. So that's Unreal Engine, that's unrealengine.com and uevirtualproduction.com. So we don't have to share my screen anymore if we don't want to. I wonder if there are any questions.
Thank you so much, Sally, and that was fascinating. The CG images were absolutely stunning. It's just completely takes you into a different world. So many questions, but we don't have too much time. So if you could give me a quick 30-second answer to this one, that would be fun.
I'll try.
Cool. So what are the demographic details of the millions who get involved in these sort of games?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I genuinely don't know the answer to that question. Well, more detailed than it covers, all aspects of life, all demographics, all people. And I don't have anything that I can share past that. We're not really data driven at Epic. We kind of appreciate that everyone's data is their own. And so it's the kind of thing that only the internet would know. And where the internet got it from, even I don't know.
All right, awesome. Well, I think a lot of people picked up so much from you today. So thank you so much. And we will be in with another session at 5 p.m. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CreaTech stage at cogX Hybrid Festival 2021. Thank you so much for joining us. In case you are just tuning in, cogX is a global leadership summit and festival of AI and transformational technology addressing the big question, how do we get the next 10 years right? I'm Leila Siddiqui, Associate Director Diversity at the IPA and member of the Creative Industries Council Diversity Group, and I am your MC this afternoon. Over the last few days, CreaTech has had a stellar lineup of cutting-edge content from the sectors of gaming, live performance, advertising, fashion, music, esports, visual arts, and much, much more. It is worth reinstating that CreaTech is unique in that it is the intersection of creative and technology industries where innovation in AI, VR, algorithms, specialized softwares, and others are transforming creative services, outputs, and processes. CreaTech at cogX 2021 is hosted by the Creative Industries Council and supported by associate partners Moore Kingston Smith, Digital Catapult, Facebook, and UKRI. Please do join in the conversation on social using hashtag CreaTechUK and hashtag cogX2021. You can find out more about the work of the Creative Industries Council and CreaTech at www.thecreativeindustries.co.uk. Right, so our next session is titled Tech versus Media Rules, Time for a Level Playing Field. This talk is aimed at exploring the changes in the TV and online video markets in relation to rules and regulation. Elizabeth De Feria is our moderator. Elizabeth is Senior Advisor, Creative Industries Trade and Investment Board, working between government and industry to promote the creative industries. Elizabeth, over to you.
Thank you so much, Leila. And I'm thrilled this afternoon to, on this very, very hottest day of the year, steaming, and I'm streaming with hay fever. So please apologize if I nip off with a tissue. So I'd just like to welcome you this afternoon. We have two incredible people with so much experience in the TV and the broadcast area. David Wielden. David is the Group Director of Policy and the Head of Public Affairs at Sky TV. Before that, he was the Director of Sustainability and the Deputy at CSR at Sky. He's been there for about 15 years, I think, David. And he's also President of the Board of Directors of the Association of Commercial Television in Europe. What a title. And as well, another area which is key to what we're talking about today, he is on the Board of Directors on Internet Matters. Internet Matters is a non-profit helping to advise online safety for young people. So welcome, David. I'd love to see what comes out of this discussion today. I think it's very timely. And thank you. And our second person that's joining the discussion this afternoon is Ed Hall. So Ed is the managing partner of Expert Media Partners. Ed has got over 30 years experience in the TV and broadcasting industry. Oh my goodness, producing award-winning programs for BBC, ITV, Channel 4. He also has worked on the design of national terrestrial TV multiplex for the UK, and I think London Live, the TV station. And as well as that, goodness me, he is doing the EPG transactions. So Expert Media Partners developed the market, the UK market, for the sale and purchase of channel positions on the Sky digital network, as well as all your other television providers. Oh my goodness, Ed also was the founder of cogX UK for that was the local television network. So between you all, there is a lot of experience and a lot of work and a lot of knowledge that we need to go and share and discuss this afternoon. So obviously, tech versus media rules, time for a level playing field. Where do we start? I'm going to start with David, actually, and I'm going to say we're going to talk initially, go straight into the online safety bill, the online harms bill that then became the online safety bill. As you know, it was published last month, and it will require internet platforms to report child sexual abuse as well as terrorist material identified on the services. So other online sectors and gatekeepers like the VPNs and sort of browsers are excluded from the provisions on this. Is it sustainable? Where do we go? What do you think?
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's a really interesting question. It sort of expands this way beyond TV. straight away, because of course, the debates about the responsibility of online platforms and of technology are really societal now. They go to the heart of the way we think about ourselves and the way that we think about how our society should be kept safe, and how individuals should be given the tools to keep safe. And I mean, I come at it with a TV background, although Sky is obviously a big technology company and an internet actor as well, having been an ISP since 2006, and in fact now the second largest by customer numbers in the UK, with also businesses in Ireland and Italy. So we kind of look at this quite holistically. And I think what's interesting about the debate that's going on, not just in the UK, but in Europe and indeed emerging in the US, about the way in which content moderation should take place online. This is content moderation, which of course has taken place on traditional media like television for decades, since the technology was established, pretty much. Is that there are big questions, not just about the responsibilities of the big global platforms that we all know about, the Facebooks and the Googles and the Twitters of this world, but also the whole of the internet value chain. And actually, as you're seeing technology changing, you're seeing the traditional, if you like, regulated and responsible actors within that value chain. For example, internet service providers who traditionally have, if you like, had some control over the way that content was accessed online, being disintermediated by new technology, by new forms of browser technology. And the politicians are really struggling to keep up as they try to find new rules to impose on the whole of the value chain. They struggle to work out how to include them, because customers these days are deploying all sorts of means to get online, many of which just are not susceptible to the rules that are being invented. So you could, it's all very well to say we're going to impose some responsibilities on Facebook, but actually people are accessing content via browsers and VPNs, which aren't included within the remit of these new rules. So I think that's a really interesting question. And as a media business, we look at it and we sort of almost take the view that we're kind of finger in the dike moment. It feels like no one has really got a grip on how to bring some order to what a lot of people now feel is the Wild West. And that should concern a lot of us. And I think that's a huge issue of debate. So yeah, I think that's a challenging entry into this conversation.
No, I get that completely. I mean, when you think about all the different sort of like platforms, and certainly what's grown out over the years, everything from Instagram, and now we've got TikTok, and it's sort of like it's just getting bigger and bigger, and what will be happening next. Ed, I'd like to bring you into the discussion. And Ed, and I've known each other for many years actually, and I did some work with Ed back after the Brexit debate. So with Expert Media, when I was the head of Brexit policy, media policy, which was some time back, and Ed, we did a lot of work with the, oh my goodness, country of origin and Brexit, and where did it go? And what have you been working on since then? I mean, I know there's an awful lot which I read out of your bio, but equally, yeah. What are you up to for Expert Media? Where does it gone now since Brexit?
Thank you. I think you've obviously been quite lively on Google this afternoon, so thank you for that biography. I'd actually really like to start by picking up on something that David said, because I think that one element that's missing from this conversation that we often have about regulation of new platforms is sort of missing historically what the quid pro quo was between regulation and the ability to broadcast. So, in a world where we had a small number of broadcasters who had very valuable licenses, either licenses they'd paid for or licenses that they were awarded because of their PSB status. But those types of broadcast licenses that gave you access to millions of households came with a responsibility. So you had enormous commercial advantages, as the commercial broadcasters right up until the 90s had, by being one of those licensees. But in return, there were public goods that you were required to adhere to and to reflect in the way that you managed and ran your business and what you put on air. And I think as we've drifted from that into multi-channel, firstly multi-channel in an analog world with a limited number of channels, then into the digital space with an effectively uncapped number of channels, and then into the internet, is that not only is regulation also trying to catch up, but what it's also doing is, I think, failing to offer what is the advantage to someone to be regulated. And whilst in the early 90s, it was very obvious that being a Channel 5 had a very significant commercial advantage potentially, because it gave you that access as one of a limited number of channels to a lot of households. What the advantage is of being a compliant content handler now is rather more difficult to define. And I think, and I'm actually sitting in Greece where we have some clients at the moment, and I was sitting in a bar watching one of the football matches that we're all watching at the moment. And of course, it was being stolen via an IPTV provider who's providing a wide range of channels to a wide range of establishments. And we all know that that's happening. We all know that's part of the industry. And of course, people are also running around actively trying to stop that. But at the same time, the commercial advantage is clearly not to comply. And so when it comes to really important online harms and issues around advertising or protection of minors, you've now got this slight, I think, contrasting set of objectives, which is that in order to have the most commercial advantage, you need to find ways around a lot of these regulations, which is clearly what a lot of people are doing. And as we've gone away from imagining that we were moving towards a convergent world, actually now when we've called all our Apple boxes and our Now TV boxes and our Fire TV sticks and our streaming televisions and our connected devices, we've all found lots of ways to get content, not least VPN ways of escaping protection of content. So, whilst I think this is going to be a very interesting conversation, I think that at the core of this is that government and regulators, policymakers, need to sit down and think about how you begin to give some form of advantage or benefit to those people who are compliant broadcasters in the way that traditional television broadcasters benefited by taking on those additional public service obligations in the first case, and more commercial regulation subsequently. And I think those two things, instead of coming together, have diverged very significantly. And I think therein lies a lot of the problems that we face.
Yeah, interesting. I think that also, I mean, what is so key is that we're looking at so many different things that's coming out of the government at the moment, and the different regulation that is happening. And on the online side, that you just think that, looking on advertising, that, the watershed at 9 p.m. and what's going to happen with sort of junk food and where does that go? Because it's sort of like it's entering so many different areas. It's not just sort of like online safety, but it's sort of like the government message that's coming through. David, I think you might have been doing some work on that recently.
Yes, I'm just going to pick up on something that Ed said and then segue into that advertising point, because they're actually they're linked, I think. And that is, Ed talked about commercial advantage and rewarding it, or rather rewarding responsibility with some form of commercial advantage. And that, of course, was, if you like, the public service broadcaster compact in the UK for many decades. And the government is looking at that, and it is looking at the prominence rules and all the rest of it. Although I think that gets much more complicated in a connected device world, because there is a world of difference between a sort of dumb Samsung connected TV and Sky Q, which actually I don't think need the same form of regulation. But the real point about the rules around TV, it seems to me, wasn't historically about rewarding good behavior so much as recognizing the unique position that this medium played in society. Because with limited spectrum, as you pointed out, Ed, you had limited number of broadcasters. So you had gatekeepers. You had gatekeepers to information. And if you're going to accept gatekeepers in society, you need to ensure that they are held to the very highest account. And what I think is so interesting about where we're at now is that everybody is recognizing that in the online world, you increasingly have gatekeepers. In fact, the European law that is being introduced and debated, talking about content moderation and the responsibility of platforms, 2 pieces of law, in fact, specifically refers to online gatekeepers. And I think that that new recognition that there is a set of rules and responsibilities that those gatekeepers need to be held to is sort of inevitable, and indeed is the start of, I think we're just at the beginning of a journey which brings those rules in, both around obligations to moderate content, obligations to protect users and society, and obligations to behave responsibly towards other economic actors in the sector. And then that, interestingly, I think does bring one to advertising. And Elizabeth, you referred to the current looking review that the government's got into unhealthy food and the 9 p.m. watershed. And TV has long been the medium that you choose to kind of aim your advertising rules at when you want to achieve a better societal outcome. And there are very strict rules around advertising, and broadcasters are liable for advertising that they carry on their channels. But what's interesting about where the current UK government review is that it's finally recognised that you can't simply put rules on TV if you want to achieve a societal outcome and not also look at online, because all you do is you drive audiences away from a medium that is responsible and regulated into one that isn't. And in fact, you know, the trend anyway is for, particularly for younger audiences, to be eyeballs are going online. So for the first time, the government is proposing to bring in restrictions online. And I think that is absolutely inevitable and probably the right thing to do. It is, by the way, being met with howls of outrage from the online advertising community and the online platforms. But I'm afraid my sort of suggestion would be to them would be get used to it, because I cannot see the direction of travel being anything other than more rules and greater regulation. And in fact, I would ask the question why it is that some of the online platforms that make billions out of advertising are not held more legally responsible for the adverts that they carry. I think that eventually will be the next step.
Interesting. I think I totally agree with you, actually. Ed, would you like to come in on that?
Yeah, I think that's fascinating, because it comes to this fragmentation issue that I keep talking to clients about, who are, we deal with broadcast clients who are looking to regulate both on television and in new spaces, as we can still call them new spaces. But there was a point where we were thinking about a single market, and obviously the UK is no longer part of that. But nonetheless, even if we were, what we're seeing is different countries taking very different approaches to how their community, their politics feel they want to deal with the issues that we're discussing. So, you don't see a common approach. And actually, under when Television Without Frontiers became the AVMS directive, what we were seeing was the introduction or the expansion of what was almost genuinely a single market. There were differences in some countries, but in broadcasting, a broadcast license in one EU or EEA country was effectively a passport to broadcast in all others, with very few exceptions. And that was a very solid single market. But what we're seeing both in broadcasting and in the management of the advertising in online services is countries themselves wanting to regulate that advertising, some in terms of the sort of harms that we've been talking about, but in others actually solely on a commercial basis. I mean, Ireland, for example, has talked about implementing charges for for advertising that's in their country of reception in order to help fund their state broadcaster. Now, I'm not sure how far that idea will go, but it's there and it's on the political agenda, and it won't be the only country where that conversation takes place. So, once the country of reception of services, rather than the whole of the EU or the whole world, once the country of reception starts to address its concerns about, yes, online harm to minors, yes, tobacco advertising, yes, to violent content and the sharp end of this, but also actually to straightforward commercial advertising, and in a world where online streaming companies can use cookies and target directly individuals and individual households with advertising, whereas broadcasters still broadly can't. You again have this, when we're talking about level playing fields, we're still talking about an objective of regulation and objective of policymakers, which I think is quite different from the reality of what's happening on the ground.
No, it's very true, actually, and you brought in something I wanted to talk about, which is about sort of, the digital single market, and sort of like when we think about it with all the, everybody has got different rules, even though you're sort of all trying to come together to one thing. Obviously, there are obviously some countries that are getting things better than others. David, is there something do you feel there's some countries that are sort of like jumping ahead of the UK on this, or what are your thoughts?
So there's two elements to the question now, which is who's taking the leadership position, but also what does it mean for the kind of the settled view of rules and regulation in the single market in Europe, putting Brexit aside, of course. I think what's quite interesting about what's happening in Europe, for those that don't know, the internet rules that are being brought in, which are twofold, really, one about content moderation on big online platforms, and another about the behavior of systemically important economic platforms, which together make a new sort of digital compact, is that the European Union is bringing those rules in part because individual countries have started to legislate in both of those areas on their own. So the Germans have a law called NetzDG, which is about removal of certain types of content in a certain period of time. The French have got a similar law. The Germans have also got a new law regulating the economic behavior of big online platforms as well. So the EU has been watching the fragmentation of the single market happening and is trying to bring it back together. But that creates some really big challenges for them, because for the first time, and I know I'm a sad policy wonk, I spend too much of my time following this stuff, and when I'm allowed to, too much of my time in Brussels and in other countries in Europe talking to politicians about it. But what you're seeing is, as the EU is proposing to bring these rules and harmonize these rules in the single market, to the very point that Ed was making earlier, a lot of countries are saying, well, hang on a minute. These are important to our society. We want some control. We want some determination about whether or not these rules are being followed and are fit for purpose. We don't want to allow them to be determined outside of our country, in the so-called country of origin idea, that where the service is located, that's where the regulation happens. And of course, they've had their fingers badly burnt on this with GDPR, because a lot of these internet platforms have gone and put themselves in Luxembourg and Ireland, where the regulation of data protection now happens for Facebook and etc. And many countries feel like those regulators are not doing and not implementing it the way they'd like to. So they're now saying to the European Commission, no, we want a piece of the action. We want some control. And of course, that raises some fundamental questions about the future of the single market and the way that these platforms are going to be regulated and overseen politically in these markets. And that's before you take into account Brexit, and it's before you take into account the fact that the Americans are going down a different direction. And I actually think, I posit this, and I'm sure it's very controversial and lots of people will disagree, but that we're probably, at the apogee of that moment where these platforms are truly global. And that actually from now on, we're going to see more and more fragmentation in the way that the platforms are forced to operate because of regulation.
Absolutely. I was looking yesterday, actually, India looking at the same thing, and I think there's, that it's not just going to be the EU, obviously America. You think about the whole global situation is it's bigger and bigger, isn't it? Ed, can I bring you in?
Yeah, I was going to say, because what that does is it brings us right back again to prominence. The way in which menus, the way in which front pages, the way in which home pages, whatever type of system you're on, but the way in which that content is made available to you is an enormously powerful tool. And so, if you look at the front of Netflix, or you look at the front of Amazon Prime, or you look at your Samsung TV, or you look at your Now TV box, the decisions that are made about what content's being launched, what's being profiled, what isn't, what's harder to find, what's tucked away. Those were conversations that on linear EPGs were had, and to some extent still continue. But in our regulated space in the UK, became certainly on the digital satellite, on the Sky platform, a matter of a commercial market. But and one in which Sky is a fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory player, and no one's ever actually, I think, suggested that they haven't acted in that way. But when you start to look at these online platforms, they're able to make a range of commercial decisions about which content is favoured. And when you start to look at some of the parts of the European Union, but other parts of the world too, where there are huge cultural divisions, language divisions, political tribal divisions. We do a lot of work in Nigeria. You can start to see why prominence isn't just about channel numbers. Prominence is about how you handle content, how available you make it, how visible you make it, and how you promote it. And at the moment, that's an area where I don't see the regulators stepping with, I think, enough authority, because I think some of the areas in which they're focused about country-receptive advertising and trying to levy for that is unhelpful and contradicts the spirit of the single market. Whereas actually saying, if you are going to have the power to identify which content I can see and when, and which content I'm likely to see and when, that is an enormously powerful tool, and that is one that really ought to be regulated.
Very interesting. And I agree that there's so much that, God, this is such a big issue. We could go on for hours. It's really at the end of a day. So it's sort of like before we get the next session. One thing that's also the question that's come in is that, let me just see here now. So the FCA, the Financial Conduct Authority, has recently warned it will take legal action against Google and social media companies if they continue to accept ads for online financial scams. Very true, actually. Should online platforms be held liable for adverts like TV companies are? Who wants to go first?
My simple answer to that question is yes. But I mean, look, I think it's fascinating. I think the executive director of the FCA said before the British Parliament yesterday that he was pretty fed up with the fact that the FCA is having to spend hundreds of millions of pounds taking out adverts on social media platforms to warn people about financial scams that are advertising on social media platforms. That cannot be right. And we have a system in this country where the ASA does regulate adverts online. And it's absolutely right to say that it's not a total free-for-all, and the ASA has taken some brilliant steps, I think, actually, in the last few years to bring its rules to bear on advertisers. But it remains the case that the platforms themselves don't bear the legal responsibility, but it's the platforms that are making the money. They're the ones that are monetizing. They're the ones that are applying the algorithms to make sure that you see the adverts that they think are going to be most valuable to you and to them. And I actually find it quite staggering that we've got to this point in the development of the internet advertising business model, and we haven't yet found a system to bring some rules to the way that platforms display advertising. But I don't think it'll be that long before that happens.
No, interesting. I think, you think about e-commerce actually, and it's sort of like, you only have to sort of Google something you might be even looking at, or even when you're driving in the car and you might be having a conversation and then you get back and you'd go on your phone and you've suddenly seen that, you mentioned that you might fly to New York, and the next thing you've got an advert coming up for, British Airways or something. So it's not happening like that on our TV. So, there's so much where it's changing. Ed?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, we're that generation, if you like, of internet first timers, and because we have therefore this instinctive belief, I think, that to some is almost a political belief that it is a Wild West, and it should be a caveat emptor space where it's your decision to engage with those adverts. Of course, that's deeply unhelpful because we know that those adverts that are misleading are most likely to be seen by or acted upon by people who are affected by them, or who are likely, who are vulnerable to those advertising techniques, and not to those of us who like to think that we're smart enough to spot them. And so, in television, you would never in 1,000 years be able to run those adverts. And if you did run them, you'd be held accountable for the harm that you caused. How you begin to get that addressed in advertising on the internet is a very big question, but it's one that isn't, I think, as difficult as one might expect, because I think, as David was alluding to, there are large and established and mature businesses that drive this advertising. It isn't a Wild West industry. There are large companies serving most of those adverts.
Absolutely, and listen, there's an awful lot of talk, and you only have to look on Twitter this week of what's been happening with advertisers, and certainly with our new TV channel this week, that a number of them are pulling off. I don't know if either of you have had time to look at the new news channel that you put on. Well, you didn't put it on, Ed, but it's on the EPG system. So GB News, has it been something that's taken up any of your time?
Yeah, I mean, GB News is clearly having a few teething problems. Small broadcasters launching in a time of COVID. That's I think an inevitability, and it provides great amusement for those who want to see the humour in the clips that are doing the rounds on Twitter. But actually, what they've done is, I think, quite extraordinary in A, raising the money in very challenging times, and B, launching a channel that seeks within Ofcom rules to do something a little bit different and add a new voice to our national debate. And I don't see that that's a negative. And I hope they get the tech issue sorted out. Like I say, we had nothing to do with the tech side of it. To have got those studios launched, up and running, technically spec'd and built during COVID and launched, politics and all those other questions that people want to ask aside, I think, a big round of applause. TV wasn't expecting 60 million quid, boost in the arm in the middle of COVID. So, all power to GB News for that.
No, sure. And I think what is interesting, obviously Sunday night, the launch at 164,000 viewers. I haven't seen the stats for the last few days, and I'm not going to say that. Well, actually, all right, I will say it was double that was on Sky News, but not many of us would watch Sky News at 8 o'clock on a Sunday evening. So I'm going to take that out because I absolutely love Sky News. So
I'm disappointed you should say that, Elizabeth. I'm a religious watcher of Sky News at 8 o'clock on a Sunday evening.
Actually, I do. I like the press preview and all the news, and I probably watch it all evening. So much to my family's dismay.
There's an interesting point here, though. Look, I sworn a self-denying audience about GB News because I don't think it's right for one broadcaster to criticise another. Although we can all have opinions about set design, but I think what it shows is really interesting. As Ed says, it's a monumental effort to launch at this time, but it also tells you that linear TV isn't dead. And I've been going around to conferences, including to tech conferences when I'm allowed in, and saying, I know you're all obsessed with the internet. I know you're all obsessed with video on demand and Netflix, but you know what? Linear TV still has life in it. No one wants to watch catch-up sport. Actually, appointment to view remains a really important model, and the linear TV channels and the public service broadcasters have been pretty resilient. So I think you're going to see linear TV around for quite some time, albeit it's innovating and its advertising models are innovating. And of course, the kind of seamlessness with the way with which it's bound into its on-demand offer on all the platforms is becoming just a factor of the industry. But Netflix hasn't got it all its own way. No, I'm with you on that. Actually, I think there's also a lot of room for, it's whilst it's a news channel, it's more of a news magazine. It's not giving the news as a news bulletin. One thing actually is what used to be, I suppose, terminology as science fiction is now science fact. We've seen Elon Musk with launching his SpaceX 60 satellites. Ed, I know there's something that you're working closely with, which is a tech platform, and cogX is all about technology. So I'm going to ask you what next. I think you're working on something which is like a Zoom for TV.
Well, yeah, replacement. I mean, it's a technology we spotted that we're interested in technologies that disrupt, not for the sake of disruption, but ones that provide things faster, better, cheaper is kind of the mantra of that part of our business. And this is a great technology that is a peer-to-peer video platform. So it works over the internet, a 200 data center national global network that enables you to get round-trip video from your studio to a guest on a device somewhere and back to the studio with a latency of about 200 milliseconds, and to do so incredibly cheaply. So that's
wow.
Now when you look at what's happening with a variety, I won't name them, of video platforms that were never designed for a broadcast environment and are providing us again with humorous clips for Twitter, the Prime Minister failing when he's using it in Parliament, or guests coming into those Downing Street press conferences, or perhaps on some recently launched TV channels. You'll find that getting that right, getting that volume of video well managed in the cloud, and then being able to deliver it to the other end of whatever process you're talking about can take out all the latency that the machines in your gallery tend to add. And that's where a lot of the issues come from. So synced tech, getting that video from A to B at high speed, that's it's called the Path Studio. Thank you very much for the opportunity to plug it, Elizabeth.
Sorry for the plug, everybody. And we're getting close to the end, so I've just been handed a reminder. But actually, one thing that happened this week has also been in the news is the Ofcom and the situation with the BBC and whether they should or shouldn't have carried on. And I know it was a UEFA feed for the football. If any of you were watching, I know, Ed, you don't like football and you weren't watching it, but what will happen more on this is sort of like, do you think that there'll be any follow through, or do you think that it's just an apology will suffice?
Live television and stuff happens, and sometimes it's unfortunate. Sometimes I think the best thing to do in live television when things happen is a way that you wouldn't have planned for, is to say sorry and move on. But I think it's a tough call to say that in that live environment, the individuals doing it did something wrong in some horrendous way, in the way that people are being attacked on Twitter. These are ordinary TV people doing their jobs, and perhaps if it happened again, we'd do it differently.
I mean, it's interesting though. Looping right back to where we started, TV is being held up to a certain standard, but of course online you wouldn't even think twice before saying something like this. It's ironic. Twitter is being used to attack the broadcaster, and yet Twitter as a platform has an awful lot of stuff on it which is 1,000,000 times more offensive and worse than that. So I think it is interesting, and so that leave you with this thought, which is, are we going to see a more equalization of standards and rules around online and broadcast, and will that equalize up or will it equalize down?
Interesting. I definitely the main thing is that he is okay and he's well, and please hopefully making a strong recovery, and that everything goes well. And I must admit, nobody wants to be blamed for being the BBC man, but actually, to be honest, they did as well as they could in the circumstances, then carrying on a conversation. So our conversation sadly has come to an end. I would love to go on more, and I think we might have to have a round 2 at the next cogX or something, or see where it goes in the next year. I wanted to get onto things like data, onto obviously NFTs, that you can sort of like put your art on your TV, what's going to be going on with further technology and rules and regulations around that, but that's for another day. And I'd love to say thank you so much from Greece and what looks like it could be a church, Ed. And
thank you.
Thank you very much. And also to David from, I think, your office in Sky. Thank you so much, both of you. And I'll hand you back over to Leila. Thank you. I've been Elizabeth Diafraria for CITIB, the Creative and Trade Investment Board. We're promoting the work and the exports with government and industry across the creative industries. And we're working with the CAC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a great discussion, Elizabeth, Ed, and David. Lots of expert insight there on what is such a relevant and complex topic area. Our next session is at 6 p.m. Do join us then for the CreaTech finale. See you soon. Welcome back to the CreaTech stage at cogX Hybrid Festival 2021. Thank you for joining us. In case you have just tuned in, cogX is a global leadership summit and festival of AI and transformational technology addressing the big question, how do we get the next 10 years right? I am Leila Siddiqui, Associate Director Diversity at the IPA and member of the Creative Industries Council Diversity Group, and I'm your MC this afternoon. CreaTech has put together a stellar lineup of cutting-edge content from gaming, live performance, advertising, fashion, music, visual arts, and so much more over the last few days. It is worth reinstating that CreaTech is unique in that it is the intersection of creative and technology industries where innovation in AI, VR, algorithms, specialized softwares, and others are transforming creative services, outputs, and processes. CreaTech at cogX 2021 is hosted by the Creative Industries Council and supported by associate partners Digital Catapult, Facebook, Moore Kingston Smith, and UKRI. Please do join the conversation on social using hashtag CreaTechUK and hashtag cogX 2021. You can find out more about the work of the Creative Industries Council at www.thecreativeindustries.co.uk. Applications are now also open for our annual showcase of the best innovations in UK CreaTech called Ones to Watch. We have come to our final session for CreaTech. The theme for this session is Cultural Pathways for the Next 10 Years. The digital world has played a major role in broadening the boundaries of what's considered art. Can technology also increase engagements, making audiences more diverse? Some very big questions here for our expert panelists who are at the forefront of culture and design. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce Katie Wickramansinghee, founder of KTW London, and The Wick, who is our moderator for this session. Katie has been recognized as a top 5 PR Week Power Book Luxury Leader UK and is a leading voice working across the arts and business sectors. Katie, thank you so much for joining us. Over to you.
Dana, thank you for the very kind introduction, and hi everyone, and welcome to the final sweltering talk on the CreaTech stage at this year's cogX Festival. We've seen some incredible panels already, and hopefully this one will also impress. But before we get to an incredible talent lineup, let me introduce myself. So I'm Katie Wickramansinghee, the founder of KTW London and The Wick. We're a global communications consultancy and cultural content platform on a mission to connect the culturally curious and to make businesses more art engaged and responsible. So art and technology, they've long had a conversation, and we're going to be talking today about new ways of seeing cultural pathways for the next 10 years. The title of this talk is a play on the seminal work by John Berger, whose book has had an enduring impact on how we view arts and culture. So in terms of arts and culture, they've always had a conversation, but the last couple of years has seen a seismic shift, which has been catapulted to the forefront with COVID-19. We've seen shifts not just in world themes and discourse around diversity, sustainability, and transparency, but also the ways in which we create, connect, and communicate with arts and culture. We saw the necessity of galleries, institutions, and theatres hit their audiences and the need to go via home screens and via our phones, changing how, when, and what we engage with. We've seen exhibitions at MoMA going virtual. We've seen the launch of the first virtual museum, VOMA. There's obviously been the introduction of the infamous NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and the rise of immersive experiences such as Van Gogh Alive and Superblue. We've even seen the Royal Shakespeare Company partnering with gaming technologies to showcase their performances of Dream. And of course, we've witnessed iconic legends and artists such as Hockney with his iPad exhibition at the Royal Academy, which is supported by global public installations and digital screenings. Not to mention that technology has also changed the modes and practices in the ways we actually create art itself. So I'm incredibly excited that we're joined by a brilliant group of innovators and cultural leaders today to discuss how these pathways are set to evolve and how our cultural future is being shaped. So thank you all so much for joining. And I just want to do a quick round of very impressive introductions. So we have first up British artist Jonathan Yeo, one of the world's leading portrait artists, known for his traditional and experimental portraiture. His sitters have ranged from David Attenborough, Malala, to Nicole Kidman, to Johnny Ive and the late Duke of Edinburgh. Johnny has appeared in various museums across the globe, including the Royal Academy, and he recently minted his first NFT on Super Rare. As well as this, he's a trustee of London's National Portrait Gallery, co-curator of Soho House Art Collection, and also won Artist of the Year with GQ for his creative innovations. Suhair Khan works with Google Strategy and has done for a very long time. Over the past decade, she's made pivotal projects and initiatives and partnerships with Google Arts and Culture and beyond. And last year, Suhair founded her own cultural platform, Open-Ended Design, for conversations uniting design, tech, and culture. As well as this, she's passionate about education and a visiting lecturer at the Architectural Association and Masters in Architecture programme at Central St Martin's. We have Lord Ed Vaizey, member of the House of Lords. Prior to this, he was the longest serving culture and digital minister that the UK government has seen from 2010 to 16. He was responsible for the rollout successfully of rural broadband to over 4 million homes and the introduction of 4G, as well as lots of other innovations that have seen our economy flourish with the creative industries. Ed was one of the only people to publish a white paper in culture, the first in 50 years, and serves on the board of Digital Theatre and is a trustee for the National Youth Theatre and patron for kids and museums. And last but by no means least, Tim Marlowe OBE, Chief Executive and Director of the Design Museum in London, formerly Artistic Director of the Royal Academy of Arts, Director of Exhibitions at Whitekey. Tim's been involved in the contemporary art world for over 30 years and is known as a curator, broadcaster and writer in addition. He sits on the board of trustees and advisors for numerous organisations, including the Imperial War Museum, Art on the Underground, Design Age Institute and Culture Shock Media. So guys, thank you so much for joining today. I'm really excited to have you all in the same room or screen of room. It's such a privilege. And I think we're all so happy that you're able to give up very valuable time, as clearly from your bios, you're incredibly busy people. I wanted to start off, Ed, obviously as someone who's worked in leadership and policy making, we can't really talk about the next 10 years without thinking about the changes and the shifts that have recently occurred. So over COVID-19, what has been some of the most obvious shifts that you have seen from a cultural perspective?
So I think for me, I'm very interested in all the entire sort of digital space. I was both the Minister for Culture and the Minister for Technology. So I straddled these two worlds, and I was always interested in the fact that they never seemed to meet. And to be blunt, I always found obviously the most interesting innovation happening in the world of technology. Now, a lot of that can be kind of, in some ways, quite pedestrian. You know, how do you hail a taxi? You can use a smartphone. That has changed the way people do things, but you might not say that's kind of the heart and soul of the arts. But at least you would meet people in the world of technology who are constantly thinking how to do things differently now that we all have these amazing devices in our hands. And I think that what COVID has shown is it's sort of started a transformation, but I don't think we've quite got there yet. And I would put it into sort of 3 buckets, if I can use the privilege of going first to try and set the agenda, although given the quality of the other panelists, I may not succeed. The first is you take the physical thing, you take the performance or the museum, and you put it online. You're closed during the pandemic, so many more museums and performing arts organizations have leaned in to engaging with an audience online. And I can't remember, I think it was the Victoria and Albert, I won't name, but because I'll probably be getting it wrong, but there was one museum that told me, you know, they'd done nothing I think it was actually the National Gallery. They'd done nothing really online, and they ended up doing 500 events online during the pandemic. So suddenly you get this incredible engagement and a discovery by these institutions that they can reach global audiences who have a thirst for engagement with them. So that's point one, straightforward, analog, online. Point two is what I call is a terrible sort of cliche, Mozart with a synthesizer. You know, if Mozart had been alive in the 1980s, would he have composed using a synthesizer? And I put Johnny Yeo in that bucket. So Johnny is using new technology to create art in new ways and exciting, interesting and different ways. And I think that is a great thing. And Hockney is another example of just using an iPad. So artists embracing new technology, and that can also include performance and doing performance where you curate the performance with an eye to a digital audience, not a physical audience. So that's point number two. The third thing, which I think is missing, is how do you engage an audience that are smartphone first, that can both physically visit your exhibition or your performance, or want to engage with you online, but how do you do that in a much, much smarter way than what we've been doing during COVID, which is simply taking the analog experience and putting it online. And I think that's the great unexplored opportunity, which I want to lean into over the next year or so.
Yeah, and I think there's been a fascinating movement as well, as you mentioned, in terms of content that's not just captured, but is actually potentially originated or innovated. And I know we've spoken about some of the projects I've worked on, like Marquee TV, where they actually co-commission their own content. And I wanted to ask you, obviously, from your position, you've obviously seen the importance of creativity to the economy, the value of that to effectively the bottom line. It's worth 11 billion to the UK alone. So in your view, what would be the most important thing for the UK government to focus on in the next 10 years in this space if they had to pick one area? Would it be around this Amazonization that you've talked about? Would it be around the co-creation? How would it link to the creative sector with technology?
Well, I've started talking about the Amazonization of culture in a slightly provocative way, but it's actually based on the fact that Doug Gurr, who came from Amazon, is now the chief executive of the Natural History Museum. Doug told me the other day that they're building a new research center, funnily enough, in my old constituency, Harwell, but they're putting TV studios in there to create content. And Doug's point is, our museum has about 100 million visitors, but we have data on about 1 million of them. We have about 1,000, the Natural History Museum has about 1,000 pieces of content, but to really engage the breadth of people who will have different interests from the Natural History Museum, you probably need 100,000 pieces of content. And what I mean by Amazonization is not that you get ruled by an algorithm or that you're constantly buying branded goods from the museum. It's about the relentless engagement with an audience and experimenting about how you engage them and getting to know them and providing tailored content for them. And that's what I would lean into. I think institutions have got the fact that they can engage with audiences with their physical content. I think artists are leaning into new technology, but what I don't think is institutions really understand, and I say this in a sort of neutral way, the way that the platforms, the Amazons and so on, really know their customers and are constantly innovating to keep their customers engaged. Now, some people think that's a terrible thing.
Yeah.
Personally, if a museum wanted to keep me engaged with different and new content, I would think that is a good thing. So that's what I mean by that phrase.
Okay, thank you. And Johnny, I wanted to move over to yourself. So I'm very familiar with your practice over a long period of time. And I think what's really important to mention is, as an artist that's actually creating firsthand, you always worked with technology. And I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about a project that you did with the Royal Academy a little while back.
Yes, actually, I think all the other panel members were, well, certainly Sue and Tim were closely involved with that. And I've certainly discussed it with Ed a few times. Yeah, so I'm a painter by background, so my day job is, in a sense, a very traditional one. And it kind of gives you, I think in a way, it gives you a certain freedom, because you kind of like tick the box of kind of, you know, doing the sort of formal thing. And I've always been very interested in using technology. But that was the first time it really was a big part of an exhibition and a big part of something I'd done. So I basically, the nutshell of it, I got into 3D technology, and then at the same time, some of Suha's colleagues at Google showed me their VR creative software they were working on, Tiltbush, and I experimented with how to bring these together and create sculpture, basically a portrait sculpture, using virtual technology, essentially. And it was, and at the time I thought, I've got to do this in a hurry because lots of other people are going to do it and I want to be the first. And I think sort of whatever it is, 3 or 4 years later, I don't know if anyone else has done it yet, because it's still a little bit complicated to do. But I think we will see a lot more of that in the future.
But huge success. I was going to say, without falling down the NFT hole, which I'm keen not to do, because I know there's been some fantastic cogX talks purely on that subject, but I know that you did recently launch a super rare NFT. How did you find working in that platform, in the way that digital technologies are coming to the fore? And I suppose the bigger question there is, do you think it has longevity, and where do you see that going over the next 10 years?
So yes, there's a lot to talk about there. So we won't get into it, other than to say, I mean, at the moment, the NFTs are really more about what happens to the artwork after you've created it than the artwork itself. So it's about, you know, new ways you can you know, sell, exhibit, own, and interact with things. I think what's potentially exciting is that it enables there to be a market for things, and therefore artists can make a living who up until really, you know, only a few months ago could only do if they were making something that was, you know, a commodity, a physical commodity usually, with the exception of performance pieces and modesty, things like that. But I think, you know, and by the way, I think, yeah, performance pieces now may have a new lease of life because of this thing. I do think it has longevity. I don't know what form I'm not sure it'll be in the current form, but I'm not sure about futurology is very good anyway. I was telling my friends last year who were telling me to hurry up and do NFTs. I was like, oh, that's 10 years away. You know, come back to me when it's about to happen. But I think the reason I think it's got longevity is that this thing will be as bigger. It'll create a new genre. And that's really exciting for artists. And I think what needs to happen is that it needs the people who are making them. At the moment, it's quite a narrow pool of people who are really, you know, making use of them, who are already trained, probably professionals in the sort of VFX and graphic design world. And what we need is the artists who are perhaps, you know, more used to kind of telling kind of complex stories and doing unexpected things. Rather than for commercial projects, need to learn the tools to do it. And it's not that difficult. It took me a few months to teach myself the basics of 3D engines. But you know, there'll be a bit of a learning curve, I think, but it'll happen within a few years.
And I think also, Johnny, it's important to say congratulations, because you were recently just nominated for a design award for your Artist in Studio app, which I want to come back to. But you mentioned here about tools and new generations of creatives. And Tim, I wanted to pass over to you from an institutional perspective. Obviously, you're highly committed to the education in terms of the creative sectors. And how have you been able to keep that continuum of all the great things that the Design Museum does over both lockdown, and which are the areas that you want to continue with as we come out of lockdown?
Well, lockdown is obviously a specific context in which you want to reach audiences because you're closed. So you use Ed's, all 3 of Ed's buckets. The third is the most interesting one, which would be not a tour around the electronic exhibition, but bespoke content that's made only for people who can't go to the exhibition but have bought a ticket and can either go before or after. So you play those buckets. I mean, I'm interested in hybridity. And the problem about conversations like this, not the one we're specifically having today, but it's so absolutist. It's either, is there a longevity? Is it going to replace something? Of course it isn't. And the show that Johnny referred to, which I'm not going back to, I'm just using it as a model for the future, actually took the notion of the life class and then looked at different technologies, exploring that from early anatomy sessions to drawing to painting to sculpture to new technology. And what gets lost often is human content and wrestling with who we are and how we are on Earth is perennial, universal. And there's just different technologies with whom interesting people, usually called artists and designers with slightly different purpose, how they use all that. So the gold rush mentality around, say, NFTs is kind of laughable, not because the technology is not interesting, not because there haven't been some interesting things done, and certainly not because there won't be brilliant things done in the future, but it's a race of market and some institutions somehow feeling if we're not there at the beginning, we're going to get left behind, which is a nonsense, because early adoption means nothing in this business. It's simply how well we use it. And we're neither going to be rewarded or penalized if we don't jump on it immediately. We just look and use it well. We can be pioneering to a certain extent in the way that we broker ideas and facilitate ideas. But I've always enjoyed in my professional life, although it's been institutional, working with creative people. The Royal Academy is an artist and architect founded institution. The Design Museum, we exist fundamentally to promote design and work with the design communities. Cube before when I was in the commercial sector was an artist-led gallery. It has to be. And actually, there are too many people in institutions deciding what they think policy should be, rather than actually trying to harness creative thinking, which is what artists and designers do, and work with it. So in answer to your question, which is a long-winded answer, I want to find a hybrid model in the future. And I don't know what the next 10 years are going to be. I've got an idea for the next 2, but I know it will be led by my conversations and engagements with people like Sahar, Johnny, and others, and Ed, of course. I always love Ed, but in a different way. But it will be about forging different ways of working with the different technologies to reach different audiences.
Well, I think also, as you mentioned, that speed of going in and out of this technological innovation is often based on resource, it's based on cost, and it's something that's often not spoken about on the institutional level, that there's a presumption that it's all going to sort of be in line. And I think what you've done very cleverly is worked with some incredible collaborations and different cross interdisciplinary sectors in the creative industry. And I wondered if you'd tell us a little bit about a project that came about over recent times, which was the supermarket.
Well, I can, and I'll tell you why it's interesting, that supermarket, because so it was for 5 days. It was always only going to be 5 days. It was predicated on a really visionary approach to the museum from what was eventually called a sponsor, Bombay Sapphire. Let's hear it from our sponsor, who said, "Look, we want to do this supermarket."
We would have sponsored this talk, Tim. We would have got them to sponsor the talk. It would have been.
I couldn't mention them. I couldn't mention their names on the BBC. When the BBC and ITV came talking about it, I couldn't mention the sponsors. And they came with an idea about they said, we've got this out about creating everywhere else is, museums have to stay closed, it's going to open up what's essential. But then we moved it towards, let's get emerging designers to do the packaging. Michaela Yarwood-Dan, bog roll. It all began, the lockdown, people stockpiling this stuff. It ended with people stockpiling this. It was the same price as a normal loo roll, but it happened to be one of 1,000 editions. And we turned the museum shop into a full installation because Camille Walala did a whole makeover rather than just shop front dressing. So you went from a shop that was an installation that was a shop again, that sold this, that raised revenue for an emerging designers fund, and people piled down to it. And my other point is from that, also we use digital media. This was a new entrepreneurial way of working to a certain extent, but it also reframed, different approaches to institutions and installation. But the physical experience of people coming down to acquire physical things with some online as well is that hybrid model that I keep talking about. Because people after lockdown, but even pre-lockdown, museums, among other things, sports stadia, shops, but people want to be communal. They want to share things some of the time, at least. And if museums stand for anything, it's about this physical, experience of shared space and coming together to look or experience things in different ways. And the digital can amplify that. It can take you in different areas. It can give you a different experience. But you can't get away from the physical experience, I think.
Thank you. And I think I'm going to come back to local and global, because I know you've done some incredible projects recently with Abu Dhabi as well. But I want to head on over to Zaher Khan's waiting patiently in our room. So Zaher, you have worked on some of the most incredible collaborations, as Tim mentioned, of disciplines coming together. And there are a couple that I wanted to touch on. I wonder if you could talk about, because I know a few people who I discussed this talk with were wanted to understand more around the Google mission behind arts and culture, and that direct work that maybe people might not be aware of directly with institutions. So I wonder if you could tell us about Feed the Lions, and also the importance of that dialogue with things like the Serpentine that you've been working on the last few years.
Yeah, sure. So just an intro on Google Arts and Culture, which Ed has probably heard me say this about 5,000 times now. So we work with 2,000 cultural institutions around the world, and we were founded as a platform in 2011. So it's been a long by Google standards. The original mission was to showcase culture from all over the world in a way that is free, accessible, and fun, really building off of Google's mission of making the world's information easily accessible for anyone, anywhere. And we started off as a Google project, so working purely with art museums. We launched with about 17, the Met, the MoMA, the Tate. And we help to digitize art collections. We take high resolution photography of important artworks. We do photogrammetry, things like bog roll in 3D online, Johnny's head 3D scanned. And also Google Street View, so you can walk up and down the halls of the Met or the Tate or the Prado or museum, anywhere in the world now, and important archaeological sites. So the mission has expanded, and the focus has expanded from to culture is defined more broadly. So not every country has art or art museums as part of its own heritage. So we look at everything from the documentation of fashion to sports to intangible heritage food. Something like sneakers would be an amazing story for the platform. And I think as all with this sort of thinking about what makes culture accessible. And I think that is really the point of a little bit of this conversation. At the end of the day, I don't believe either that technology can ever replace a physical experience. We all know that being online doesn't replace community or all of us being together and everything. But yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, in terms of transcending boundaries, you're working on something really exciting linked to language at the moment. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about that project.
Yeah, so a lot of what we do, the final part of our work is bringing technologies like machine learning, immersive reality, Johnny talked a bit about VR, to the work of artists, designers. And for me, that's actually probably now increasingly the most powerful part of our work, is that interdisciplinary collaboration, because a lot of institutions are beginning to digitize their own collections and tell their own stories if they have the budget to do so. But where there is this gap still is the walls between culture and tech. And so there's tons of initiatives that are ongoing. You mentioned Feed the Lions, which I can talk about later. But there is this new app that's just been launched. It's called Woolaroo, and it's been run by an artist on the Google Arts and Culture team, whose mission is preserving heritage at risk. So anything from
repeating the name of the platform. The irony is not lost that your name can get cut out as you said the name of the language.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is called Woolaroo, and I will type it up for you later. WOO. And such as an indigenous Australia-based language that's now actually considered to be a lost language. So on this app, it actually uses machine learning. So you can take a picture of a t-shirt or a coffee cup or postcard, and it will give you a word that describes that object using visual recognition in that language. And I think there's about 12 languages on that app now, including Rapa Nui, Yiddish, and more. And the idea is, how do you use technology in a fun and playful and thoughtful way to unpack culture in unexpected ways? And those ideas and those collaborations come about because we're working with curators at a museum or with an artist like Johnny, and not because we're sitting within our four walls as technologists thinking about how technology can change the world.
And I think, Zuhair, I'm going to come back to you. You've also created your own platform, which I want to hear about open-ended. But Ed, you've also been creative in lockdown. What was you've been working on a creative podcast, actually working directly with cultural creators. How have you seen dialogue shifting through those projects that you're working on? Oh, we've lost you. We've lost you. We lost it.
I didn't usually think of doing a podcast because
you've had some great stellar lineup. We can hear you. You are back.
Yes.
So I was just saying,
we are live in the house.
You're
Do
live
not
in the
swear.
We were saying that you have created, done some amazing creative projects over lockdown yourself.
No, I didn't. I've done 2 podcasts because I couldn't think of anything else to do. So I've done a cultural podcast. So we literally had to scrape the bottom of the barrel. We got Johnny Yayo on. We were so desperate for the podcast. Although we haven't had Tim or Sue yet, so we better get them on as well. It's been great fun actually to connect people. But I mean, I don't ever do podcasts. I mean, I think there are sort of 2 million podcasts created every 2 million podcasts created every day. But I would just like to go back to what Tim and Kay were talking about, which is about my third bucket, which is the audience engagement and tech. I mean, I think there's just a whole landscape of technology that the arts haven't yet explored. That some of it is really boring, like blockchain technology to take account, to archive your objects. I mean, the V&A were telling me today when I met them that they discovered a carpet that was lost in 1952. I forced the V&A to move out of their storeroom in Hammersmith, and they unwrapped this carpet and found this other carpet wrapped inside, which they haven't seen for 70 years. Now, I'm not saying the blockchain will stop people wrapping up an old carpet in another old carpet, but there's a lot of boring technology. But going back to the electronic dance exhibit, which I saw at the Design Museum, I'm talking about not just content for people who can't get to it, but I'm talking about, again, that boring thing of, now I've got this object, I can head a taxi differently. But also, I want to tour my exhibition differently. What are the technologies that we can find that will be integral to that? And also, knowing your audience, the fact that everyone now has to register just to visit a museum is weirdly, paradoxically, quite good news for museums, because you're going to know much, much more about the people who come and visit, even if it's a right royal pain in the backside for people who pop into a design museum every other morning, like me.
So Johnny and Tim, I wanted to ask you about that audience capture and relationship management, and how that can shift with technology as well, and whether you think that has improved over. Johnny, you were doing portraits on iPads with your sitters. You've created the app to go into the studio. How has that affected those relationships in a human form? Oh, you're on mute as well, Johnny. Very well behaved panelists. Everyone's
So yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't replace human contact, but it is an interesting way of doing things where you learn from, and it's lovely to engage a big audience, which I think it did more than anything else we've done, which is ridiculously sort of lo-fi way of producing something from home with a few cameras and iPads. But it is very interesting, and I think this is where it goes. And I mean, another time we may have time to talk about metaverses and things like that. I'm dying to pick up Tim on something he said, which interested me, which I can't believe we've never talked about before. When you just said about the museums being this more about the experience than and the kind of I think this the gist of it was it's group activities, shared experiences and that sort of thing, which are going to be a bigger thing, which I totally agree with. But thinking of the long term, I have the strong suspicion that we're going to become we're gradually becoming less attached to physical things. And lots of technologies that are coming along, I think, are going to accelerate that. And that, is a potential problem for me as an artist and for the commercial part of the art world. But I think also there's an interesting question for museums. It's like, will people be no longer coming to look at great artifacts from the past and worship the presence of the religious relic, or that aspect of it, witnessing the actual object? And will it shift permanently to something else? Will that never leave?
It won't go, because human beings have that compulsion. The relic, the notion that other human beings have shared that space. But I'm not arguing against the importance of technology or the fact that there will be paradigmatic shifts. And I think Sahir's point about archiving, heritage at risk and so on is critical. So actually, in the notion of the preservation of culture, or this is how something was, but actually this is how it is now, is another brilliant hybrid. So we know all objects in the end go to dust. And we've spent a lot of time trying to preserve objects, as we should do. But it will be fascinating in 200 years' time to see the kind of digital scanning and the digital technology that will show us Leonardo's version of the rocks now and what it looks like in 200 years' time. So the archiving and preservation in that way is critical. But the interesting thing is, will the art or the cultural world, will it revert to bad habits in spite of saying it wants to be more sustainable and do less? I suspect it will, but I hope not. And that idea that we become more localized and that we disseminate a lot of what we do nationally and internationally through technology is really important. So we don't all have to move around the world like a circus, which is what the art world does and the architecture world to some extent. We can actually do a lot more responsibly from one particular place. But in some ways, that makes the bringing together of artifacts or exhibitions more important when it happens. It's just that we shouldn't be doing 18 exhibitions a year, as one major institution is doing in London. We should probably be doing 3, and making them more event-driven and using the technology. These 3 buckets, by the way, are going to live with me for the next year in different ways to disseminate and share. That's the key.
Yeah, and so
it sounds like
have the three buckets landed with you, Tim? Have I penetrated your consciousness with my 3 buckets?
Created this entire conversation. You've been so bossy, and everyone. So Suhair, and legacy and how we're protecting history with technological innovation. You're doing that in spades in your work at Google. Something to, in terms of historical sites. Could you talk to us? I want to wrap on this importance of historical sites, physical connections, and there's some really important work you're doing there in terms of SciArc.
Yes, so we're documenting. I mean, it's just an extension of what I said and what Tim touched on. I mean, I just wanted to also end on maybe as a Googler, the future-facing part of this. There is the documentation and the archiving element, but there's also creativity. And I think in terms of what happens in the art world, I agree. There's a lot of noise and buzz around NFTs and whatever else right now. But I think increasingly, we just need to accept that technology will be a tool that will allow for in different ways and new directions. It won't replace. Often it'll be supplemental, but it should be seen more as a tool than as a replacement. And that's how cultural institutions should be empowered to engage with it. These museums, the big ones, have been safeguarding culture for hundreds of years. And I think that we also need to keep our doors and our minds open for seeing where there's innovation and where there's room for collaboration, particularly as we think of attention spans shifting, young people engaging with culture in new ways and feeling comfortable in accessing art and culture, maybe in ways that would not have been what we would have expected, but allow for them to engage in new and different ways and to be flexible. And I think artists like Johnny have been amazing at being open to those possibilities and not being afraid to fail, because at the end of the day, as technologists, for us, experimentation is how we work, and things breaking and not working is much more acceptable than traditionally has been in the cultural space. And I think we need to keep that in mind.
I think that's a really I was just going to say, Johnny, one last point, and then we've got to wrap.
Oh, well, I'm just going to say that, I mean, never mind about using the blockchain. My takeaway from this is if you really want to preserve works for the future, you wrap them inside a carpet and give it to the V&A.
So a great place to wrap, and I think it's been fantastic having all of your different viewpoints, all of your ways of seeing. As someone who works in industry and on cross collaborations, it's such a privilege to have you all here, and I know that the audience would have loved this conversation. So thank you all, and good luck with all your respective projects. And I'm going to hand back over to Leila. So thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Katie. That was brilliantly moderated. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Lord Vasey. So here, Jonathan, for such a fantastic session covering such a diverse range of content, which beautifully highlights interdisciplinary collaboration and the role of technology within that. So this brings us to the end of CreaTech 2021 at cogX. Most of these sessions have been recorded and should be available to replay. Do check out www.thecreativeindustries.co.uk for CreaTech related content and the work of the Creative Industries Council. A huge thank you to our associate partners, Digital Catapult, Facebook, Mo Kingston Smith, and UKRI. This would not have been possible without all of your support. And a huge thank you to our audience. Do send us your thoughts and feedback using #CreaTechUK. Have a lovely evening and see you in 2022.